Do you hear me? Yes. It's fine.
So hello everyone, good morning. My name is Maria Angelica and today I'm going to be your chairperson and we would love to introduce Dr. Maria Gravari for her speech. We will delighted to have you here and you're very welcome to our second day of the 8th International Symposium for Young Researchers in Tourism. Dr. Maria Gravari Barbas has a degree in architecture and urban design from the University of Athens and a PhD in geography and planning from the Sorbonne University. She was a fellow at the urban program of Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, USA. She is the director of the IREST, a multidisciplinary research team dedicated to tourism studies with main focus on cultural heritage, development, and urban tourism evolutions. Since 2009, she is the director of the UNESCO Chair of Paris Panteó-Sorbona University and the coordinator of the Unit Win Network Tourism, Culture and Development. From 2008 to 2017, she was the director of the Institute for Research and High Studies on Tourism of Paris Panteó-Sorbona University. She has published several works and books and articles that are very important for tourism research and all that we know nowadays in academy about tourism. So we're very happy to have you here and you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the, thanks. Thank you for the introduction. I hope it works here. And again, thank you for the wonderful organization. I'm really happy to be here. So my presentation today will be about these issues related to cultural tourism and heritage. Heritage and tourism have been closely related since the Grand Tour and the beginnings of tourism. Since the 18th century, the visit of iconic historical monuments has created a system of must-see places, first in Europe and progressively in other continents. These sites remain central in today's tourism economy. The recent crisis and disruptions did not diminish the visitors' numbers at the Palais du Louvre, Versailles, or the Palazzo degli Uffizi in Florence. On the opposite, this hit parade, we could say, of the must-see places remains apparently the same, the already iconic places becoming more attractive and more visited. And it may seem paradoxical, the fact that these places remain so attractive, despite the notoriously difficult conditions of their visit today. Long queues to enter, limited space to accommodate the large numbers of visitors, often imposed rhythms of the visit to to make space for the next visitors, etc., etc. You know what I'm speaking about. So one could pretend that in terms of heritage tourism, there are not any major mutations, and that in the opposite, things continue, we could say, as business as usual. The main notable difference being the massification of tourism and the fact that the tourism elites of the 19th century, mainly European or North American, have now been replaced by huge numbers of visitors coming from all origins and from all continents. However, and this will be my point today, I think that it would be a mistake to consider that there are not mutations in heritage tourism. In this a priori stable heritage tourism landscape, several things are changing and mutations are profiling in terms of both heritage offer and heritage demand and practices, the two, of course, being related. So in my presentation today, I will try to analyze these mutations of cultural heritage and the role tourism plays in this, since I believe that tourism is today one of the most important drivers of heritagization. So in my presentation today, I will point first the systemic nature of these two social phenomena, heritage and tourism. Then, in a second time, I will comment the spatial dimensions of these heritage tourism mutations, concerning mainly the location of heritage sites within the already established destinations, such as the ones I mentioned before, Paris, Rome, or London. And I will speak about new heritage tourism areas. Finally, in a third time, I will discuss the mutations of visitors' practices in relation with heritage tourism, be it in established heritage destinations or in newly emerging ones. My main message here will be that though the hierarchy of heritage places seem the same, Le Louvre will always be Le Louvre, in reality, touristic practices of heritage experience profound mutations which are and will be more and more visible in the next years. So let me start from the first point, which is to show that tourism is a heritage-producing machine. It still can be considered by some of my colleagues at Paris 1, mainly historian of art, as a heretic affirmation. However, the fact is that tourism is not only consuming, but it is producing heritage. This is not necessarily new. Tourism was a heritage-producing machine already in the 18th and 19th century since the Grand Tour. However, this happens today in an unprecedented rhythm and encompasses new kinds of heritage. In the 18th century, the rather codified Grand Tour, and I'm speaking about codified because the young aristocrats used to go to the same established places that their aristocratic compatriots had already visited, created a system of tourism heritage places which were produced to a certain extent by the tourist gaze. The gaze of young, initially British travelers who had their own system of aesthetic and historic values and who gave an historic dimension and heritage dimension, rather, to churches, to piazzas, and to seashores, which could only have since then a value for the locals, which could be a use value, being a church, being a piazza, or being a working waterfront. So historically, heritage, let me stay here. So historical heritage recognition by the tourist system contributes to the production of heritage artifacts. This production is primarily symbolic, as I mentioned before, by the tourist gaze, granting to a site, an existing site, the heritage status that was not until then given to it by the local population. But progressively, the heritage production by and for tourism becomes material, and becomes for material and for tourism purposes. And this becomes quite usual practice today to produce or reproduce physically heritage by building from scratch places that have disappeared or never existed before, such as the example I give here, the Château de Guédelon, which is built ground up as simultaneously a heritage experiment and a tourism attraction, with traditional construction techniques in French Burgundy, and which became a new heritage and also a major touristic site. So nowadays, in a context of global circulations and globalized fluxes and exchanges, the capacity of tourism to produce heritage, both symbolically and materially, becomes much more acute. In my research, I use the concept of patrimonialisation. This is very difficult to translate in English. Patrimonialisation, playing with patrimonialisation, heritization, and mondialisation, globalization. It could be translated as world heritization. The idea is to shed light on the processes of heritage production as they tend more and more to occur today. Globalization contributes to accelerate and to empower this tourism heritage producing machine. In a global context, tourism becomes a very strong driver of heritization, particularly since the end of the 20th century. And just to take an example, the race for UNESCO World Heritage designation is a very striking example of the competition through the production of unique and distinctive heritage objects, sometimes with the main idea of creating the most important tourist attraction for a region or a country. So heritage increasingly tends to be perceived more as an element of distinction and exclusivity, addressing messages to global audiences rather than as an element of inclusive identification for the local population. It tends to be perceived as an element that allows places to differentiate themselves within the global environment where they compete. This trend needs to be connected also to the unprecedented rate of vacating of former functional places due to de-industrialization and more generally to defunctionalization. I mean, we are full around us of prisons, barracks, hospitals, transportation areas, factories. This contributes, in fact, to the accelerated production of non-functional spaces, we could say waste spaces, that offers new opportunities for heritization. Just to take an example, and this is an example among many others, let's say a 19th century centrally located prison, which for security reasons cannot be a prison anymore located in the center of a city, becomes waste. It can then be demolished or can be transformed into other functions. It could be, for example, transformed into housing or social housing, which is lacking in several cities. But in fact, in most cases, it will be transformed into tourism functions, the most often into a hotel. And I took this example here of the Kresty prison in St. Petersburg, which hosted, among others, Leon Trotsky, currently transformed into a hotel. And this is not an exception. In fact, this is, in most cases, it's incredible to see how many prisons, how many hotels exist today in prisons. And this is also the case of industrial buildings, also captured by the tourism economy. And I put here, just as an example, Torino Lingotto, the Fiat factory in Torino. Just to make it clear, I don't want to be misunderstood. Tourism is obviously not the only driver of heritization. Heritization processes can be related also to nationalistic, to identity, to social reasons. Of course, there are many other drivers. But in more and more cases, it is tourism that make possible the economic viability of the heritage project, be it a construction, a reconstruction, or something that is built from scratch. To take a very well-known example, tourism was initially not, I guess, the only or the main reason for which was taken the decision to continue building the Sagrada Familia after Gaudi's death. The fact is, however, that this would not be possible without the tourists who pay for this. In this sense, the Sagrada Familia is maybe the first, probably not the last, basilica almost entirely built by tourists and to a huge extent offered to tourism use. Let me now introduce some thoughts about the special mutations, the special dimension of tourism-related heritage mutations. Recent bibliography offers a lot of insights about what is known as new areas for tourism, NTAs, in particular in relation with the new urban tourism. NTAs are promoted by city DMOs in mostly highly visited cities such as Amsterdam, Barcelona, or Copenhagen as visitor dispersal, in fact, initiatives with the idea of spreading visitors away from the most visited sites. In previous works, I highlighted this kind of velvet revolution, I named it, tourism was experiencing at the end of the 20th century. This was due, on the one hand, to the desires and expectations of now mature tourists, and on the other, to the responsiveness of local tourism systems. These mature tourists, whose tourism consumption patterns could be explained by their habitus, have accumulated significant tourism capital through their numerous travels and their capacity to adapt and to feel at home in the different contexts they visit. So they can feel at home more or less everywhere. This is facilitated also by the disintermediation of tourism made possible by the digital technology and by the fact that tourists are more and more experienced travelers. This leads to the development of a plethora of new tourism offers over the last few decades, inviting visitors to experience the city in much more segmented, differentiated, and plural ways than just the usual tour of the main tourist sites I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation. So in the beginning of the 21st century, tourism visit to places formerly considered inhospitable, dirty, dangerous, favelas, slums, metropolitan suburbs, former industrial sites, ruins, or urban undergrounds, or simply ordinary or everyday places become commonplace. And as tourism acts as a heritage-producing machine, these places become new heritage tourism areas. These trends have contributed to overcoming the often, and I put this, except here I will not have the time to read it, but I work a lot on the narratives of these places when they are presented and when they are sold, in fact, because it says a lot about the symbolic and sometimes heritage values which are associated to these places. The trends I'm describing here contribute also to overcome what we call often as geographical stigmata of sites with a difficult or a traumatic heritage, and to transform them into destinations offering fun, excitement, and curiously enough, aesthetic pleasure. The new urban tourism cultures that have emerged from this evolution can be summarized in a kind of triptych: new post-tourist attitudes, so these experimented, conscious, and sometimes even ironic tourists about their own condition, their own role. Second, new tourism, new heritage tourism areas. And third, new non-professional tourism stakeholders, associations, local inhabitants, or civil society, who more and more offer tourism products. Let me pass to my third point, the limitations in tourism heritage practices, and I will try to see how we can connect experiential, immersive, and performative tourism. The hypermobile tourism populations we have today tend to use heritage as a kind of experiential support. The experiential platform, the experiential turn in tourism and the expanded possibilities offered by the new technologies impact the relationship between visitors and the visited heritage sites. Experiential tourism moves heritage tourism from the strict contemplation and admiration of the visited heritage sites towards an implicated and even empathetic relationship with the sites. Tourist practices move away from the traditional positivist approach of heritage to more interpretative, we could say, more reflexive modes of inquiry. Because of their active engagement, heritage products are not solely produced by the formal producers, institutional producers, traditional institutional producers as we know them up to now, such as museums, heritage sites, or institutional intangible heritage performances. But they are also co-produced by the consumers' practices and the consumers' imagination. Means they are co-produced by the tourists themselves. This is related also to mutations of the heritage concept itself in a context of reframing of narratives, from the grand narratives, to mention the works of Lyotard, to ordinary experiences. The emphasis is placed by historians from the 1960s, 1970s onwards on the ordinary experiences of those who had lived history, not only those who made history. This has contributed to the reframing of historical narratives, which concentrates on people, their history, their lives, their relationships, and recognizes the experiences of ordinary people as being relevant in the representation of the past. The stimulation of visitors' own way of relating to history implies communication through dialogue rather than a more limited academic monologue of the traditional usual visit as we know it till today in most museums. And this has, for example, changed attitudes towards the relationship between the great individuals and the mass of people, seeing both as being equally valuable sources of interest, or presented historical figures insisting rather on their human side than on their queen condition, just to take here the example of the film of Sofia Coppola, which became one of the main arguments, one of the main narratives today in Versailles. If you go to Versailles today, you will discover a kind of Marie Antoinette land. So these new narratives are not always, in fact, founded on historic sources. Very few things in this film, just to take how the film connects with the narratives it produces and how these narratives produce, in fact, the tourism products. So very few things really are founded on historical sources or on archival research. They draw on history, of course, but the objective is not a heritage class, but a heritage experience. One question we could ask, of course, here, and which really, I mean, I work a lot on this now, is what happens with authenticity in this context, given the fact that authenticity is supposed to be the foundation of traditional understandings of heritage. I find very interesting Selwyn's contribution that differentiates in tourism, authenticity in tourism, in being either hot or cool. While cool authenticity refers to knowledge, hot authenticity refers to feelings. Selwyn defines this hot and cool authenticity by saying that tourists look for both authentic social relations and sociability, hot authenticity, as well as some sort of knowledge about the nature and society of the chosen destination, which is the cool authenticity. Wang goes further and explores the concept of existential authenticity. He defines the term existential as a special state of being where one desires to be true to oneself. This is the point, is me to be true to myself. So he moves away from any objective and constructive authenticity. He argues that the tourists are preoccupied with finding an existential state of being, and this happens also through heritage and tourism. So progressively, during the last years, in tourism practices, heritage authenticity moves from the object, which can be fake, to the relationship that one can build with this object, which is authentic, is an authentic experience. This moves also the center of importance of the tourist visit from the offered product, conceived by others, most of the times respecting the state of the art in terms of historic accuracy, to more empathetic, incorporated, embodied, personal relationship that the visitor will be able to build himself, herself, with the visited place. In its emphasis on sensory experience, this kind of authenticity is understood as a new way of accessing the past. This involves a combination of social interaction and other mental, emotional, and physical experiences. And these emotional, cognitive, and physical experiences are bound together. Let's take an example. This is the case of the Cathedral of Saint-Denis in Paris, and some of these guys there are my PhD students. So the Cathedral of, Basilica Cathedral of Saint-Denis is the necropole of the kings of France, and is a major national site in France, national historical monument. As part of this project you see here, to rebuild the cathedral's clock tower, visitors are invited to participate in cutting the stones that will be used in the cathedral. The movements, the handling of the tools, the weight of the stones, the materials that are given to them offer globally a tourist experience which goes beyond contemplation and enters in the realm of experiential tourism. Now, if we move to immersive tourism, now, just to say that in this case here, we still deal with objectivable heritage, which is the Basilica Cathedral. Okay. If we move to immersive tourism builds a different relationship with heritage. Augmented and virtual reality push experimental tourism further by proposing immersive experiences in which heritage can be totally dematerialized. Visitors visit the heritage site most often through augmented or virtual reality. They enter into a painting, such as you can see here. They go back to the 13th century. In immersive tourism, the visitor's engagement is undoubtedly important, but the role of physical heritage becomes secondary. The physical dimension of heritage is not important here. The materiality of heritage does not really count. You do not enter into real painting, you enter into this here. However, the history, the meaning, and more generally, the intangible aspects remain important because they form the basis of the immersive tourist experience. So we need to know who is Van Gogh, we need to know what his work is in order to first have the desire to enter into his painting and to have the feeling that, yes, we are inside his paintings. Performative tourism goes further. So I'm moving to the third category. Performative tourism goes further since it invites visitors to write the storytelling of their own experience. Here, both materiality and immateriality, tangible and intangible side of heritage becomes secondary. It's not important. Heritage provides a kind of narrative framework that does not have to be followed. No one, not if a tourist is not interested to follow it. So the tourist is totally free to write the script. In performative tourism, heritage is not exactly material, it's not exactly tangible, it's not exactly intangible. It is a kind of inspiration. It is a kind of a background for the narrative which is offered to the tourists. What matters is precisely this narrative. The visitors, being in the center of the heritage performance, they also co-write this narrative. They are co-authors of this narrative. And this can be, in fact, associated to the current restatement of the body, of sense-making, and of narratives of self and space. It combines the senses with the cognitive and the affective, creating personal understandings and storytellings. And I took here an example which is interesting, and Shensi, who will present later today, works on this. Tianjin, this is in the former international concessions in this today major Chinese city. And we are here in the former residence of a personality, a local personality, a commander. This recreates, in fact, a neighborhood of the city as it could be in the 1920s and in the 1930s. Of course, it was not like that, but it seems very big. The construction of this scene, which is inspired by the city's real architecture, freely reconstructed from historical sources, with places such as, for example, a pharmacy, a tea room, a post office, or a retro hairdressing salon, with signage, furniture, posters, and everyday objects, which in fact are carefully selected. All this creates a simulacrum. It's not a copy. It's a simulacrum of Tianjin, in which real, embodied, immersive, and performative tourism takes place. Every day, several immersive performances take place in this area. Participants do not watch the scenes as they could do in a theme park, for example. They themselves decide what happens. So they are the co-writers of the scenario, and by their actions and their decisions while they are in this place, they in fact create the final story. And if this experience is successful, and it really is, it tremendously is, this is because it gives visitors the opportunity to get involved in the game and take a role. Of course, caution is needed here. For example, not to grant so easily heritage status to these environments. This is not what I'm trying to say. However, though this is not accepted by the heritage orthodoxy today, these places represent heritage for those who visit these places, and they represent, in a way, their main relationship with past. Their relationship with past is built through this kind of places, and not through the official visits in institutional places, museums, or heritage sites. Social networks, of course, amplify this quasi-narcissistic relationship with heritage. Photos and selfies focus on the person being photographed. The site remains important because it supports, in a way, the narrative, but the narrative is written by the visitor. The narrative is written by the person who takes his or her picture here. So to conclude, I return to what I said in my introduction. Le Louvre is certainly still Le Louvre, though the way in which Le Louvre is visited today is itself undergoing profound mutations, on which I did not have the time to insist today. But Le Louvre is, in a way, the tree that hides the forest. I don't know if we say this in English, l'arbre qui cache la forêt. Because alongside these very big icons of the Louvre and Versailles, I mentioned also before, another mutation of heritage is emerging, in which, again, tourism plays the major role. Tourism produces this heritage mutation. So I started this presentation by reminding that heritage and tourism are two concomitant phenomena which appeared simultaneously in the Western world and which have from the beginning have fed each other. We cannot imagine tourism without heritage. We cannot imagine heritage without tourism. I mean, this can be, again, discuss about this, but I think that it's impossible to understand heritage without taking into consideration the role that tourism played historically and plays today. So these heritage mutations that I very, very briefly try to present here are in a very big extent due to the mutations of the tourist system, which impacts heritage, which impacts the tourist system, which impacts heritage. And you find again the cycle that I tried to present in the beginning, where heritagization brings tourismification, tourismification brings heritagization, and so on. So as a research perspective, and I will finish here, it seems, I think, very, very important for me to continue working on this systemic relationship between heritage and tourism and see how one acts on another. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Maria. And now we open up a brief session of questions and answers. So if anyone wants to ask, okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Maria, for a very interesting presentation. During your presentation, I kept returning to, in my mind, Hobsbawm and Ranger's concept of the invention of tradition. And it seems to me that you're also alluding to the concept without mentioning this, but also tourism's tradition of invention, so to revert this. So that reflection, maybe you'd like to comment on that.
Absolutely.
Then, as an extension of that, obviously, and with, sorry, just a side remark, Pine and Gilmore's latest works on transformation, coming back to mutation as well, the role of the individual in negotiating authenticity would also find concerns about the power to actually stage all of this and the power of the individual. And by extension, when we are in, for instance, colonial settings, contested history. So are we actually now leaving everything up to the individual where anything goes?
Yeah. Thanks a lot for these questions, for the remark, which I will take, and I think this is very interesting, to speak about the traditions invented by tourism, which of course relate with heritage as a constantly reinvented tradition. And you're totally right, this can connect very well with the focus on heritage, to open up to the invention of traditions, this reciprocal invention of traditions. As per your second question, this is very, very important. I tried in my presentation today not to give any, how can I say, direction about how we should worry or not about this. What I try is to understand what happens, and already sometimes it's complicated. What I think is that the scenario consisting of saying that we are in front of more democratic phenomena which allow individuals to take the power of heritage narratives and to move beyond the hierarchies and elite narratives to offer this possibility to anybody, I really believe that this does not work. So this is an issue. This is really an issue because the power systems, we found them again in this new system which is created now. And in fact, we found them again without regulation. Before we had them, but with regulation. The curator, the museum, the institution, whatever. Now we have the power which is renegotiated, but there is not any, how can I say, any pilot into this. Everything can happen, and finally goes to these new, how can I say, new situations of power, which are on the hands of some main stakeholders, who will use heritage as, again, a kind of playground. So I understand your worries, and I share your worries, yeah. I didn't speak about this, but I think that all this, obviously, I'm not giving as a kind of neutral evolutions. They are deeply problematic. I don't say deeply negative, but deeply problematic.
Thank you for this wonderful speech. One question, how do you think the icons like the Louvre can adapt to this new paradigm? The Louvre has, I think, no room for many more visitors anymore. So what can do this, the Sagrada Familia, what can they use technology, virtual tourism, augmented reality, or what options they have to adapt to this new situation?
Yeah. Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know. Le Louvre now is implementing a huge project of reconfiguration of globally the paths, the itineraries inside the museum, the kind of offerings to tourists, the experiences that can be offered to the tourists. I don't think that this will discourage in the next years to come the numbers of visitors. But we are in a kind of threshold, and I cannot see the future. I don't know how things will evolve, but just to throw on a very, I think, important work we did a few years ago for the National Agency for Research in France, we were asked to imagine heritage futures. And in this kind of imagination exercise, of course, you cannot imagine one heritage future. You draw a scenario. And in this scenario, we had two extremes, as usually, and one more plausible in the center. But one of the two extremes was no heritage. One of the two extremes, in a kind of consortium, which was composed by major heritage actors in France, directors of museums, directors of heritage sites. One of the scenarios, not very probable, but one of the scenarios was no heritage, at least in the materiality in which we know heritage today, saying that future generations probably will totally disconnect with the physical experience of heritage. So I don't know, and clearly I cannot respond to this, but this is something that can come as a possible scenario. No physical heritage anymore.
I have another question, barely related to yours or Oriol. Professor Maria, how do you think cultural and heritage preservation has changed with the new and increasing tourism dynamics related to immersive tourism versus the natural capability of cultural tourism to share and create and transmit emotions?
Well, this is a very huge question to which I cannot answer in general, because till today, national traditions are very important. If I respond for France, I will respond, at least for the official national monuments, according to the doxa of the restorations in France, which are still based on the Chart of Venice, on the main, how can I say, documents and approaches of how you restore heritage. However, what we can see, even in France, and I can observe this in contexts where there are international platforms, means French restaurateurs working with Japanese, with Cambodian, with Chinese, is a kind of southern turn, which is for me very important, which maybe, and again, this is an hypothesis because these are emerging phenomena, maybe in the years to come will bring European historical monuments to be less fetishistic about their material aspects and give more importance to the relationships they are able to offer with different publics and different communities. This is not that much the case today, at least in France. This is totally the case in, let's say, India. And we can see, for example, I work in Cambodia in a World Heritage Site where simultaneously Indian teams and French teams work together. For the Indian team, keep the ruin as ruin is disrespectful for a temple. So it needs to be rebuilt. For the French, this is impossible. And this comes in a kind of new negotiations now, so it gives new approaches. And of course, when we speak about the fact that the temple needs to be a temple, it's not only a temple for the locals, this is a temple also of these international audiences that go to Angkor and visit these places. So tourism also plays in this way, intervenes also in the ways we restore heritage today.
There's another question.
Thank you so much. Actually, I have two questions. First, about the heritage sites. What is the limit, or what is the border between what we consider as a heritage and we can reconstruct it, or we reconstruct, for example, from scratch, from zero, based on plans, for example, based on all the images? Who can control this? What is
You control it. You control it. Heritage is not about historic whatever. Heritage is what you recognize as heritage. So if you recognize as heritage this chair here, this chair will be heritage. And this was the case from the beginnings.
But yes, I understand this, but speaking about, for example, UNESCO World Site Heritage, there is certain rules about this. What I'm trying to ask, maybe I rephrase my question, if somebody just creates a modern, he called it heritage, as you said, and he mix it with the other heritage sites, there is no control of this, so it's based on the business lead in this case. And another question also about the immersive tourism and virtual realities. Where is the intellectual property rights here?
Where is the?
Intellectual property rights here. If we're speaking, let me give an example. For example, the paints of Van Gogh, for example. Who has the right to make this experience? The museums who have the portraits, for example, or the country where he was born. How we control this? In other words, for example, maybe the heritage of Europe in total, for example, be transferred to a third country outside Europe and making this in another way.
Yeah. Yes, to answer to your first question. Considering that, yes, UNESCO World Heritage Sites are in fact based on integrity and authenticity. Integrity and authenticity. But what means integrity and authenticity? When UNESCO lists on the UNESCO list the city of Warsaw, which was rebuilt from scratch after Second World War, where is the authenticity? It's not material. The authenticity is in the hearts of Polonese people. So this kind of shifts happen already, even through the very orthodox, within the orthodox institutions, such as UNESCO. And this is always a negotiation. It's a political negotiation, affective negotiation, whatever you want. So it's very difficult to give you an answer where are the limits. This answer is not possible. This is the first. And the second, you asked about the rights. Alors, this is very interesting also. If you type on internet Van Gogh experience, you will see that today this Van Gogh experience is proposed simultaneously in more than 200 cities around the world. More than 200 cities. So, this in fact, is not based on the traditional belonging of an artist or a painter or an architect in his country of origin. It becomes a kind of world heritage, which is offered for the same type of experience everywhere, because this Van Gogh experience is reproduced exactly the same way everywhere. And then it becomes a phenomenon for me interesting to study, because the first thing I can see is this huge success. And the fact that today this visitor, Van Gogh experience, globally has much more visitors than Le Louvre. So these are the shifts and the mutations that happen today and which are interesting to study, I believe.
Okay, Professor Maria, thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause. Now we're going to start officially with our session number 5, Mutations and Tourism Sustainability. Please, Maria Armiñana, the floor is yours. Maria. Her presentation titled Circular Economy in Barcelona's Cultural Tourism, Analysis of Challenges and Strategies. The main speaker
Yeah, thank you. Well, my name is Maria Armiñana. I'm here to talk about, I will do my presentation in Catalan, but I don't know why I'm talking in English right now. First of all, I want to thank you all for coming here and organize this symposium. I will do my presentation in Catalan, but then if you have any questions, you can ask me in English, not in French, sorry. And the presentation is English, so you don't have any problems to follow up. At least that's what I hope. Sorry, I don't put my time. My name is, I work as a director of the chair of Circular Economy and Sustainability in Tecnocampus Mataró Pompeu Fabra, and I'm doing my PhD here in Girona. Okay. Yeah, I have to change the language, and sometimes I have some problems with that. Vale. Primer de tot, és important entendre que el turisme és un dels aspectes que, com a mínim aquí a Barcelona, està afectant bastant a tot el que ve a ser el medi ambient a partir del seu ús en aigua, la seva producció de residus i en altres espais, com també pot ser la contaminació en temes de CO2, per exemple, degut a la seva mobilització. Actualment l'economia circular s'està utilitzant com a paradigma econòmic o entès a nivell general per poder intentar fer canvis en com el sistema s'està produint. Però el tema està en que quan s'estudia l'economia circular i el turisme, normalment es fa específicament en com el turista percep aquest turisme circular, que se l'anomena, o com les empreses específiques, aquest hotel en específic, aquest museu en específic ho està portant a terme. Però hi ha una falta de veure com el turisme s'està, o sigui, una falta en la literatura, de com el turisme s'està actualment està implementant estratègies a nivell global, en aquest context parlarem sobre el turisme cultural, sobre com el turisme cultural està implementant l'economia circular. No només a nivell empresarial de jo utilitzo aquesta estratègia específica, sinó com a territori o com a, en aquest context, turisme cultural a Barcelona s'està implementant. Doncs el que intentem en aquest article és fer justament això. Per què el turisme cultural? fico dades, però realment crec que és bastant lògic perquè el Barcelona i turisme cultural últimament van molt de la mà. Barcelona en aquest context és una referència molt dels espais, ja sigui per les visites, per la raó principal per la qual la gent visita Barcelona, però també perquè estan arribant, les persones que fins i tot arriben per anar a altres llocs, com pot ser Costa Brava, Girona o així, acaben normalment consumint aquest tipus de cultura. Una cosa que ha dit la professora Maria és aquest punt de dir què vol dir heritage, what means heritage, doncs el mateix, què vol dir cultura, aquesta és l'altra discussió que hi ha oberta moltes vegades. I una miqueta és això. I també és veritat que amb unes companyes vam fer un estudi, en aquest context no científic, sinó més terrenal, que m'agrada dir-li a mi, sobre la sostenibilitat del turisme, específicament a Barcelona. I es veu que a Barcelona sí que s'està movent a nivell de sostenibilitat, simplement no ho estem veient, perquè moltes vegades no interessa veure-ho, perquè interessa més veure o potenciar altres fonts d'informació i altres missatges. Per tant, realment, l'objectiu central d'aquest article són tres. Primer de tot és analitzar quines són les oportunitats i quins són els reptes a aplicar tot aquest turisme, aquesta economia circular, aquest turisme circular. Posteriorment entra també en veure específicament quines pràctiques ja s'estan portant a terme, és a dir, no només per què ho fan o per què no ho fan, sinó què s'està fent. I per acabar també entendre una miqueta el punt de vista del visitant o del turista. I per tant, en aquest context ens focalitzem en tres gaps específics que serien a nivell territorial, és a dir, estem estudiant Barcelona com un espai conjunt, no només estudiem una empresa o un restaurant o un hotel, que és el que s'acostuma a fer, estudiem Barcelona, i estudiem el turisme cultural, que normalment quan parlem de sostenibilitat, tot i que la sostenibilitat i el turisme cultural moltes vegades van molt de la mà perquè comparteixen molts valors i moltes maneres de fer, no sé per què ens deixem el turisme cultural com a part del turisme i no el tractem com a part del que hauria de ser. Per tant, primer l'important és entendre què és l'economia circular, i l'economia circular, sempre dic que és el mateix, és fer el que feien les nostres àvies però amb tecnologia del present, i els exemples que ficava la professora Maria de com les presons es converteixen en hotels, això és economia circular. Bàsicament el que es basa és en intentar que el recurs es mantingui el màxim possible en aquest cicle. I per fer això hi ha diverses estratègies. Una de les estratègies a les que he fet alguna cosa? Bueno, jo continuo, si no, el problema. Les estratègies que ens trobem és les R's, que el que fem és anar com de la més ideal, és a dir, rebutjar, no vull generar residus, fins a l'última, que l'última seria bàsicament dir, ok, estic generant residus, com els torno a entrar en el cicle? No els puc entrar en el cicle? Doncs reciclo. Però sí que vull deixar clar que reciclar és l'última necessitat. Intentem sempre no generar aquests residus. I bàsicament el que us explicava una miqueta, que el tema és que la circularitat del turisme s'estudia a nivell molt focalitzat, sobretot en el que és destinacions, empreses o altres espais. Llavors això ens falta a vegades una miqueta veure una miqueta més global. L'economia circular sense les sinergies no existiria, perquè una economia circular a nivell personal no existiria, igual que la cultura, tant la cultura com l'economia circular o es fa de manera col·laborativa o potser no estem enfocant bé les coses en aquest món. I el turisme cultural, aquí he ficat com una definició, però crec que aquí tothom ho té, sap bastant de què funciona. En aquest context, la metodologia que hem utilitzat han sigut entrevistes semiestructurades, perquè hem pensat que el que volíem justament era que les persones que hem fet entrevistes, tant a responsables com a directors o directores de la part de sostenibilitat com a directors o directores dels centres, doncs ens digués una miqueta la seva. I vam estar investigant una miqueta i vam veure que justament per parlar de sostenibilitat, tenir aquesta flexibilitat i aquesta obertura de manera de fer ens permetria que ens expliquessin les seves versions. I llavors per fer això ens vam centrar en 6 temes, que en són molts, però va donar el temps suficient, per tant no hi ha problema, que és una miqueta entendre quins impactes i quines mitigacions estaven trobant-se, després quines barreres, les motivacions de per què ho feien, com els visitants ho veien tot, és a dir, per què els visitants ho demanaven, no ho demanaven, quina versió tenien de tot això, com ho comunicaven, si ho comunicaven, i el futur, en aquest context de la sostenibilitat dintre dels diversos entitats culturals que havíem estudiat, doncs com el veien. I per fer això vam fer 8 enquestes, entrevistes, disculpeu-me, que bàsicament van fer, el que vam intentar és que fossin una mostra suficientment ampla com per tenir una visió global de tot. No volíem institucions molt petites, sí que volíem institucions molt petites i també molt grans. Volíem que tinguessin audiència internacional i local, perquè, com he dit al principi de tot, volíem veure com està el territori i per tant no només a les grans o les petites ens trencava una miqueta tot. I per tant vam anar des d'un MNAC, que són, el MNAC és el Museu Nacional de Catalunya, que entenc que es coneix a nivell molt més global, que té molts artistes, que té moltes obres, fins a un CCCB, que és el Centre de Cultura Contemporània de Barcelona, que és una audiència molt més local, per exemple, és molt més petit i té autors molt més específics. Però també vam dir què passa amb els que són privats, perquè vam anar a públics i també a privats. Recordem que intentem a la mostra que ens mostri una miqueta tot el que seria el territori. I a nivell de privat vam anar a la Casa Gaudí, que és molt petita, a més és molt nova, o sigui, també ens interessava veure com estaven els nous que estaven passant i també els antics, els més vells, com pot ser la Fundació Miró. A partir d'aquí també vam decidir que la cultura és molt més que museus en aquest context i llavors vam anar també al patrimoni cultural, on vam anar a la Pedrera i al recinte de Sant Pau. També una miqueta mateix públic i privat, intentant buscar la màxima. I també vam considerar que la cultura no es quedava només en museus o patrimoni, sinó que s'anava a festivals i esport. En aquest context vam anar a festivals, vam parlar amb els privats, òbviament, que és de Primavera Sound i el Festival Cruïlla, el mateix, local i internacional, i també vam anar a parlar amb el Futbol Club Barcelona, amb el Josep, perquè consideraven que l'esport també formava part. Però en aquest context el vam treure de la mostra perquè vam considerar que era molt diferent a tota la resta de cultura que teníem a l'article i per tant, tot i que el vam fer l'entrevista, vam considerar que no era adequat per fer una comparació real i que no tenien les mateixes infraestructures moltes vegades. Per tant, els resultats en aquest context, anirem parlant com tot el que hem anat parlant, impactes, mitigacions, les motivacions. Primer de tot, el que hem de tenir en compte és que els impactes és els que es parlaven en la literatura i també els que diu tothom, que bàsicament es basa en el consum d'energia i també aigua. Sobretot l'energia ve donada en els museus pel tema de la climatització, perquè els quadres i tot això necessiten climatitzacions específiques i per tant aquí és on se'n va molta part de l'energia. També és veritat que hi ha un alt consum d'aigua per temes de neteja, sobretot, o sigui, són bastant simples els costos de l'aigua. I una cosa que tothom diu, i ningú se'n fa càrrec en aquest context, és el tema dels visitants. Tothom té clar que les persones que venen estan consumint molt CO2 perquè estan venint des de, no és en aquest context només local, sinó moltes vegades són internacionals. Llavors diuen que el que intenten fer sobretot és potenciar el transport públic, perquè arribin a la Pedrera amb transport públic, per exemple. Jo crec que no estic fent res. Llavors, Llavors, el que passava una miqueta, això el tema del CO2 passa en tots. I per acabar, la generació de materials, de despeses, de waste, la majoria estan encara utilitzant materials d'un sol ús. I això moltes vegades, com pot ser quan vaig a prendre un cafè, el cafè d'això, quan compro un regal, doncs la bossa que és de paper, moltes vegades, o de plàstic, moltes vegades encara estem en aquest punt una miqueta enrere. Però tot i així és cert que les mitigacions, les estratègies de mitigació moltes vegades van lligades aquí. Intenten rebutjar aquestes R's que dèiem, els single-use plàstics o els materials que poden fer mal, intenten repensar com la gent pot arribar donant punts perquè vinguin en transport públic, per exemple. Els que són molt grans, com per exemple pot ser un recinte modernista, intenta utilitzar cotxes elèctrics per moure's o la majoria de festivals utilitzen cotxes elèctrics. El tema està en què les barreres també són prou importants i en aquest context veiem que hi ha alt cost pel que fa a les noves tecnologies a nivell d'utilitzar. Per exemple, les LEDs són més cares a vegades que altres. Bueno, no passa res. Sí, no et preocupis, és igual. ja l'he fet jo, no et preocupis. Després, que moltes vegades el que us deia de la climatització, que necessita equipaments específics per climatitzar-se, que són molt més cars que altres, i sobretot el tema de les restriccions administratives. Hi ha alguns espais, com per exemple la majoria de patrimonis culturals, de patrimoni que ha considerat que no pot ficar plaques solars, per exemple, perquè hi ha l'administració pública que no li deixa, perquè al final és un lloc històric i per tant no es poden fer certs tipus de millores, ja sigui d'aïllar millor l'edifici o ficar plaques solars per intentar ser més eficients. Per tant, tenim en general temes de pressupost, la restricció pel que ve a ser l'administració i que moltes vegades no poden fer molta reutilització o reciclatge de coses perquè són temes, òbviament, nacionals. Pel que fa a les motivacions, molts parlen sobre obligacions legals que els hi saben que els hi arribaran, per tant ja s'avancen que això no els hi pugui arribar. Després, la majoria és cert que ho fan, o diuen que ho fan per tema ètics i valors, que consideren que, com he dit abans, la cultura i la sostenibilitat van lligades de la mà, per tant no conceben fer cultura si no és de manera sostenible. I també perquè es veu que els mateixos visitants estan començant a demandar-ho, a nivell molt poc, però ja ho comencen a demandar els mateixos visitants. I molts d'ells ho tenen dintre del seu pla estratègic. Per exemple, la Fundació Miró, el seu pla estratègic ja té un apartat específic de sostenibilitat. La Casa Vicenç és molt nova, llavors diuen que la sostenibilitat se'ls fa una miqueta més complicada perquè és de fa, ara us dic de memòria, fa com 10 anys, i llavors els costa una mica dir no sabem com millorar-ho perquè quan vam entrar ja vam fer tota la part de millora, per tant ara no sabem molt bé com millorar-ho. La part interessant aquí també, disculpeu, és que els mateixos festivals, és on la motivació principal d'aquests visitants està en... m'he passat dos, ara aquí. Les motivacions principals està en moltes vegades ser un agent positiu del canvi. O sigui, fan servir bastant aquest nom d'agent positiu del canvi. Pel que fa als visitants, el que us deia ara, la majoria, òbviament, trien un espai cultural, no perquè sigui sostenible, sinó perquè volen veure l'espai cultural. Això s'entén perfectament, però és cert que cada cop, tot i que no és decisiu, està tothom d'acord que aporta valor. Cada cop més la sostenibilitat, hi ha visitants que si aporta més valor a escollir igualtat acaben escollint un espai. Fins i tot, Sant Pau o la Pedrera ens comunicaven que les empreses que volen fer esdeveniments allà, si no són espais on tinguin reciclatge o coses d'aquestes, i coses més avançades, no volen formar part d'aquests espais i per tant no els trien simplement perquè no són sostenibles. Per tant sí que no pel visitant a peu, però sí que per les empreses que volen fer esdeveniments allà és molt important que siguin sostenibles. I pel que fa als festivals, diuen que no tant els visitants ho demanen, sinó els artistes ho demanen. Es veu que hi ha artistes que es neguen a anar a certs festivals si no fan menjar vegà, si no reciclen o si no fan un ús eficient de l'aigua. Llavors hi ha molta gent que s'està movent cap aquí. Per tant, podem dir que la solidaritat és un valor i que s'aprecia, tot i que no és un main driver, un motivador principal. I per acabar, la comunicació, em falta la comunicació, la majoria de cops es fa discreta perquè, com he dit, no interessa en els managements, no acostuma a interessar, per tant no es comunica tot el tema de sostenibilitat que fan, tot i que la majoria diuen que intenten ser més proactius en comunicar-ho. Per tant, això ens passa en tot, en els museus, en els patrimonis, en canvi, en els festivals, que és una miqueta diferent, sí que ho comuniquen, perquè recordem que a l'artista li interessa i les persones que van allà moltes vegades, sobretot el que és més local, és a dir, Cruïlla, estan molt més conscienciades d'aquests temes de sostenibilitat. També és cert que el perfil de festival acostuma a ser més sostenible. Per tant, en el futur, tots amb els que hem parlat consideren que sí que la sostenibilitat és una prioritat per ells i que necessiten més informació i més innovació, disculpeu-me, perquè tenen molt clar que si no s'innova a nivell global, ells no podran o elles no podran aplicar-ho. L'administració pública, tot i que tothom està d'acord que actualment està ajudant moltíssim, necessiten que sigui una mica més flexible, perquè actualment hi ha moltes normatives que no els hi permeten i, per tant, és un facilitador essencial. cada cop els visitants ho demanen més i que al final tothom està d'acord amb que Barcelona s'està movent, està anant cap a un model cultural sostenible. Vull dir, això, la veritat és que molts diuen si no anem cap aquí ens quedarem enrere. Vull dir, no hi ha opcions. Bueno, per acabar les conclusions, gràcies, no et preocupis, per acabar les conclusions, no et preocupis, el que volíem destacar era una miqueta aquesta part, que la circularitat actualment per Barcelona sí que és una prioritat, i a més quan parles amb l'Ajuntament de Barcelona també és una prioritat per ells, que hi ha uns challenges, uns reptes superbàsics que són el tema de l'aigua, el tema dels residus, l'energia i les barreres dels costos, i que hi ha un tema que ningú sap què fer, que és la mobilitat. I la comunicació és essencial, però no és... Ho veuen com un tema molt més estratègic a nivell global, no tant personal, i que volen seguir fent-ho. Llavors, què demanen ells? Això que deia, més implicació a nivell de polítiques molt més flexibles i que els ajudin a nivell de financial support, que els donin suport financer. I ja està. Crec que ho he fet més o menys el temps. Moltes gràcies i qualsevol pregunta, you can make me questions in English without any problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria, for your presentation. I have a question. How do you think the circular tourism strategies are impacting Barcelona's visitors? Like this new trend of destinations selling as from a perspective of sustainability, regenerative tourism, that maybe this new trend of tourism that are coming to Barcelona, are they actually committed to this? Is just a trend? Are they actually concerned for their footprint or?
Yes, thank you for the question. That's a very good question. The problem here is sometimes a lot of people or visitors or whatever of us are concerned about climate change. That's true. But then I have another article who I try to see if this concern is limiting their visitors or their tourism. I mean, if someone is, for example, the example that everyone is talking about is La Maldivas, that is going to disappear, and you have two choices. You can say, okay, I'm going now to the Maldivas because then it will disappear, or I don't go to the Maldivas because it will disappear because I'm going there. So the problem here is this kind of new tourism, if I understand the question, could change and it's concern, but the problem is that a lot of people here wants to visit Barcelona and wants to do some kind of thing that it's essential, it's not sustainable. So when we talk about tourism, circular tourism, a lot of times we talk about persons who know that they have an impact and they're trying to not avoid it because they know it, they try to compensate it.
Yeah.
The problem is how we compensate this part. So for me, yes, a lot of people is more concerned about that stuff and they are aware of this, but no, I don't think that will change the essential of the city if there is not a global change in not just Barcelona, like Girona or whatever, that change the thinking that we have about tourism, like which kind of tourism do we want and how we go with them and have it's very difficult to explain that, but how can we go together and make a new tourism, but putting the visitors, not putting the visitor on the center, that's how it's nowadays, putting the sustainability of the city in the center. I think that I just answered your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then. Another applause for you. And now we would like to welcome Rafael Arce Bastidas from the Universidad Complutense de Madrid. He's going to present green infrastructure as a response to the new challenges of urban tourism, analysis of its integration in Guayaquil, Ecuador.
Okay. Buenos días a todos. Esta es la verdad que es la primera vez que me encuentro en un evento como esto. This is the first time that I have this kind of event, research event. I feel a little nervous. Ayer estaba viendo la presentación de los compañeros y veía que presentaban resultados. Pues bueno, yo no tengo resultados porque es un tema que lo he estado madurando en el tiempo. Entonces, lo que voy a contar es un poco lo que voy a hacer, no los resultados, o lo que espero. Okay, I'm going to tell you about what I'm going to do, or what I want to do about my research, but not going to give you results. This is a preliminary research. So, voy a hablarlo en español, me siento más confiado en español. Bien. Las ciudades o el crecimiento urbano es algo que nos ha llevado a confiar mucho en la tecnología y nos ha llevado a confiar mucho en la infraestructura que tenemos como ciudad. Y esto ha creado una idea de alejamiento, de sentirnos lejos de los ecosistemas que nos rodean. Entonces, es esa primera idea que es la que me llega a mí, ¿no?, dentro de este contexto para poder plantear el tema que tengo. Esta idea es la que de alguna manera me viene a mí porque los sistemas se degradan, la contaminación, el aire, el agua, y entonces empiezo a pensar cómo poder contribuir con eso, es decir, cómo evitar que eso pase. Y claro, yo soy de turismo, no soy ni geógrafo, ni ecológico, ni biológico, ni nada de esto, ¿no? Entonces pienso un poco y digo, ¿cómo integro esos espacios a mi ciudad? Porque claro, nosotros nos enfrentamos a un tema de cambio climático a nivel mundial. Y entonces el cambio climático parece lejos, pero está más cerca cada día. Entonces me pregunto, ¿cómo integro eso a la ciudad? Y luego digo, ¿cómo puede eso beneficiar a los turistas o cómo el turismo se puede beneficiar de esas soluciones? Y luego, ¿cómo eso tiene un impacto en el ciudadano? Y que creo que aquí es donde yo planteo y siento un poco estas ideas. Y luego pienso, ¿no puedo ir para atrás? Y pienso en esta idea de cómo implementar las infraestructuras verdes dentro de una ciudad como Guayaquil. How to implement the green infrastructure in the Guayaquil. Guayaquil es una ciudad que se encuentra en Sudamérica, en Ecuador. Ecuador es este país, digamos, la mitad de España, ¿no? Y que se lo conoce más por las Islas Galápagos que por Guayaquil, quizás. Y que es la capital, digámoslo así, fue en un momento la capital mundial del banano. Y tenemos que nuestro país está rodeado por una gran costa de 1000 kilómetros por el Océano Pacífico. Esta costa hace que la ciudad de Guayaquil tenga dos sistemas de agua, un río y un estero. El estero es la combinación del agua del océano con el agua dulce del río. Entonces crea un área de manglar bastante interesante y que hace que Guayaquil pues, se vea una ciudad que está rodeada prácticamente de naturaleza. Sin embargo, hemos dicho que la infraestructura gris, lo que son los puentes, las carreteras, las casas, siguen creciendo, y eso tiene un impacto tremendo, obviamente, en el ecosistema. ¿Y cómo podemos ofrecer un patrimonio natural a un turista que llega cuando lo estamos prácticamente acabando? Entonces, estas eran las ideas que se me venían, y claro, me tuve que especializar un poco en SIC, y eso hizo que retrase un poco mi tema de investigación, porque comencé a entrar en el SIC, y analizar SIC, y entrar a analizar el territorio desde el SIC. Entonces comencé a plantear un tema de corredores, que luego me di cuenta de que tenía que entender algo más, y no solamente el tema del turismo, sino el contexto urbano, el territorio, y es ahí donde encuentro el tema de este tema que me parece a mí, obviamente me apasiona, y me gusta presentar a mi ciudad, ¿no? Ustedes podrán ver los diferentes ecosistemas que tiene, different ecosystems. You can see the mangrove in the south and the other dry forest in the west. So, Entonces, estos dos ecosistemas son muy importantes para la ciudad. Básicamente son lo que rodea a la ciudad. Y es este mismo ecosistema el que se encuentra en peligro. Entonces pensé, ¿cómo integro eso a la ciudad? ¿Cómo integro los ecosistemas? ¿Y cómo integro el turismo? Entonces, estas tres ideas comienzan a dar vuelta y me encuentro con un concepto que aparece en el año 2002 y que se conoce como infraestructura verde. Este concepto tiene 4 ideas interesantes desde mi punto de vista. Primero, que es una red planificada. ¿Eso qué significa? Que el ser humano puede decir por dónde va a ir o no una área verde. Segundo, tiene un tema de ecosistemas o servicios ecosistémicos, que son los beneficios que nosotros recibimos de la naturaleza. Nosotros no hemos pensado que en la naturaleza recibimos el aire, recibimos el agua, los alimentos. Entonces, si nosotros nos comemos la naturaleza, nos estamos prácticamente matando a nosotros mismos. Y luego, pues, que este concepto también define un poco el tema de diseño y gestión. Ese diseño y gestión se puede dar a través, obviamente, de las políticas urbanas, de estas áreas naturales, y no solamente implica áreas naturales, sino también áreas seminaturales. Es decir, parques, lo que vimos hace un momento eran áreas naturales, pero pueden estar integrados los parques, las plazas, los jardines, es decir, los muros verdes, los techos verdes. Es decir, este concepto me permitía a mí, ahora sí, poder conectar estas áreas que yo tenía en principio. Y lo interesante es que es un modelo escalar, es decir, puedo aplicarlo a un barrio, puedo aplicarlo a una ciudad, a una región o incluso a un país. Esta es una de las áreas, como ejemplo, que puedo decir es un puente básicamente, sin embargo tiene áreas verdes. Por tanto, también entraría dentro de lo que sería infraestructura verde, que fue planificada, fue gestionada y actualmente pues tiene una plaza de presentación, ¿no?, de eventos varios en Guayaquil. Mencioné también la escala. Bueno, esto lo puedo hacer a través de un barrio, dije, pero aquí fue implementado a nivel de, eso es un parque grande, pues si ustedes se dan cuenta es básicamente deportivo. Es decir, que el tema de la infraestructura verde me permite a mí articular todas estas áreas sin problema. Y me agarro obviamente de esa idea para el turismo. Porque vamos a decir, bueno, ¿cómo llego al turismo ahí, no? Claro, cuando llega el visitante o el turista, le presentas la ciudad y este es nuestro lugar más importante para la ciudad, el Malecón 2000. Está justo al lado del río Guayas, es un río bastante grande, y muchos turistas van a ese lugar. En este lugar también áreas verdes, por tanto también fue planificado y se puede gestionar, por tanto también entra. Entonces ahí fue cuando yo caí en cuenta y digo, bueno, aquí está mi idea. ¿Cuánto beneficio hay? Bueno, hay beneficio para los turistas, sí es verdad, que son importantes, son muy importantes porque dejan cash, dinero, pero también los residentes. Y es ahí cuando yo creo que hay que conectar, en estas nuevas mutaciones del turismo hay que conectar ciudadanos y turistas. Un poco el bagaje fue entender esto de qué es la infraestructura verde y luego ver cómo se está definiendo esta infraestructura verde en Latinoamérica, porque este concepto viene de Estados Unidos, aparece en el año 2000, dije, ¿no?, como concepto. Sin embargo, su operación o su acción viene desde la época industrial, con Olsen en el parque de Nueva York, ¿sí?, y comienza a implementar esta idea de unir la ciudad a áreas verdes, es decir, crear un balance entre lo urbano y la naturaleza, que es algo que, al menos en Latinoamérica, nos está costando mucho. Entonces comienzo a ver que no es un problema solamente de mi ciudad, sino que es un problema de Latinoamérica. Sin embargo, estos conceptos de infraestructura verde o el diseño de áreas verdes junto con la ciudadanía en temas de gestión local se está dando también mucho en Europa y que se lo conoce como estructura verde, también le llaman acá. Es decir, comienzo a ver que los conceptos no estaba tan perdido, es decir, comienzo a encontrar un poco más de luz sobre lo que voy haciendo. Entonces, ellos dicen que la infraestructura verde, el GI, ¿sí?, es una estrategia no solamente para el desarrollo urbano, sino también para el incremento de la actividad turística. Entonces, cuando encuentro esto, digo, bingo, ya lo tengo. Entonces, me doy cuenta que este tema no solamente es importante por el caso del tema del turismo, sino también que aporta al tema de la ciudad. Y es que integrar el turismo en la ciudad pasa por la planificación. Entonces, si no hay planificación, no podría desarrollar un buen turismo. Creo que Barcelona, o al menos cuando estudié en Barcelona, aprendí bastante de este tema de la planificación y vi cómo integraban ciertos temas de turismo a la ciudad. Entonces dije, esto se puede replicar de otra manera. Entonces, entender esta primera parte, entender que hay espacios, que hay un crecimiento urbano, pero que ese crecimiento urbano crea fragmentación en el territorio, es ahí donde podemos actuar y trabajar. Y Guayaquil no es la excepción. Guayaquil tiene dos problemas. Primero, cuando crece la ciudad, crece de manera desplanificada. Pero el problema, digamos, con las leyes y todo, se ha ido mermando. Ahora, el crecimiento de población que tiene urbanizaciones privadas, que van a medida del tiempo consumiendo territorio y consumiéndose ese bosque seco, consumiéndose las áreas de manglar. Llegados aquí, entonces digo, la infraestructura verde me permite a mí, ¿no?, reconciliar, unir, balancear, equilibrar, ¿no?, este desarrollo urbano que es necesario, sí, pero también es necesaria la naturaleza. Y entonces, uno de esas dos ideas. ¿Para qué? El para qué es integrar esta estrategia, ¿no?, para el desarrollo no solamente de la ciudad desde el punto de vista urbano, sino también meterlo dentro de una idea de turismo verde, de un turismo ecológico, de un tema de sostenibilidad, aunque ya creo que el tema de la sostenibilidad debe pasar a la acción. Y entonces la infraestructura verde me permite eso, porque básicamente se basa en soluciones a partir de la misma naturaleza. Es decir, utilizo la misma naturaleza para darle respuesta a las necesidades de la ciudad. Y entonces la idea es conciliar estas dos ideas, ¿no? Esta es una foto del estero salado, donde se encuentra lo que sería el manglar. Todo lo que ustedes ven ahí es manglar, ¿no? Y esta agua es una mezcla de agua dulce y agua salada. Y las personas van a hacer este tipo eso es una de las actividades, pero hay otras. ¿Cómo me pienso aproximar o cómo pienso llegar a esta investigación? Por un lado, me he tenido que leer mucho, obviamente, porque el tema, obviamente, no soy arquitecto y no soy geógrafo, y requiere de estas dos líneas. Entonces, he tenido que hacer una revisión bastante profunda sobre el tema a partir de los conceptos que se encuentran, a partir de las ideas, entender qué es un crecimiento urbano, entender qué es el tema de la utilización del territorio, los mapas, la planificación, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Y entonces esta primera etapa es bastante engorrosa. La segunda etapa, pues el tema del GIS, es decir, analizar espacialmente el tema de las áreas verdes, no solamente los bosques, sino también los parques, los jardines, los barrios. Es decir, hacer prácticamente un inventario de todo lo que hay y luego ver qué tengo para ver qué puedo proponer. Y finalmente, no estaría completo este escenario si yo no le pregunto a las personas cómo usan ese espacio. Es decir, las personas, los ciudadanos, los visitantes, usan estos espacios. ¿Cómo los usan? ¿Pueden llegar a ellos? ¿Son de fácil acceso? ¿Quiénes hacen deportes? Es decir, esta última idea es saber cómo usan el espacio, cómo usan estas áreas verdes, si es que las usan. Entonces, he entendido un poco el tema de la desconexión, he entendido un poco qué es esto de la infraestructura verde, y ahora sí hay que tratar de tener ciertos resultados. Como les dije, no tengo resultados porque estoy en esa etapa, es donde me encuentro ahora, es decir, tratando de acumular todos esos resultados, pero lo que yo espero encontrar es, o hacer, son corredores verdes, ¿no? Entender cómo podría unir la ciudad a través de corredores verdes y otro tipo de iniciativas. ¿Cómo es la accesibilidad? ¿Qué gaps, accessibility gaps hay aquí? ¿Qué espacios de accesibilidad tengo? O sea, es decir, ¿se puede conectar? ¿Está conectada a la ciudad o no está conectada? ¿Qué tan bien está conectada? ¿Qué tan mal está conectada? Y finalmente, creo yo, que va a terminar esto en políticas públicas. Es decir, si yo no tengo este impulsor, digámoslo así, yo creo que el resto no se podría dar. Y este es como un viaje, ¿no? El turista parte de un lugar y llega a un resultado. Entonces, ¿cuáles serían esas conclusiones e implicaciones? Básicamente que este modelo que pienso plantear me va a permitir integrar de manera sostenible, no solamente a nivel de ciudad, sino también a nivel turístico, los espacios verdes, o este patrimonio verde, ¿no?, que tiene la ciudad. Y va a permitir también ser una referencia, ¿no?, para ciudades que sean parecidas quizás en tamaño o localización, ciudades costeras quizás, que tengan las mismas características y que de alguna manera pues se vuelva pues una idea ahí dentro de lo que y contribuir con Latinoamérica, ¿no? Va a permitir de alguna manera equilibrar el crecimiento del turismo de la ciudad y obviamente pues proveer un espacio que sea sostenible en términos de calidad de aire, en términos de áreas verdes, en términos de espacios recreativos y obviamente ofrecer esto no solamente para Guayaquil, insisto, sino para Ecuador y la región. Esto es solamente un árbol que me gusta bastante, que es el ceibo, ¿no? Es el árbol característico del bosque seco que se encuentra en esta zona en Guayaquil. Lo encuentras en todos lados. Y es un árbol inmenso, grande, tiene muchos años. Y a medida que pasa el tiempo, las urbanizaciones los están cortando. Muchas gracias. So, if you have any question.
Rafael, thank you so much for your presentation. I do have a question.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in this topic too. So what's the main challenge of implementing this green infrastructure? And I mean, in terms of urban policies, as you said at the end of your presentation, that's where maybe you're going to with your research.
I think I'm going to finish in that, but maybe it's just a seed, just real thing. Because as you mentioned in the first question, what is the big challenge here? I think it's the change of conscious in people, because we live away from the nature. We think nature is there, but only for looking at, but not for living it, or connect urban sprawl with these green spaces that usually are there, but we don't see it. I don't know why.
Great. Is there another question for Rafael? François.
Hola. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Muy buena presentación, Rafael.
Gracias.
Me gustó mucho la propuesta que quieres, ¿no?, desarrollar a lo largo de este año, pero tengo una inquietud y quizá también complementar a tu trabajo. ¿Has pensado, has buscado el perfil del turista que va a visitar, por ejemplo, Guayaquil? Si es un turista que busca, por ejemplo, más actividades involucradas con la naturaleza, o es un tipo de turista de negocios. ¿Por qué pregunto eso? Para que esta relación de implementación de esta parte más sostenible, que también va junto con las personas que llegan y que puedan entender y también disfrutar un poco, ¿no?, de esa relación y de esa infraestructura que está siendo creada, ¿no? Un poco más en este camino. Si
sí. Guayaquil is different from the Europe city, sorry. It has tourism, but this is not so high than here, for example, Barcelona or Madrid. It's not in that way. It's a mix of different kind of tourists from Colombia, Peru, United States, but there are few. There are not a lot. But even that, we have around 5% of our PhD of Ecuador is for tourism. I have think in the tourism, but I think it's probably that in the surveys, I will note how people use these spaces, and I'm going to separate who is tourists and who is the residents. So in that way, I will have a vision how to implement these green spaces for my purpose, my final purpose. But it's considered in that way. I not focus on tourism only, because I would like to have an idea how citizens also use these spaces. because I would like to integrate these two kind of, I don't know how to say, interactions when the tourists and the residents use the same space, in this case, green areas.
Well, thank you so much, Rafael.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you, thank you. Now, let's give the floor to Monir Jahai Salmoni with his presentation towards sustainable and balanced tourism recommendations, a multi-criteria approach from the Universitat Rovira i Virgili. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Am I audible? It's okay? So this is Munir Salmoni from Yemen. Thank you for being here and sharing my presentation today, titled Towards Sustainable and Balanced Tourism Recommendation, a Multi-Criteria Approach, under the supervision of Antonio Moreno and co-supervised by Ida Valls at the University of Rovira i Virgili in Tarragona, Spain here, within the ITACA research group. This is my presentation outline, which is the introduction, problem statement, research goal, conceptual framework, data collection, decision support method, expected contributions, and the conclusion and visual work. First, let's start to why we need a tourism recommendation at the first place. Actually, tourism is one of the fastest growing sectors worldwide, which has two different aspects. On the one hand, it has brings economic benefits, and on the other hand, it creates a huge sustainability challenges. Actually, current recommendation systems often focus on the user preference, which is skewed towards popular places. And this is often ignores the impact of its impact on the environment, culture, social aspects, and it is oversight economically, which of course will create some problems. The popular point of interest or popular places get overcrowded, which leads to not only reduce the visitor experience, but also it creates the damage for the environment. At the same time, local culture risks being commercialized and losing authenticity. And economically, much of the value leaks out to the global platform instead of staying within the local communities. So we have defined our research goal, which aim to create a recommendation framework that is holistic, which is to meet tourists, to make tourists to be satisfied, and the communities to be benefits, and environment and culture to be preserved. And of course, destinations to remain economically sustainable. So our framework, instead of just ranking the point of interest, only depends on one dimension, or at the popular places or some we have proposed to go for two or hierarchical sustainability or hierarchical recommendation framework, which start by, in the left side, the user preferences and the trip characteristics, which is actually also defined into two hierarchical things: general preferences and tribal characteristics, which is also has some criteria under which. On the other side, we have sustainability, which has also breakdown onto 4 pillars, which is environment, culture value, special aspects, economic factors. All of these has criteria under its breaks into some criteria down. Sometimes, if you see here, we can say that each of these dimensions is focused on one aspect. Suppose here we are focusing on the factors influencing users' preferences and trips planning. In the environment, we are only focusing on the ecological impacts like CO2 and noise level. And there, in the economic factors, we are just focusing on the local ownership and development. So the question is, from here, we can give, this gives us a balanced view of what matters for both tourists and the destinations. The question here, from where we can get this data. So we have proposed some data collection strategies, starting from the platform's data, so data from a TripAdvisor, Booking, or Google Maps. Then again, we have to go for official sources. Since there is no data there, we have to go for official sources like data from official sources or public repositories. Again, we have to go for data direct provided by the user in order to make preferences for the user. And if these data or some criteria is difficult to measure, we have go back beyond that and use proxy variables and AI tools. So to estimate the difficult to measure aspects or difficult to measure criteria. So if we have the data, we need a decision method to make us, to recommend the point of interest according to the previous criteria. So we have proposed to use ElectraH, which is a method that supports multi-criteria, hierarchical multi-criteria decisions, which has some advantage like handling hierarchical criteria, as I said, and also integrate qualitative and quantitative data. Plus, it supports flexible weighting, which is the important, and thresholds, and also provide a robust and transparent evaluation process. So now we have data and we have the decision method. So now we can go for the multi-criteria decision-making process, which is first identifying the criteria that I have said before, which is define the relevant criteria for the evaluations, under which pillar, and so then build the hierarchy, means organizing criteria into hierarchical structure. Again, we have to assess the point of interest against each criteria, means giving the value for each point of interest, according to tourists, according to some pillars, then compare point of interest across all the criteria using this method, then suggest point of interest post in the evaluation, means ranking. So we are expecting, if we follow this approach, we are expecting to balance tourist flows, means avoid overcrowding, reduce the negative impact, support decision making, and also adaptable to other destinations. Means we can apply this for other destinations. So at the end, our framework balances two things. Means to meet tourist satisfaction, and which means meeting visitor needs and desires, plus preserving the environmental, cultural, social, and economic integrity, which is encourage responsible tourism choices and support the long-term preservation, which is mutually beneficial experience for all. Of course, we have a lot of work, which is first, we have to make the full implementation and for the case studies. Then we have to refine the data acquisition pipeline that I have said. Next, we have to integrate with user-friendly recommendation interfaces, like we have to use React and some tools. Last, we have to continue monitoring of sustainability impacts. I have to acknowledge something here, that this research was supported by the University of Rivera and Fergeli, the Generalitat de Catalonia, and the ITACA Research Group, Spanish Research Network on Recommendation System, among others. We are grateful for their support. Thank you. If you have any question, it is welcome. We are friends.
François, do you have it? Okay.
So I saw that you showed, I think I saw AI.
Yes, yes, yes.
So
Yes.
I wonder to which extent, in what way do you plan to integrate? How can AI support your research? In what way do you envision it?
Yeah. Actually, thank you for the question first. Actually, to make a recommendation system in general, we can use AI, because since we are recommending this to people, so you have to use programming tools. So for me, I did not use AI like machine learning or deep learning only to recommend these, sustainable places. No, I am not using machine learning or deep learning and data. It is the goal of anyone. But the thing that we want to use AI here only for bringing data or collecting data. Suppose now we want to measure the interest of the tourist, which is under the culture value. So we use here sentiment analysis. So we have going for reviews, analyzing these reviews, analyzing the sentiment of the local, of the tourist there, and then according to that values, we are saying that it is okay. This value, it is for this criteria of the tourist interest, and under the culture value, under the culture dimension, which is under the sustainability. Got it? So we are using here, suppose, for sentiment analysis, which is AI. And we use also LLM for, large language models, which for some aspects or some criteria which is difficult to estimate. So we use the knowledge of LLM just to measure that criteria. I hope that's okay. Thank you.
Monir, I have another question. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
How do you think all the data coming from the recommendation platforms could help to create tourism plans or destination plans?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the data is from the platform by itself. It doesn't give that much information. So you have to think in a way that what tourists need, and also what if I go to sustainability aspects, I have to go what is the agency of the sustainability wants, those who are creating the platform itself. Suppose for TripAdvisor, they don't care about sustainability. I think like this. They are just producing some or offering some point of interest, some places according to, they are ranking according to the popular places. But they are not thinking in another, dimensions. But we have to think about what user needs and also what the destination needs in order to go for the guest to promote sustainable point of interest, or to make the sustainable places ranked top, not the popular places. So I think we have to rethink in other way, not only for just economic. We have to think in another direction. So I think using some weighting or using some multi-criteria can be good for both. Means for tourists, they can just okay, I need to make the weight of the popular places I want popular places. But from the other stakeholders, maybe they need something else. Maybe they want to promote sustainable, so they give some weights there. High weights means if you compare something with different weights, means, okay, with little weights, with high weights, it will be ranked for top. So I think it will be okay.
Okay.
I hope this is okay for you. Yes.
Thank you so much, Moni. Well, thank you all for assisting to the session number 5 again. And now we would like to invite you to the coffee break outside. And we will be back at 12. Thank you so much. Yes.
Hola. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back to this session number 6. Mutations on tourism sustainability. We'll continue with next presentation done by Hanife Nurbahar Kurtlu. She will be presenting LATMOS as contested duration, time, heritage, and sustainability. So please, Hanife, the floor is yours.
Should we continue with the music? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Nurbahar, and I will be talking about this beautiful region called Latmos Mountains and Bafa Gölü, let's say. It has a couple of names. And I aim to show you how this extraordinary landscape is layered with geological and cultural heritage, and how these different heritages bring their own temporalities and actively engage in with the contemporary struggles over heritage, ecology, and livelihoods. So here is my outline. I will start with introducing the region, and I will share my research questions afterwards. I conducted semi-structured surveys. I will be sharing my surveys and participant groups, let's say. Afterwards, I will share my conflicts, which I try to identify through the survey results, and I will share the stakeholder entities, let's say. Based on these results, I will try to come up with a temporal stratigraphy, an abstract stratigraphy of the region. And through this approach, I want to suggest a tourism of duration for this specific region, which I want to include some focus on the future, and therefore I include intertemporal dialogue. So how we can start from the heritage, understand its relationships today, and continue into the future through the help and perspective of tourism in this region, let's say. This is a map of Turkey's water sources. And the one I will be talking about is this tiny, if I can show, no, is this tiny blue region, which should be called Bafa Lake today. On the left, there is Greece, and on the bottom, the Mediterranean continues. When we get closer, we can understand the topography of the region a little bit better. Can you show the upper parts, upper left area of the square I have here on the left? Can I use? Yes. So the lighter colored area used to be part of the Aegean Sea. So this lake formed quite recently, actually. In the last 2 millennia, the lake formed in the 3rd century, around the 3rd century AD, by filling of this region. And with the mountains, it forms a specific geographical region which has different layers and timelines of occupation by humans. We will be covering them soon. Here are 2 pictures of the photos of the region. The lake, the village, if you can see. The village is on the same location of the Herakleia, ancient city of Herakleia. They are like juxtaposed. And we have the part of the mountain in the background where we can see the rock formations, organized rock formations. We can see them better on the right. This type of formation brings some important minerals with itself. So we can see one of the mines in the background. And also it creates
empty spaces in the rock, which were used as caves for rock paintings and also frescoes on different time periods. We will be seeing them as well. Here we have some examples. The region is also covered with local flora, significant flora. Some of them are under protection. We see one of the examples. So this is used by women to relieve period pain, actually, this specific flower. And you can see the olive trees. They are natural, like wild olive trees, which are being farmed, let's say. We have some chalcolithic rock paintings. So these are from 5th and 6th millennia BC. And there are over 200 locations of these paintings in the whole region. They are usually close to water sources, water beds. I will be talking about that later, but it also reflects the rain cult, rain prayers, and the rain cult we can see into the past and also today. We also have, I believe, 2 locations with great Byzantine fresco inside the rock formations. So my research questions, we have this region with all these layers. We have mining, industry, we have tourism, we have ecology, we have ongoing farming, livelihoods, and among all of these, we have these beings that are being damaged. They are always in the conflict, so how can we understand these conflicts through a temporal perspective and maybe negotiate in the temporal layers? How are past, present, and future co-constituted in lived practices, and how can tourism respond to these fractured temporalities? So I conducted semi-structured surveys. I tried to come up with a list of stakeholder groups and aimed at getting answers from each group, although 1 or 2 people, so it's not quite random selection. But in the end, I could conduct surveys with this list of stakeholders, as you can see. Let me go over them. Yeah. I don't want to read all of them one by one, but one important detail, mining companies was very important for me to get in touch with. I could get in touch with one environmental engineer from one of the mining companies, and she returned me quite late and only answered 3 or 4 of the questions. Didn't want to answer the rest, but at least I could get in touch. And here I have my set of questions. I wanted to share the questions so you can, if you want, go over them. But also I wanted to share their groups and the titles. I have some contextual demographic questions, and then I directly jump into conflicts and ownership of heritage and time. These questions I ask all of the stakeholders, also tourism and sustainability, if they experience any effects of tourism, etc., climate change, human and non-human agents. I wanted to bring this subject into the survey as well in order to understand their perspective and connection to time and duration. Some of these questions were too abstract for them, so they answered to the previous question when it was too abstract, I believe, because they were like, continue the answer, but it's not exactly a match to the question. And here I have specific questions for different stakeholder groups in order to understand their impact and the conflicts they take part in a better way. So here are some of my findings. Identified conflicts, let's say. So the site, city of ancient Heraclea, is an archaeological site protected. The people living in the village cannot do any repairs to their homes. There is this 87-year-old lady who showed me how her house is. When it rains, she can stop the rain from coming inside, but she can't do anything because it's illegal, and there have been people going into prison for repairing their houses in the region. One of the major conflicts, let's say. Climate change is observed, yes, and mines are causing dust emissions, blocking access to water. They close the water flows because of their blasts, and they destroy the landscape. Feldspar is really dangerous. It causes cancer, in fact, but they live next to these mines, even some of the villagers. The mine trucks, they are like really giant trucks going inside the city, villages. They sometimes kill animals, and they go just right next to children. The locals suggest or create rumors that archaeologists want to move the village, and they also think the archaeologists are illicitly trafficking artifacts, but the archaeologists, on the other hand, thinks that the locals ignore their efforts to preserve the site, and they want to just act freely. There is also a fishery factory, and some locals believe it's polluting the lake. There are elderly locals that suggest the Menderes River. So it's one of the main sources of this lake. Its course was changed due to some industrial decisions, let's say, and the lake started to get saltier, changing of the ecology. They lost certain species of fish, which are actually tourist attractions, but also their sources of food, let's say. And the locals want to benefit more from the mines, although it's causing cancer. The day tourists, local day tourists, let's say, pollute the area. The foreign tourists are preferred, but their numbers have been decreasing in the recent decades. The youth, the young people are leaving the villages due to lack of opportunities. Local flora and fauna are impacted over the climate change and excessive farming, the cows being introduced to the area, which we have here also. It changed the mode of production. And the locals overall, considering the questions, want production to focus on fish, honey, and olives, which have been the traditional mode of production here maybe over 3 millennia, 4 millennia. We can, as far as we can go back to, but right now in the last 2 centuries or the last century, it has been changing a lot. And with tourism, they believe they can protect the area in a way. Here are some of the stakeholders that I could, let's say, identify. I wanted to group them in this manner because I want to see how the non-humans and even the non-physical, let's say, entities take place in these conflicts and can impact the decisions, the negotiations. Here we have the non-human beings. Cows really impact of the life here. They shape the life here, but also the olive trees, the minerals themselves, the wildlife, rain, dust, which is coming from the mines. So some of them are human-made, some of them are more natural. We have the human beings as groups, let's say, and we have other entities, climate change, the climate, fishery company, mining companies. Kadakdeve is a tradition that takes place in one of the villages. It is quite strange for Turkish tradition, let's say. It's conducted in October, and it is like Halloween, I don't know. And it has been going on as far as they can remember, as the villagers say. These entities have been assigned from their answers. For example, when I ask the child, what do you think should belong to the nature here, protected from humans, he says nature makes the minerals, we should leave the minerals to the nature. But he doesn't understand how profitable it is in a way. And when we come up with abstract stratigraphy, let's say, stratigraphy is in geology and archaeology, base of chronology, but here I wanted to come up with a stratigraphy that is not physically visible, but when we look at any part of the region, we can see some of these beings from the beings of different ages together, juxtaposed like a palimpsest. And in the end, what I suggest for this region to maybe suggest a tourism that can engage better with this nature of the region is a tourism of duration. Duration, let's say, created by Henri Bergson, French philosopher, is about the way we can intuitively understand passage of time without making it consisting of separate time periods, and rather trying to understand it as a single whole. He suggests it's really related to the past, which is quite visible, in fact, right now in the moment, and the futures are also visible in the moment, in a sense. As we listened to the paper of everything in the opening keynote yesterday. So here, when we look at one image or one section, we can engage in different time periods covering millennia, hundred thousands of years, geological time, but also daily life. And here are some suggestions for a tourism of duration. They are quite simple suggestions, let's say, at this point. And for temporal dialogue, we can include discussions of future into tourism as well as understanding past. So these are my conclusions. Continuous change from deep geological time to the present. Understanding the site as not as a chronology, but as a durée with all of its past and future. Ecological and seasonal rhythms could be included into tourism and also emphasized more. And some optimistic rural futures with policy, water management, community engagement, and with the help of tourism, protection. Thank you for listening. This is my last page. This is a Turkish poem, which I think relates to the topic and the region. And here are my thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nurbahar, for your presentation. You showed a very interesting place that faces a lot of complex situation. I don't know if anyone from the audience have a question. François?
Thank you for your presentation. I have a very accurate question. You showed that there are a lot of heritage layers on this territory. Is there a difference in the appreciation and the appropriation of the locals depending on the heritage? Like, for example, on some other territories, if this heritage is recent, the appropriation works better, and so it's better to evaluate it in a touristic way. And the more ancient it is, the more difficult it is. So is there something like this on this territory?
So, of course, there are some dynamics in the place. I wouldn't say it's based on temporal distance or like how close it is, but it's rather how, it's like the heritagization process we listened today in a way. If it can be more touristic, it's preferred as the heritage. And when I ask people, what do you feel more responsible of, what do you think is your heritage in the region, they cannot connect themselves with the Herakleia city, for example, or the earlier periods, the prehistoric people, they cannot connect themselves, but they are quite emphasized because of their significance in tourism. So, yeah, I would say here we see tourism playing as a great actor, but it's kind of invisible because people think it happens by itself, in a way.
Any other question? Okay, I have a question, and you presented a lot of different. I mean, in your methodology, you presented different people that you have interviewed or surveyed. Did you find any similarities on these different stakeholders in relation with tourism and specifically sustainability with this for this site?
Can you repeat the question?
That if you have found any similarity on the answers of the different stakeholders in relation with tourism and maybe the sustainability for the site.
Yes, so if I can also share the questions, actually. So, here we have one question: how should Latmos adapt to ensure long-term ecological and cultural sustainability? And also about tourism, impacts of tourism and how they experience it. So to these groups of questions, I had quite similar answers. No complaints about tourists or tourism at all, just the local tourists they complain about. And about sustainability and also decision-making for sustainability in the region, it's a majority that they want to protect nature, the natural processes here, and they want the community to have a say. These different stakeholder groups, they gave the same answer overall. So what I understand here is, although they see tourism as a great source of income, they value nature more, and they want to see it as on their side in protection, in a way.
And have you reached to any government related entity?
Yes, so the only government-related entities I could reach in my limited, because of time limitations, were the muhtars, which are the local village heads that are connected to the upper levels of government, let's say, management. They had their impact and like their, let's say, positioning. They could reflect the positioning of the government authorities. It appears, so also there is a great fight over protection of the site from the mines, like on a bigger scale in Turkey. There is this activism ongoing. So the government authorities allow mines, obviously, but also they want to see the place turning into some of the other tourism examples in Turkey, which there is a lake and then there are hotels built around, but they can't do it now because the lake is being polluted by these factories and the mines. So in the end, according to the muhtars, we will see some development here, but probably it wouldn't be the preference of the community. In a way. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. If there are no further questions, so thank you very much, Nurbahar, for this. We will now continue with Parvinyari. She will be presenting her research on educational tourism and sustainable development in UNESCO Global Geoparks, a comparative perspective from Iran and Spain. So, give me a minute, and I will open it. Works like.
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Yeah, it should be. My research title for my PhD thesis is Educational Tourism and Sustainable Tourism Development in Geoparks, Comparative Perspectives from Iran and Spain, and from University Rovira e Virgili. So, geoparks are defined as an area larger than a pedestrian distance where the same or different types of geosites exist together with all other aspects of the area's natural, cultural, and intangible heritages. And at the present, the concept of geoparks as a sustainable development model for protected areas play an important role in development of also for geotourism. And we know about the sustainable tourism that it can balance economic, social, and environmental aspects, and its goal can be to maximize benefits and to minimize the negative impacts of tourism, and to be ensure about the conservation of heritage and benefits for local communities. In this context, the educational tourism as a new kind of tourism that focuses on learning and cultural exchange can be defined and can be developed because of the importance of learning and in tourism destinations and motivations and to learning outside the classrooms. And it can promote interaction between tourists and locals by training and increasing the awareness and to contribute to cultural appreciation and to repeat the visits of the tourists. And here you can see the structure of the educational tourism concept defined by Shawite. And our main objective is to determine the educational tourism contribution in sustainable tourism development. And for this, we have other specific objectives, and that you can here see that we have 5 objectives to identify the fundamental role of the learning aspects and to evaluate the role that played by geotourism in achieving the sustainability and to assess the improvement of educational tourism activities in geoparks and to identify the stakeholders' perceptions of educational tourism and its role in sustainable tourism development, and also to propose the further tourism planning due to the educational tourism as a theoretical model. And for our project thesis, we have questions, 6 questions, to find the answer for them. And for the methodology, we use the data source, the primary and secondary data sources, the literature review with focus on education and sustainable tourism, and field observation, surveys, interviews, and to do the field work and to visit the sites and doing the surveys and interviews with the private and local stakeholders, the qualitative and quantitative analysis, and then to do the comparative analysis between Iran and Spain, the case studies. And to use the thematic analysis, the statistical analysis, and to analyze the perception of the stakeholders, and to highlight the contextual factors. For the case study, we decided, we chose one of the islands, that's the Geopark in the south part of Iran, that's Qeshm Island, and it's highly significant because of its unique geological features and biodiversity and cultural heritage, and also an island from the Canary Islands, the Lanzarote, and it's also significant because of its volcanic landscapes, the biodiversities and geological history, and also and other geological features. And also Spain is one of Europe's leading countries with more than 15 UNESCO Global Geoparks that can be a good destination and good case to do this research. And for the first stage, we did systematic literature review for the education for sustainability in UNESCO Global Geoparks, with the objectives of investigating the role of educational programs in promoting sustainable development within the geoparks, and a review of current literature. We examined the content, methods, and impact of geoparks, educations, and emphasizing its contribution to the sustainable development goals, and also identifying the knowledge gaps and suggest future directions, and highlighting the growing role of geoparks in sustainability, education and educational tourism. For our review, we had 4 questions to find the answer through the literatures, and the first stage we found 1,261 articles, and by filtering and the screening and reading the full articles, at the end we had 94 articles to review. And from these articles, we found, in 94 articles, we found 72 geoparks from 32 countries that they mentioned about the education and educational activities. And other articles also investigated the worldwide geoparks, all geoparks, or it was more comprehensive, I can say. These are the articles that we found the answer for our questions, and at the end, our findings, our results, it's classified in 4 sections related to our questions, our research questions. That the first is the perspectives and goals on education in UNESCO Global Geoparks. I mean, the perspective and goals that we found in articles, and the most of the articles, they mentioned geoeducation and geotourism as one of the perspectives, and also geoconservation and science popularization, scientific pedagogy, and bottom-up management. And also about the goals, they mentioned the enhancing geoconservation, education for sustainable development, and promoting sustainable heritage management. The second is the strategies for education in UNESCO Global Geoparks, the methods, modes, and tools that we also classified them to specialized centers, interactive learning experiences, innovative interpretation methods, and community collaborations. That here you can see that, I can say from the bottom, as we expected, museums, geotours, guided tours, medias, and they have the more numbers. I mean, most of the articles, they mentioned these as their educational activities that can engage visitors and learners, and then go up. We have other geoparks that they mentioned, also games and geo-volunteering as a tool or method for education. And the third finding is the key aspects of education on geoparks, foundations, approaches, and impact on learner development, that we found that it's more important for their activities, for their educational activities, to raising awareness of the visitors, the communities and learners, and also actively engaging them in geoparks activities and in the learning experiences, and reviving local identity and pride, enhancing hands-on experience, promoting creativity and cognitive development, and etc. And for the UNESCO Global Geoparks, as a catalyst for sustainable development and education, that here, actually it is not very obvious, I think there's a problem for the figure, but at the end, the raising awareness, conservation, geotourism has the high level, and then to other aspects of sustainable development like life quality. I think this one is the gender equality, gender equality, and the other sustainable development aspects. And at the end, we discussed that job education has a rule in theory with, merging theory with practice, and linking geodiversity, tourism, culture, and sustainability together. And also, it can engage the community to, for bottom-up strategies, empowering the local actors for the management and to co-create programs. And also the formal education that offering by geoparks, like field trips, outdoor classrooms, and living laboratories for schools and universities and other formal education. Also, it can link the activities to the Sustainable Development Goals, directly links to the education, sustainable cities, climate actions, life on hand. They are more important, the most important Sustainable Development Goals that the educational activities are related to them. And also the programs, some programs, we found many interesting programs that the geoparks providing for the learners, for visitors, and for local people, such as Geo Explorers, that shows how entertainment and science can raise conservation awareness, or other activities even like mining, traditional mining. They show the mining, they show the conservation by hunting games or by outdoor activities, not just by museums and centers and formal education, even by very different diverse activities that even we cannot classify them. They didn't even classify them in their articles as educational activities by tourism, but they mentioned learning, experience, or these synonyms for education and learning, that we could classify them as educational activities and as something, activities that can raise the awareness, conservation, and to be toward sustainable development. And also innovations like storytelling, geo games, and virtual methods, 3D models, digital tools, adventure activities, all these kind of activities, innovations, also were towards the sustainability and to geoconservation. And but many of these studies highlighted how geoparks educational activities transcends traditional models, but limitations remained, particularly in measuring the long-term impact of educational initiatives and and to be consistent in sustainability for the long term. And dozens of articles also promote geoparks, but few of them examine the geoparks as platforms for sustainable development. So we mentioned that a stronger empirical analysis are needed to truly assess the impacts of geoparks activities on sustainability, and many existing studies remain descriptive or promotional in geoparks, in nature and geoparks. They often highlight potential benefits in education, tourism, conservation, and but maybe more studies needs like the comparative studies or the assessments or quantitatively assessments for assessing the impacts of education. We recommend the future steps that can be in-depth analysis of specific geoparks to explore how education is actively used as a tool for tourism and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Parvin, for your presentation. I don't know if anyone from the crowd has any question right now. Okay. So you said at the end, just at the end of your presentation, that there's an important or a suggestion to study how to measure the impact of educational activities in the geoparks. How would you suggest to actually develop this kind of studies to measure the impact of educational activities?
Actually, I mentioned that many of these studies, they're just descriptive or promotional about the geoparks. I mean, they promote the geoparks, the geological features, and these phenomena of geoparks, and like also the managerial issues, but they didn't mention the educational activities, like to identify them, to assess them, how they link to the sustainability development and these things. But it can be done even by the experts from the geoparks, and also with in relation with the universities and with academics, that they can do this kind of studies to explore about the educational activities and to determine them. As I answered your question.
Thank you. And with the geoparks that you're studying, have you seen any relation or any results of, what are the most important challenges for the geoparks that you're studying to implement and use more innovative, not just going through museums and that stuff, but other types of involvement of the tourist or of the visitors?
What are their
in
challenges?
Education? Yeah, the challenges.
I think that the most important challenge is funding to improve, to establish new educational activities, not just museums and centers and special centers. And because the most of the fundings, it goes for the museums, or not for the other activities, or other activities like the outdoor activities, or even visiting the traditional things, or farming, even walking. These kind of activities are mentioned in the articles as educational activities, but nobody are giving attention to them, paying attention to them. So it should be introduced first as the activities that have this potential to educate the visitors and learners, and then to get the most important is the funding for them. No.
Does anyone have any question? Okay, so thank you very much, Parvin.
You're welcome.
Now the presenter is Chen-Si Chen. She will be presenting tourist actors, immersive heritage, cosplay performance, and semi-colonial reimagination of Tianjin's concession spaces.
Thank you so much. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you first for all the organizers of this very wonderful conference. Thank you very much. And my name is Shen Si in Chinese. I'm a PhD candidate in University of Paris 1 and also a joint supervision with Tianjin University with the supervision of Maria Garvey-Babas. And today I'm very pleased to present part of my doctoral research. And the topic for our conference theme, mutation, is actually performance tourism. Tourists as actors. But actually I made a little mistake here. It should be 4 more concession places. We don't have concessions anymore. So yes, here is my home city, Tianjin. It's a city next to Beijing, 30 minutes of high-speed train. And actually it's a picture of Wudadao, my research area. Wudadao in Chinese means 5 big avenues. It's part of the former British concession. So what are the concessions? The concessions were created through an equal treaties from different imperial powers with China during 19th to 20th century. Foreign powers, they gained the right in partial lands of these port cities and to run their own administrations in this part. So these areas were considered as semi-colonial enclaves. Tianjin hosted 9 international concessions. British, French, American, and later Germany, Japan, Belgium, Russia, Austria, Hungary has also joined. You can refer to this map, seeing how the 9 countries are residing together, side by side in one city. And the red zone is Wudadao area. But the concessions are not only about foreign domination. It is also about represent China's first encounter with Western modernity. First post office, first tramline in China, all appeared in Tianjin, leaving a very unique architecture and urban heritage. It's also about encounter the life of the world. First modern hotel, first Western restaurant, all choose Tianjin as their home. Okay. And actually, most people live in Wudadao were not foreigners, but Chinese elites. These are the very important figures involved in modern revolutions and reforms. They play central roles in China's modern political change. So these concession areas are not only about humiliation, but also about national pride and red revolutionary memories. The concession period are also very popular materials for contemporary media production, with an exciting, changing, modern, romantic, upper-class imagination. In my thesis, I conceptualized concessions heritage in 3 phases. First, hybrid heritage. From the start, concessions were cultural contact zones, producing hybrid mix urban forms and practice. Second, dissonant heritage. In the reform era China, the former concession areas become contested between nationalism and modernization, between redevelopment and preservation, between pride and humiliation. And third, performative heritage is also what I'm going to present today. In the contemporary right now, concessions, former concessions are not only preserved, but also staged, embodied, and performed through tourism and digital culture. Goffman describes social life as front and backstage. McNeil suggesting that tourists search for staged authenticity, and Butler later emphasized that identity is performative. In tourism, Wang introduced the idea of existential authenticity found through the embodied experience of tourists. And Cohen further developed Selwyn's Q and held authenticity, proposed performative authenticity, distinguished between Q authentication and held authentication by institutions and by tourists. We no longer see tourism only as gazing or consuming, but acting, staging, and embodying. To analyze the performative heritage in Tianjin, I use a 3-part framework. First, stage, how the former concession space itself has been reorganized as a theater. Second, actors, the performers, tourists, residents, entrepreneurs, influencers, and especially the rising middle class. Performances, the embodied activities, city walks, cosplays, immersive theaters, festivals. And to study this, I designed a methodology, also 3 parts. For the stage, it's more about field observation to see how restoration projects, planning documents, and on-site spaces were transformed. For the actors, we conducted semi-structured interviews with different groups, and for the performance, we engage in embodied participation, join in this immersive plays, work in city work groups, and follow social media platforms. In this way, I experienced directly as a performer myself. Now, I'd like to take you through each of these stages. The first is kind of the stage. Curation is top-down. Government restoration programs, which was done by Tianjin Heritage Architecture Restoration and Development Company, were emphasizing authenticity to present former concessions as spaces for Western charm to attract tourism. And they are not emphasizing on environment and atmosphere without going deep into history details. The second kind of stage emerges from below. Architects, designers, entrepreneurs see their chances to turn these old villas into cafes, bookstores, tea houses. These are lifestyle business, but also cultural staging. They make heritage consumable as cultural capital. And the third kind of stage is platform-driven. Social media such as TikTok has not only become platform for advertisement, but also has the power to reframe these heritage spaces as online check-in sites. They produce digital revenue through visibility, creates a hybrid online-offline space. And turning to the actors. In China, the new middle class plays a central role in heritage tourism. They are affluent, well-educated, and digitally connected. They often have international education background, use former concession heritage to perform their cosmopolitan identity. There are also people who, actually not they, we are also people who born with social media and creating a life of social media, looking for information and sharing our life. These influencers, entrepreneurs, showing their cultural capital by opening these unique shops. Among this focus group, we find architects, designers, coffee masters, intangible heritage practitioners, media people, etc. They change Wudadao as a new middle-class living room and creating online communities with their regular customers, with these online groups. Also creating a life circle not only for themselves, but also for their customers to enjoy and to performing their identities. However, as shown in this map, these are very fragmented places, very complex property rights, and all these gray spaces remain residential. However, the residents still live in a very low condition. Without necessary infrastructure, do not gain revenue from this business. Not everyone can perform here equally. For the managing party, we must note a very strong economic orientation. They are pursuing social media visibility and revenue. The result is over-tourism. Influencer cafes and heritage mansions are drawing huge crowds, creating pressure on residents and their infrastructure. Last but not least, performances. The most visible is the Wanghong. Checking Wanghong means influencer. Tourists post at cafes or villas, then circulate these images online. The space, products, and presentation of these spaces are very carefully curated by the owner to provide a performance stage and to generate economic income. We already talked about the curator business. In Chinese, it's 主理人. Entrepreneurs present themselves as cultural curators and branding heritage like half sales, making their shops as an identity stage for themselves and for their customers. Another very important practice is the city walk. It's very hot on Chinese social media. City walk emphasizes the atmosphere of the daily life. Walking is a spatial practice. Being immersed in the heritage environment, interact your body with heritage spaces, and also these curated shops. Actually, on Chinese social media, city walk is popular in the English term, not in the Chinese term, because they are showing that it's actually they are performing a cosmopolitan middle-class identity. We also see creative markets or craftsman markets. These are reformed heritage space, become the stage of different consumption markets like craft beer, bakery, creative handcrafts. And former concessions are very welcomed by these creative craftsman markets because of its cultural implication of being elite. And of course, bigger collective performances, urban festivals, marathons, food fairs, music events, they all choose former concessions as their destination to celebrate their identities. And most importantly, The real performance Maria just presented this morning, this former concession areas has become gamified. Former Commander Zhang Xueliang's house in the former French concession is now immersive game fields. Tourists, they are trying to pretend themselves being detective or spies during the 1920s. They wear costumes and act if they travel the time, and they will decide the country's future by their play. Visitors' identities were constantly negotiated between reality, desire, education, and imagination. We have another immersive theater. It's called Song Meiling's Earrings, which located in the former Japanese concession. Immersive theater means audience are going around with the actors in this historical building. It also has a red meaning to enable the tourists to see how the Red Revolution was triggered in these former concession areas. It towards a fun but also educational purpose. To conclude, when we look at the stage, what emerged here is a multi-layered process of transformation. On one hand, we have top-down heritagization. Government and institutions restore concession areas, former concession areas, and frame them as sites of Western charm or cosmopolitan memory. On the other hand, there are bottom-up creative interventions. Entrepreneurs repurpose heritage into cultural creative stages. Finally, social media add a third layer, producing a hybrid online-offline stage, where former concessions are simultaneously physical destinations and digital check-in spaces. Together, this shows the stage of concession heritage is never fixed. It is continuously produced and reproduced through heritage policy, creative industries, and digital platforms. Turning to actors, tourists are central, performing their leisure self-identity while turning this historical district to trendy places. New middle class plays a very essential, important role. They perform their cosmopolitan distinction through heritage consumption. Curating the former concessions is also an internet business. We must also note that actually not everyone can perform equally. The long-term residents are excluded, remain disconnected from the tourism economy, and highlighting the wealth gap and inequality of access. And among all these actors, we also see a strong orientation towards social media visibility and revenue, which is profitable, very profitable, but accelerates over tourism and saturation. Finally, practice demonstrates how the former concession heritage is not simply consumed, but also enact. We find embodied practice such as city walks, where walking becomes a spatial performance. Creative markets, urban festivals vitalize the city and turn heritage into spectacle. At the same time, we see a practice of gamification, hard word, where historical mentions were recognized into game fields through immersive play. Digital mediation for displays further extend their practice, enabling tourism to embody the past and circulate online. These diverse places illustrate a performative turn in the former concession tourism, where heritage is produced through embodied, creative, and often playful engagement. However, in a post-colonial context, these performative practices are double-edged. On the one hand, they romanticize and neutralize the semi-colonial past, turning it into lifestyle, heritage, and business without transforming or recognizing the whole weight of the history. On the other, they allow local actors to consume, imagine, and reinvent the heritage by themselves. And they are also trying to perform cosmopolitan subjectivities, and they are trying to reappropriate history by themselves. Butler reminded us the identities are performative. What we see in Tianjin is a post-colonial performance of heritage where the past is both consumed, reinvented, and reperformed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shensi, for your valuable presentation. I don't know if anyone from the crowd, yeah, we have questions. Francois?
Hi. Well, thank you for the presentation. It's been very insightful. I've got a very quick question about the methodology. So I was curious to know more about how you perform these embodied performance. And the second question, which is quite related to that, if you have, or if you could reflect a little bit on your positionality as a researcher while doing especially this more fieldwork research. That's all, thank you.
Should I answer? Yeah, thank you so much. Wonderful questions. I mean, really wonderful questions. Yes. Oh, it is not. Okay, very wonderful questions. Actually, I will answer the second first. Actually, I have my limitations. Being the new middle class myself, I have these cosmopolitan identities, and actually I enjoy my field studies because it's about going to coffee shops, craft beer shops, and participate in these performances. But however, I was also trying to connect with the local community. I'm actually myself, I'm from the Tianjin. I speak the local dialect, and actually I came from a very poor neighborhood, so actually I could somehow connect with them. But for the methodology part, actually I have 3 stages for my thesis. Only for the performance part, the stage was actually found on the social media. So it's actually centered by the social media. So where you find the stage, so where you find these activities, these new transform spaces, they are all shared or published on the social media. So actually, we have a hanging out method of social media. And when we hang out, you notice the different practice, you notice different actors. And the second stage is trying to experience these performances yourself. So you go to these shops, you talk to people, you are trying to participate in their online groups. And partially you are becoming part of this group, and people will very willingly to show you around, to introduce you to new people. And at last but not least, so we could have semi-structured interviews. But I also see that because of my identity, I'm living in France, I'm working in France, I speak French, so people will accept you because they think you are one of them, and they are very willing to show you around and introduce you to other friends. But I also feel that they are really disconnected for the local group. If I want to try to locate local people, I need to sneak into their buildings and knock on their doors. Could you please, do you mind if you ask for questions? Actually, they really hate tourism, or somehow they don't connect with this new middle class, and they don't want to talk with them. So I need to show my other identity. I'm from local Tianjin people, and also I had from a poor neighborhood. So actually, I feel it's very important to have this reflection on my methodology. So actually, thank you very much for this wonderful question. Yeah.
Thank you for your clear presentation. I have a question about the public sector. Does it exist public funding or public aids incitating or encouraging the creation of small businesses or all that stuff?
Thank you so much. Actually, first, so the very first stage, they have this company. It's actually a national-owned company. A national-owned company means you get public funding for renovations. After the renovation of these spaces, actually these spaces were rented to a different business. Actually, they don't subsidize the cultural business. And the problem begins because the influencers are making the rent gap, the gentrification. The rent is going upper and upper. And the initial business, cultural business, they will meet difficulties because bookshops, they don't really earn so much money. And when the land price going up, they are forced to going out. I already have several friends talking very sure why the government is not subsidizing us for the cultural events. But on the other hand, there are also cultural activities who can be subsidized. It's actually about if you are being part of this renovation project or not. So it's really important to get into the renovation project for the very beginning, not becoming a co-curator with this public funding, so you can get subsidized. If you come in later, after they already do the restoration job, and you come in later, you will only become the renter of the space, and they don't subsidize you. So I also see this dynamics is very important question. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Shenzi, and all the questions. Thank you very much for your presentation again.
Thank you so much.
We will continue now with Miha Bratek. He will be presenting digital deals in crisis, the business model innovation in the tourism internet distribution system. One second.
So hello everyone, and welcome. I'm Micha, coming from Slovenia, senior lecturer at Faculty of Tourism Studies, University of Primorska. And this is, let's say, a supplement to my PhD, which I submitted and is being evaluated currently, that I've done together with one of my PhD supervisors, Tony Manfreda. So it's a bit different from what we've heard this morning, because it has basically nothing to do with heritage, it has nothing to do with culture, but it's a purely business topic. I myself, I am a lawyer as my bachelor, and then a business scholar in my master's. And now I'm doing, let's say, a technology adoption PhD focusing on tourism. So what I look at are daily deal platforms. Probably this doesn't say a lot to you, but they are known by another name, which is flash sales or online coupons. And this probably relates to your everyday consumption, right? And what we want to achieve with this, let's say, research is to see how the COVID and the accelerated digital transformation that kind of happened after the COVID impacted this sort of platforms in the e-distribution space that is very dynamic, right? And that is the most impactful way of selling hotel rooms nowadays. So, basically, where do we come from is that, yes, hotels use this sort of platforms as a means to find customers and to sell their rooms, but we have no clue how this relationship changed during and after the COVID. I'm very critical towards the COVID-related tourism research, because most of the research was happening at the beginning of COVID. This was a hot topic. Everyone tried to publish, right? And they were looking how the world would be, how the tourism would be, and what all will change with this pandemic. What we all know, no, from today's standpoint, very little changed. It was all big words, and all the predictions were more fortune-telling than scientific. And what we want to do with this is look backwards, because there are lessons we still need to learn and understand, right? Even though COVID research is not hot nowadays, and you have problems publishing it, because most editors will say, oh, this is in the past, there is nothing new to learn. We contest this claim very badly. Then the second thing is, all of the tourism research that we see, or 95% of it, deals with tourism providers. So the restaurant, the hotel, a recreational park, natural park, attraction, but no one researches what is behind, how these platforms are being commercialized. So this is where we position ourselves. We observe actually the platform that is a distribution channel for tourism, and basically look at it, how it evolved. We are not that interested what the hotels did, because that's documented. There are hundreds of articles, how service will change in hotels due to COVID, how digital transformation impact the service delivery in hotels, right? It's a very common research topic. So, what are the daily deals or flash sales? Do these brands tell you something? Yes, they are household names, at least the first one, right? And then I started, since I'm a long-term, lifelong project of my PhD, I started my PhD in 2015. So previous time, let's say, this was the hype of this sort of deals, right? everyone was purchasing, getting excited, going out on Groupon at that time. Then slowly, these deals evolved into platforms that purely specialize in holidays, or even more so, hotel stays. So, what we want to see is how these sort of channels manage to survive and overcome the pandemic and still stay relevant till nowadays, even though we have many more advanced solutions, right, and technologies that we could use for distribution, but somehow they stayed. So we look at how they changed their business model, what strategies they used to maintain the trust of customers and maintain the trust of hotels as their collaborators, how the hotels perceived these changes, and this is the interesting part, and then to put it into something concrete, right, we look at it through the business model canvas, also something everyone that studied a bit of business had to do over the course of their education, right, compose a business model for a future project for a business. And we describe the transformation. So if we go into very little theory, what is a business model? It's a holistic structure that explains us how a company operates, delivers, and captures value. What is then business model innovation? Is how the company modifies an existing business model or just part of its structure. And usually this is happening when external threats appear. So COVID appears, we need to adjust the ways of doing business. And we use this business model innovation as a framework to which we study how the platform changed and how their cooperation with hotels and customers changed. What we figure out through these are, let's say, theoretical categories and concepts, which is imposed service innovation. You innovate the service when it's necessary, right? When COVID arrived, everyone changed their delivery of service in every industry, not only hotels. And usually, these changes only last as long as the crisis is there, the external threat is there. So yeah, we were disinfecting our hands, right, for the 2 years. Now the disinfectants mostly disappeared from our eyesight. No? So this is the transitional business model, how the company changes their delivery of service and kind of their being. And we have to bear in mind that we speak about the distribution channel online, right? Their function is very simple and disconnected from daily life. Just connect the potential customer with the hotel that is offering something. So there's not a lot of room to innovate, right? So if I go back and I speak about the daily deals or flash sales, what we saw prior to COVID is they went into two directions. One were the specialized platforms that only offered hotel stays or holidays, offering, let's say, higher level of experience, so 4- and 5-star hotels. And there was this Groupon offers that just sold the vouchers for an average hotel or a big variety of hotels, right? And you had to ring the hotel or send an email to say, hey, I have the voucher here, can I come? And it was confirmed manually. The more upper market platforms had all the functionalities of online travel agencies. So you could book directly online, yeah, a discounted deal, but you could book it directly for your period of stay, and this was their advantage. And also hotels preferred this way of working with daily deals because they brought better customers, the discounts were not so big, and they didn't have additional work with people calling and saying, hey, are you available? It was just went directly into their reservation systems. So basically both of them knew, both of these two types of daily deals, knew that they needed to change because this digital transformation is happening, but they both were only selling rooms on a prepaid basis. So you had to pay and you had absolutely no flexibility to cancel, right? That's why it was cheaper. And that was the motivation for hotels to offer this sort of deals, because that was guaranteed sales. If people came or not, they have sold the room and cashed in. So, how we structured our research? We first interviewed hotels. We selected only hotels in Slovenia and Croatia, our neighboring country, because we have access to them. And we chose 26 different hotels, making sure they are city hotel, beach hotel, spa resort, so that we have a variety, small, large, and so on, in the sample. And basically, we interviewed them. Then, we did the same with platforms. We did an interview with representatives of 2 different local platforms and 3 different international platforms. And then we also were archiving all the communication that was coming from these platforms throughout COVID. So all the newsletters that I was subscribed to, I put them into an archive, everything that was relevant. And all their social media communication, I also tracked. Since we were not sure if we captured everything, we added additional layer, which the AI nowadays offers us, right? We did, let's say, prompt the AI to do like a complete scan of what was reported in the media about the daily deal platforms from 2020 and 2024. So, all of this, we then collected together and analyzed to see what themes emerge from these 3 layers of case study research, and basically then structure it in the logic of business model canvas. And what did we figure out? Okay, there were 3 distinct phases of development in the crisis. First, it was the shock. All the crisis literature says first it's the shock, right? The operation stops. We try to reduce the costs, so they fired most of the staff or put them on hold. The platforms, they did not sell any travel at all for the first few months of the first lockdown, and they went into survival mode. They also realized we need to change our payment conditions, right? Nobody will now book travel and pay it upfront. Then summer came, we started traveling again, although very locally, right? And we the platforms reacted in a way that, okay, this is our traditional business model, everything is now flexible, you can rebook, you can reschedule, you can even cancel without any cost. It just needs to be kind of as flexible as possible, because otherwise customers don't book it. And they started being more, let's say, conscious in advertising. They focused on health requirements. Then they saw, okay, hotels have less staff than before COVID. We need to automate our processes of booking. The calling them won't work anymore, right? Logically, because we should make let's say, the process as efficient as possible. So they invested in channel manager connectivity. And then came the COVID lasted, right? It was 2002. And basically, they saw, okay, we cannot live with just this transitional business model. We need to find something that we will be able to carry out for the future. So they repositioned themselves, and the coupon places said, okay, we are not anything to do with online travel agency. We are just advertising platforms, whereas the niche, or let's say the ones that were more specialized, they say we will resemble OTAs, so we'll have a permanent collection of hotels, and we'll just occasionally offer deals. So this was also a consequence because they had less staff. So they didn't have the staff to contract every new deal every week differently. They just had deals. I mean, the portfolio of hotels they cooperate with for the whole year basis. Also, they invested into the new partnerships. You would never see super luxury hotels there which have epic brands like the Plaza in New York or the Sacher in Vienna before on daily deals. Now, with this change, they started appearing there. They also need customers, right, after 2 years of being out. And all the platforms kept on offering flexible conditions, and even till today, when on booking.com you again have two prices, right? If you pay in advance, it's cheaper. If you leave flexibility, it's more expensive. They still have flexible conditions in 90% of cases. So this makes something that I call sustained transitional business model. But this did not really resonate well with the hotels. They are not happy with these conditions. They say, we just need these channels to fill our rooms. If they are not fully automated, we are not interested in them any longer. And basically, if they offer cancellations, we will not use the, I mean, if they offer flexible conditions, we don't want to kind of sell our rooms for cheaper. So the amounts of discounts you see today on these platforms, it's much smaller than it used to be. So the business model evolved in a way that the platforms innovated, adjusted. They always kept the customer in mind, what the customer wants. Of course, because if the customer is not interested in the offer, they don't make profit, right? They live on commission. But they somehow neglected what their main partners, hotels, want. And then it's where basically we find the most interesting thing. While in Slovenia, hotels mainly stopped collaborating with daily deals, in Croatia, they continued. What was the reason? In Slovenia, the government paid every citizen voucher to spend the holiday inside of the country. So domestic demand was so big that the hotels didn't need international guests. And that made all these platforms redundant. In Croatia, there was no scheme. They needed income from, let's say, driven source market, so people who could drive to Croatia by car. And the model did not lose its relevance. I mean, the business model, even though they changed. So basically what we figured out is, yeah, definitely all the theory that says change impulses in the platforms come from outside were confirmed. And the changes were happening everywhere, in every part of the business model, most in this revenue stream generation process. The new proposition is flexible deals, and also they are flexible with commissions. Since hotels don't want to discount, they offer them, okay, you discount, but we will make you pay less commission. And we figured out also that destination characteristics certainly play a part, how successful this transition was. If the destination had to fight for its clients, the deals platforms remain a vital part of distribution. If they didn't have, they kind of lost in their market share and never came back to where they were in 2019. So this is also, let's say, my visual, what was changing. And then, since I don't like future telling, I still need to outline the research directions, right? What I want to do is to also look at different areas. Obviously, this is just two small countries, Slovenia and Croatia, European. So it would be interesting to see other deal cultures, which is the Asian and US market, which have different culture of online purchasing. Also look at the customers, how they perceive these changes, because I'm only looking at the platform and the response of the hotels. And also see, because a lot of hotels said in my research, I mean, in my findings, that they would again re-engage with daily deals once they integrate AI to better predict basically what they can sell and who they can sell to, the role AI will play in this. Otherwise, absolutely what finds out is that yes, crisis is a motivator for innovation, even in the platforms. And the platforms are something, a lot of things happened in the platforms that, a lot of things happened in the platforms that no academic source so far covered. So I think it will not be difficult to publish this piece of research because it brings novelty. All right, questions, thank you very much.
Are there any questions from the room? Monir.
Sure.
Hello. Thank you for your nice presentation and also the insightful information. I think I have heard some AI and somehow, so which is ring to me.
Yeah.
So could you please how you use it?
I just used the AI in this area. I just programmed, okay, please collect all the articles that were published about flash sale platforms between 2020 and 2024. And I use this in paid version of Gemini and the paid version of Perplexity. And I collected this, all the information is something that you would spend days, right, researching or weeks. I collected both of this information, and then I also did a check and I also said, okay, and please reference it so that I could check, right? I mean, it's not just whatever. And then I just used the information that appeared in both sources, so that was confirmed, yeah.
How did you check that? Because you have to, if I ask the LLM model, the same prompt, I mean, 2 times, it will give 2 different answers.
Exactly.
So how can I just guarantee that the answer they gave, it is relevant, it's not hallucination? I mean,
if you ask him to source it, you can follow, I did the checks with the source.
Then you can check again all the source for the information.
Yeah, it takes time,
And if you check the information, the source, maybe it is not there. This is the thing.
I mean, it's a limitation, certainly. But I said, I will allow myself
this is okay, I accept.
My reason was, I have very classical structure of coding, everything done by the book, traditional way, right? I have the visual observation from the material I was kind of following and archiving. And that's the 3rd layer, which just looks if I overlooked something and someone published. So it's supplementary, it's not the finding is based on that, right? That would be too dangerous. I agree. So it's just a method of triangulation for the data, because case studies, at least in the business schools where people are mostly quantitative, they are dangerous if you don't prove you've done different sources. And so this is more like how you say it, like a security check. Is the AI part is a security check that I didn't.
Check that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All the best.
Thanks. Is there another question? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. No, don't worry. It's not about AI. Well, it's in fact about AI. Yes.
Okay.
But at the end, okay. Well, I think first it's interesting because it's a virgin area to explore. Most of research is, in most of cases, associated with online travel agencies or pure traditional travel agencies. But then I had come to a point, because now everything is changing so fast. So I think the crisis you were talking about are just the start of what we will see in the future. I'm not just talking about crises like coronavirus. I'm talking more about technological disruption. Why?
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned something interesting. The daily deal platforms, they said that they differentiated completely from the online travel agencies. That's not true. We know
agree.
Because at the end they are doing just the few same things, but in a more personalized niche. Okay. But my point here is, because I was analyzing some statistics before coming here, and I noticed that Booking, Expedia, and the other online travel agencies, which applies also for the DD platforms. They are losing many customers after the generative agent imposed by the new standard in search. Why? Because if they frame themselves as advertising platform now, they are mostly based in SEO, traditional SEO, in Google or traditional search engines. But by now, platforms some platforms are still in that market, which I mean ChatGPT search, I mean Perplexity search, and there are many projections studying the set generation and the new alpha generations, that they are performing all searches for traveling, experiences, consuming products, arranging products with generative AI. So my point is, what do you think will be the next step for analyzing this? Because at the end, you connect it through channels, the points. But then there is some weakness in that when a new technology emerges. So how do you see the future of DD platform in that sense? What is the next step for adapting to the new change in the way the users are performing search for consuming products in travel and tourism?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really sorry. I'm going to ask another question based on that one. And are the DD platforms considering AI a competitor, or they see this as a crisis?
Not yet. I mean, the hotels want them to invest into AI, but I haven't heard from any platform manager that they would already be actively investing. You need to know that they almost collapsed. All of them needed to go into restructuring during the crisis, get new investments. So there's not a whole lot of money stuck there. I would say first it's going to be the OTAs that will invest into the AI to start being extracted by AI, their data. And then what I see is another conversion, that the deals that are on these platforms will also start being listed on OTAs. They will split the commission, and this is going to go through the AI-based search engines. That's my, let's say, future telling. I cannot say it's unpredictable, right, for everyone at the moment, but that would be the logic. And what you mentioned is, yes, there is a lot of OTA research, but I've also worked for Booking.com before I became an academic, and a lot of that research that you see and read about OTAs and social media, in terms of what is written, is bullshit. It has nothing to do with the reality.
Yes, but when checking, for instance, yes, you are right, totally right. This is a topic to be researched. That's why I said it is a very interesting one. In my case, I check just Google Trends. I analyze the graph. And I see that in Google Trends, Booking.com, Expedia, and DD platform
they're going down,
coming down, a generative agent, and starting
going up. I'm sure they will catch up, because OTAs have lots of money still. There is capital. And they have such a, let's say, secure position on the market that they will do all what is capable, or hire the best programmers, right? The best research teams, and basically catch up. That's my idea.
Thank you so much.
You're
One
welcome.
more question, please.
Thank you.
Just to finish. Well, it's more like a recommendation also, but if you have considered it, just tell me very briefly. When in the previous slide, when you integrated the new model, the innovation as such, including new experiences, something as extra, not just lodgement, just activities that you can include in a certain package to distribute for short periods of time or for flash offers. But my point is, because you also propose that for future research, you will perform comparative studies. And this is important, because in your pipeline, when you consider, for instance, channel managers to integrate, build these packages or offers, they have some limitations. For instance, if you consider Latin American, the most important channel manager operating there is Omnivis. But the platform doesn't allow to distribute experiences, just pure traditional rooms. So how would you implement that in that market? Or But I know, for instance, in Europe, in here, they use, tourist companies, hotel companies use Dingos or some other more recent technology that allows for implementing your proposition, but it's just that. Did you consider also analyze which platform can implement your innovation, your proposal for the business model innovation?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'm very big, let's say, practically oriented researcher. I think what we are requested to do during the PhD is not what modern research, at least in e-commerce, should look like. So definitely what you're talking is something that I would like to do in the future. But I need first the theoretically based things to get approved. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. You're doing
yeah,
great.
yeah. Then we can do some fun stuff. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miha, for your presentation. It was really interesting. And we have the last presentation of this session is from Fatih Abdelmelak. He will be presenting about smart tourism destination governance and resilience, the use of ICT in destination governance, and its impact on resilience.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here. So that was actually based on my PhD study that was submitted to the University of Rovira e Virgili under the supervision of Dr. Paulo Rosso and Dr. Frances Gonzalez. We started this study in 2021, and it was submitted just a few days ago, let's say. So the study was completed, so I will give more focus to the results and conclusions here. The study is about smart tourism destinations governance and resilience, and the role of ICT in destination governance and its impact on resilience. The main question here, we don't have a hypothesis to prove or some facts that we put trying to prove, but we just investigate a question. As we know that tourism have been impacted by the revolution, let's say, with information and communication technologies. So this revolution has its impact, and the new concept of a smart tourism destinations appeared based on smart city concept. So now what we are trying to prove, can smart destinations be more resilient using the capabilities with ICT or not? We investigate this question. And the objectives is to analyze the governance capacity and their transformation. What is their driving factors? What is the hinders to prevent destinations from being smart? What is their objectives of this transformation, and how they can do that? What steps they have to pass by to be able to be smart from traditional destination to a smart destination? And the second, we have to evaluate this impact. So once destinations have been smart, what is the impact of this over the destination resilience and its competitiveness and its ability to withstand crisis and to be able to recover from any shocks or stressors that it happened. Then we explore the governance technology resilience links. We try to disfer this relation between governance, technology, and resilience. Oh, sorry. As I told you, the study is complete now. So from this study, as we will see later, one article has been published in the Journal of Smart Tourism. It's specialized in smart tourism. The second is accepted, and it will be published soon. And we expect also a forthcoming from the third study with the Delphi study, another publication also will be published. Literature review, the core concepts. In literature, there is a lot of recent academic researches and studies about smart tourism, about resilience also as a new concept, but there is almost no one study that describing or finding the relations between them. So our study actually is one of the pioneers in this field, trying to link resilience and smartness together via the information and communication technologies. So when we analyze the literature, we have to we use a systematic review from all publications from 2000 until 2024. And from these multiple references, we concluded to three concepts that we are studying: smart tourism destinations and governance in smart tourism destinations, and resilience in smart tourism destinations. Smart tourism destination is defined by ICT infrastructure. ICT in smart tourism destination is not just a tool, it's actually an infrastructure. Also there is a focus in personalization and resources optimization and resilience. This is a development that happened because in the beginning smart tourism was a concept of using technology in tourism like e-tourism. But later this concept developed to become more inclusive and include concepts like resources optimization and resilience. And also evolved from being just connectivity or using tools like ICT for connections to be more human-centered. The governance in smart tourism destination shifts smart, participatory, transparent, and data informed. These all the capabilities that have been provided by information and communication technologies. Traditional governance does not have these capabilities. So now in smart governance, destinations make their decisions in a different way, in more collaborative way, using interconnections between all stakeholders in the destination. Resilience. Resilience is previously it was seen as an alternative or a version from sustainability, but actually they are two different concepts totally. While sustainability is defined by the United Nations Conference of Sustainable Development, and they bought 14 conditions for that. But resilience mainly focus on the stressors and shocks that face tourism destination. Tourism destinations are vulnerable, and they are always facing shocks and stressors. We can differentiate between them. Stressors, it is a slow challenge, like losing competitiveness, for example, or degradation in the environment of the destination. This can happen in many years and slow stressor. But sometimes we have shocks like catastrophe, for example, like COVID-19, the last example that we see. And for this point, actually, I have a personal motivation because I worked in tourism and I experienced this in reality. And I saw how destinations transform from life to death, let's say. And the last example was Disneyland Paris, for example, when the totally most visited place in Europe was closed, just was closed. So I was always thinking, even before the COVID-19, because I'm from Egypt, from Egyptian origins, and I experienced this also, you know, the Middle East, there's a lot of conflicts and things like that. So this idea was in my mind all the time. And Dr. Francisco led me to figure it out in this way. So the concept of resilience can be divided into three main points. How the destination can avoid or can be resilient to these shocks and stressors, and once these shocks and stressors happen, how the destination can mitigate them and their effects and quickly get rid of these consequences. And the third is the recovery, how the destination can come back to its normal standard of performance.
So we can summarize the study of the literature and these concepts, and this is an innovative GTR framework, or governance, technology, and resilience, developed by collecting all the fragmented data from the literature. So we have governance, technology, and resilience. They are actually not independent, but there is a lot of connections between them. So if we see resilience is like adaptive capacity, crisis management, risk assessment, and recovery strategies. Technology is ICT infrastructure, data management systems, smart applications, emerging technologies, and governance, smart policies, stakeholder collaboration, decision-making process, regularity frameworks. The intersection of this, when we have a technology and governance, we obtain a smart governance, a system that uses capabilities in its decision-making, and it can be applied in policy cycle and all sources of governance. When governance, the intersection between governance and resilience makes an adaptive governance system, system of governance that can withstand and can respond quickly to any shocks or stressors. And technology and resilience, the intersection between them is technological resilience, is applying technology for resilience. Let me give a little example here. For example, when we have a fire in a forest, for example, just a minute can make a difference, actually. So when the destination is equipped with these sensing capabilities, then technology directly influencing the resilience of the destination. So the intersection of the three, these concepts, resulted in a smart resilience destination. That's a destination everybody wants. So the methodological framework, actually we used triangulation. We used mixed method approach, quantitative and qualitative. The quantitative included 50 Spanish tourism destinations. These destinations were selected absolutely in random way because we don't want to have bias toward more advanced technology destination. We need to actually measure the representation of the actual reality in Spain, including rural destinations or small destinations and big destinations. We just put a threshold of 50 destinations. Once we reached these 50 destinations, then we started the analysis process. These destinations, or the responsible persons in these destinations, were required to respond a very detailed questionnaire. This questionnaire included many main topics, but under them is 72 indicators, including the context of the destination, the capacity, the managing system who is ruling the destination, what is their financial power, if they have a dedicated office for a smart tourism, etc., etc. Questions from this kind. Then, since when they adopt a smart tourism initiative, they have a full program for smart tourism or just technological solution addressing specific problems that they face in the destination. And also, what is the scope, where they implement smart technologies, and what is the impact, and what is the impact in governance, what is the challenges they face in implementing destination smart technologies in governance. Then the resilience, do they have applications addressed for resilience, and what is its effectiveness? So it was 72 indicators to facilitate the analysis. All the question was in Likert scale, with exceptions of some questions with binary system, like they have an office or not. And some open-ended questions also to add any information if they like to give them this possibility. The qualitative part of the study included first interview. Sometimes the questionnaires do not collect all the information, all the data that we need, so we also performed these semi-structured interviews with interview guide asking about why the destination take a decision to have an initiative, what is their challenges they found in implementation, what is the importance of governance in this, how they see the project and perspective of their destinations. These interviews with only with people who are implementing actually. They have academic background and they're implementing, and some of them are responsible for these smart initiatives in big destinations in Spain. The third part was a Delphi study, and this more focused to technology and resilience, because as we said, resilience is a new concept, so there is not a lot of studies linking resilience and technology. So for this, we used more international scope, and the participants were the most famous and most specialists from 13 countries in Europe, from UK, Spain, Italy, Slovenia, Slovakia, and the city of Munich also participated in this study. This Delphi technique normally is not so often used in tourism studies, but we use this because resilience is has not so much publications concerning resilience in smart destinations. The analysis, well, the quantitative part was in two phases. First, the statistical, the descriptive statistics, then the statistical analysis, as we will see. And the qualitative part for the interviews, we use a grounded theory with initial coding, focus coding, and up to categories and themes as normal with grounded theory approach. And the Delphi, we use iterative synthesis of expert insights. These are the destinations that participated in the study. As you see, they are spread around Spain, all Spain, and they are aligned with the tourism activity in Spain, actually. The results, the first results from this first study, we distinguished 3 adoption phases of technology in Spanish tourism destinations. The early phase, where digital destinations try to implement little technological solution for solving specific problems at the destination. And we have the integration phase or middle phase, when they have more, let's say, applications, but they did not still reach the maturity or the final step. And we have the maturity or the final step, where technology, the destination adopts a full smart development, smart initiative, and apply it also for governance and for all the aspects of the destination. The leaders were the urban and coastal areas, and the laggard was rural and small destinations, for many reasons, as we will see later. There is almost agreement about the importance of technology in, among all the destinations in certain things like marketing, for example, like safety and security, and like quality of service. While there is gaps between the destinations, they are not the same in this level on applying the technology for resilience and for sustainability. The main barriers and gaps that we find from this study, the governance issues. There is fragmentation, decentralized system. ICT benefits greater transparency and efficiency. This was proved from the study. Key barriers. What's the barriers for adopting technology in destinations? Low digital literacy. This is not only about the people who are implementing the initiative, but also about the small projects, for example, who are not able to cope with the smart technologies that might the destination adopt. Limited resources. Many destinations also suffer from limited resources because this is also requires financial support. And systematic integration issues also. Complete smart initiative requires different islands, let's say. And sometimes there is a lack of integration between these entities within the destination itself. And resilience gaps, lack of long-term planning, and underutilized predictive technologies, and exclusion. As we explained, the technology is not really applied for resilience. We then moved to the second, the statistical analysis of the data that we have, and this, to do this, all the questions with Likert scale, we give numbers from 1 to 5, and the binary question was 0 or 1. Then we use the R software. Actually, R do a very good job. And the first thing is to cluster this destination in a statistical way. So to do that, we used only the indicators for smart governance, how the destination adapts smart, to what degree the destination adapts smart governance, smart project, sorry. So the first indicator was smart project presence. Is the destination adapt a full smart project or just technological solutions? Project stage, is it totally developed or just initial attempt? And smart office existent, do they have a special office for that or not? Strategic linkage, is the destination, is the program, or the initiative is only for the destination or it's linked with other destinations, like strategic link. The duration of implementation is how many years they have this project. So the clustering results in 3 distinct groups. Group 1, advanced ICT adoption, let's call them like this. It's 12, there were 12 destinations, and moderate ICT adoption was 23 destinations, and low ICT adoption was 15 destinations. To test, was it correct, this segmentation or this clustering analysis or no, we performed a test called silhouette test to show how the clustering was correct or not. Normally, the scores have to be between -1 and 1. -1 means that it's not valid, the model is not valid. From 0 to 1, it's valid. Depending on the number, we see that for overall, it was 0.35, which is, makes this model acceptable. Then to visualize this in this way, we performed another principal component analysis to make this dimensions into vertical and horizontal dimension to show it in this way. And as you see, this is representing the cluster 1 with red, cluster 2 in blue. The biggest one is in the moderate, as you see, it's 23 destinations, and cluster 3 in green. Then we came back to this data set that we have. As I told you, 72 indicators. They were under 8. We performed factor analysis and dimension reduction to reduce this 72 into 8 dimensions. And we measure the performance of each cluster against these dimensions to compare these destinations. So as you see, the third group is in green, the middle group, the moderate technology adaptators is in blue, and the advanced technology adapter cluster 1 is in red. For example, if we see leveraging ICT for resilience, we see that the score in this radar shape, the score for leveraging ICT for resilience is higher than the others. And it's clear that the performance of the groups who had, the group who had advanced technology is successful in all the dimensions. With the exception, if you noticed, these challenges in implementing technological solutions, so we see the group 2 is advancing in its score, and challenges in implementing technological solutions for resilience. But these 2 dimensions are actually challenges. This means when the destination does not adopt a full smart initiative, it cannot really benefit from this technology. The more they adopt technology, the more they can benefit from this technology, and the less challenges they have. This is just a more descriptive way we can pass this. It's just to show the same. We performed MANOVA analysis to see we reduce these dimensions into 3 main aspects: governance transformation aspect, governance barriers, resilience, and technology. If we look at governance barriers, for example, we see that the groups are distinguished, and in the second, you see there, the green, in the second, it's higher than that. That's what we was talking about, the challenges in ICT implementation. So this also confirms the same results that we reached before. That's another confirmation also of the same results. Then we move to the second phase of the study, which is the qualitative with the stakeholders those who are responsible for developing and implementing initiatives. What is their opinion? We performed this ground analysis and we concluded to 3 main themes. Technology driving efficiency and competitiveness. This means smart solutions for operational excellence, the data-driven destination management, enhancing visitor experience through innovation. The second is sustainability and resilience for long-term viability. Tech-enabled environment, stewardship, crisis-responsive and adaptive governance, inclusive sustainability for community well-being. The third is transformative governance for social equity. This focuses on the participatory governance and transparency, equitable distribution of tourism benefits, and human-centric and justice-oriented innovation. But this study also reflected some tensions, let's say, in implementing these initiatives. If we considered 3 different aspects: governance goals and technological imperatives and operational pressures. One of the interviewees described this like trying to build a moving ship or a floating ship. So it's so difficult. The operational pressure, they need a short-term results, quickly result to face competitiveness, to show political, for example, achievements. But technology, its imperatives is efficiency and automation. From the other side, governance goals is caring about sustainability, long-term viability, inclusivity, and distribution of benefits. This leads to some kind of contradiction, or when, for example, operational pressure faces technological imperative, can explain this. For example, if there is a technological solution that's strong but needs more time, stronger or give better results but needs more time, and from the other side, the operational pressure we need another that is less effective but gives more quickly results. Then the contradiction happen here. The same way of inclusivity, for example, governance care about long-term viability, but short-term, again, wants a quick results, which is against the focus of the government in this case. We move further to the Delphi results. So let's move to this. The Delphi was actually in 2 rounds. According to the Delphi regulations, the participants, they were 16, and they don't have to know each other. So we get the responses for questions were mostly in Likert scale as well. And we evaluate the results of the first round, then we share the result with them, and we give them a chance to change their opinion in the second round. So we see R1 is round 1 and round 2. And this heat map shows the degree of agreement about certain issues. All this is showing how information and communication technologies can enhance, for example, stakeholder participation, collaboration, coordination, making communication, transparency, etc., etc., etc. You see that there is mostly agreement, but there is still also disagreement or not complete agreement about the impact of information and communication technologies in certain issues. Since the Delphi study is normally outlooking study or future outlook study, so we pose also this question: how they think that structured this ICT can help in creating new knowledge, adaptive management, living conditions, supporting collaboration, which is more future style questions. And as you see, this is the levels of agreement. In conclusion, the enablers of smart governance, drivers for effective governance in tourism, adaptive policy frameworks support refinement, multi-stakeholder ecosystems boost innovation, innovation-friendly culture drivers in institutional change, and strategic tech governance alignment is critical. The main barriers that destination face in their transformation journey from normal destination to smart ones: bureaucratic inertia delays innovation, Resources shortage, as we explained, hinder tech adoption, persistent issues with data governance and privacy. This is about data breaching and security of information within the destination, and privacy concerns, of course. Legacy system, there is always a regulatory lag between the actual technological advancements and the law deployed to use them in a correct way. Evolutionary of smart governance, also this is important results from the study, that we have initial stage, intermediate stage, and advanced stage. And evolution reflects gradual institutional and cultural adaptation to the development. This is implications of the study to tourism destinations. Implement in phases with risk management, secure stakeholders and collaboration, invest capacity building and digital education, adopt policies to keep pace with tech evolution. ICT's role in resilience, as proved by this study as well, real-time monitoring improves situational awareness, digital tools enhance coordination and communication, predictive analytics allow proactive decision-making, smart system ensure quicker recovery and service continuity. Synergies, technology, governance, and resilience. Governance and tech must evolve together for agility. ICT facilitates rapid collaborative data-driven decisions. Integrated frameworks foster long-term sustainability, and inclusivity and robust data systems are fundamental. Theoretical contribution. The study contributed to critics traditional governance models in tourism and highlights adaptive interconnected governance networks, frames tourism as a socio-technical system, introduces resilience as a dynamic integration concept, practical strategies for implementation, create adaptive digital strategies and policies, set up ethical and secure data governance systems, build collaborative innovation ecosystems, use phased iterative approach to minimize resistance. And final conclusion from this study, smart governance strengthens resilience and adaptability, as we see by the statistical proof and the statistics that we make. A three-phase digital transformation model is effective. ICT is strategic, not stand-alone fix, but it always needs a human interface. So technology actually is not a button that we can press and then we get a result. It needs absolutely the human part in applying technology. And success depends on inclusivity, flexibility, and long-term planning. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Fatih, for your presentation. Yeah, you took a lot of time. I don't know if there's any question from the audience. Okay.
We have no time for questions, so just let us convert it into a recommendation. You use the K-means algorithms. Just include the sensibility analysis.
Sustainability?
It would be valuable in the presentation. For instance, you calculated the silhouette metric, which is in fact one of the most important. But the main weakness of that technique is how do you select the amount of clusters? So this is a subjective decision. And then when we make research, we want to inform the scientists that we are not selecting that parameter just by our pulse or our knowledge. Just we have to test.
Yes,
perhaps
yes.
I know, perhaps you consider it just to add
yes,
it to
yes,
your presentation.
yes,
it
I
will add
understand.
value to the person that are saying, wow, he did a sensibility analysis with the silhouette value per different values of K. That's all.
The indicators, you mean?
The K value, it's you selected, I think, 3. K, one are 3 clusters, one for the higher, medium, and lower before? Yeah, before. Just the methodology. More. Yeah, that's one. Sorry. Come back. One, two, there. Oh, the other.
This one?
No, the other one.
Okay,
that
this one.
Yes.
Ah,
Just that, exactly.
Yes,
the,
yes.
The first line, exactly.
Yeah. So here, key 3. Okay, that's very intelligent question. Thank you. To make a model and to use this clustering analysis, key means clustering. There is different clustering analysis, but we use the key means one. So you can decide how many groups you want, or you can use systems to different tests also to tell you based on the data you have how many groups your data can be divided to.
Exactly.
But most of these tools, they work from 200 sample to give you a correct result. Because when we tried, they gave us sometimes 4, for example, sometimes more, sometimes less.
But smaller, it's 50, just 50.
Exactly, because the sample itself is small, so it does not allow to apply this. So when we make this with 4, for example, the group 1 was with only one destination, which will not be a valid model also to present a group only with one destination. So we see based on literature as well and based on the whole study that key equal 3 is the best for the study, of the purpose of the study. And we tested it and it proved that this
exactly,
correct.
I can see the silhouette values, so that's correct, exactly.
Yeah.
Because we were thinking that the cluster results means the 3 cluster results, as he said, that instead of just saying that we will use K with 3 or K with 4, or K with 5, initially in the research we have to just give the idea why we choose K.
Exactly,
yeah.
Exactly.
So I think advanced ICT, moderate ICT, or low ICT, this is 3. So actually it comes to that we will use K3.
No, as I explained, all the tests that to show you mathematically how your data can be divided to how many clusters, it works only from 200. Otherwise, when less than 200 can give you, for example, many, which is not really real to work with. And when we tried with 4, for example, you have one destination is separated in a cluster, which also will not be nice to present it and it will not be, will be misleading.
I will just add the silhouette value for K equal 4, K equal 5, K equal 6 or 7. And when you notice the silhouette value for different Ks, you will notice that the best value corresponds to K equal 3. I mean, just a line because, why? Because all the conclusions are based on this. So
yes.
if this is wrong, the conclusions are wrong.
That's explained, yes.
Just a suggestion, include it because it will help you and it will avoid you because I am telling you by experience.
Thank you. This is well explained in the study itself, but for the presentation, it's...
Thank you. There is a question over there, and the last question for the session.
Yeah, it's more of a comment. I mean, I have a question, but first the comment, Ulrike Grätzel would be very proud of your research, Dimitrios Bouchalis a bit less.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I like it. I'm also the understanding of smart tourism is more in the dimension of Grätzel than Bouchalis.
Thank you so much.
I agree. Just what wasn't clear to me, you had 3 different methods. Are they completely separately, or does one relate to another? Because if one relates to another, for me it's not logical that you start with quantitative and then go to qualitative. Just that.
It's for the purpose of the presentation, it's something, but for the main study, first is the qualitative, the interviews came after the surveys to collect the primary data. We analyze the data, then we know for what we ask the interviewers, and those people are developing and implementing, so they have the knowledge and they have the experience to answer these questions, to gain more insights from them. We cannot go directly and ask them before we have this, so it was a sequential. Mm-hmm. And the third, because as I explained, resilience is a new concept. There is not a practical study. This is one of the first studies, by the way, to try to link
it's just
this.
Conceptual, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And to get reality, destinations will not give us this data, so we need those experts. And really, I am so proud with this collection. If I shared you, normally with Delphi, you have to see, we have to keep confidentiality. But
of course.
Those people, I think they are the top of the world in this field. And this gives richness to and value for their answers as well.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your
Thank you so
presentation.
much.
It was very interesting. And with this presentation, we concluded the session 6. So you can go outside and grab a lunch break until 3:30. That we will continue with the session on mutations in work and tourism professions. Thank you.
Sì, sì. Every time you look at me, I feel the world come alive and free. Your smile is all I need to see, to know that you're my destiny. With every step, we dance so slow, like the tides that ebb and flow. Your love lifts me high above. I'm floating on a sea of love. With you always, my heart will stay, like the rhythm that never fades away. You're the one I need, I'm here for you. In your arms I feel brand new. With you always, love's on top, and it's a feeling that won't ever stop. Your voice, it's music in the night, the melody that feels so right. In every touch and every word, I find the love that I deserve. No need for stars to light the sky. When I see the light in your eyes, you're the dream I've waited for. Now that Through every moment, love will shine. With you forever, you're always mine. With you forever, my heart will stay. In your arms, I'll never stray. Through every breath, through every sound, our love is where our hearts are found. With you forever, so sweet, so true. I'll love you always, just like I do. With you forever, forever my love. I feel the pull of you tonight. Like a tide, I'm lost in your light. You take me high, then bring me low. But it's your love I always know. I try to walk, but you're my feet. With every step, you're all I need. Your touch, your voice, it's in my soul. And in your arms, I'm finally whole. With you in my heart, I can't fall away. Like the ocean needs the shore, I need you to stay. You lift me up and bring me down, but with you I'm always found. With you in my heart, I'm never alone. In your love I found my home. The world can spin, the stars can fade, but your love is my serenade. Through every storm, through every night, you're the reason I take flight. You are the melody I can't resist, a soft song in the quiet mist. And though I fall, I rise again. With you I'll never feel the end. With you in my heart, I can't fall away. Like the ocean needs the shore, I need you to stay. You lift me up and bring me down, but with you I'm always found. With you in my heart, I'm never alone. In your love I found my home. With you in my heart, I'll always know. You came in like morning rain, soft and warm, but hard to name. A rhythm I could never write, but felt you in the quiet light. drifts by. You talk like summer on a breeze, and I fall in love with ease. Oh, it's sweet in the silence where your heartbeat speaks for you. No words, just the distance that our fingertips undo. Let the night keep its reasons. I just want this view of you in the moonlight, slow and true. You don't ask for fancy things, only coffee and the sound of strings. But every note that leaves your smile turns the world soft for a while. Brie could fade like the stars at dawn, or stay where jazz keeps drifting on. But tonight, no what ifs, no plans, just my heart learning how to stand. Final, yes, it's sweet in the silence where I breathe you in like song. Every sigh, every stillness tells me this is where I belong. Let the world chase its meaning. I just want this tune of you and me beneath this blue. So stay, just stay. Let's dance where words fall away. The sound of your eyes like a song so sweet. They whisper a rhythm my heart repeats. A glance, a smile, and the world fades away. In your gaze I could forever stay. The sway of your words like a breeze on skin. You speak in silence and I lean in. Time slows down when you're near to me. Each heartbeat joins in our melody. Oh, love, so soft and so clear. In every breath I feel you near. A touch, a spark, a moonlit sigh. Your love's the jazz beneath the sky. The light in your laugh, a golden tone, makes this old soul feel not alone. Like notes that dance upon the sea. Your love is music surrounding me. No words can say what you reveal. In quiet moments I truly feel that love's not loud, it's soft and true. It lives in every look from you. Oh, loves the jazz beneath the sky. No words can say what you reveal. In quiet moments I truly feel that love's not loud, it's soft and true. It lives in every look from you, from you. Oh, love, so soft and so clear. In every breath I feel you near. A touch, a spark, a moonlit sigh. Your love's the jazz beneath the sky. The sound of your eyes, that's where forever lies. Let's not speak tonight. Let our hands do all the talking. Footsteps on the fading light. And your eyes, they keep me falling. You don't need to try. Just your breath against my shoulder. Feels like stars forgot to fly. 'Cause time just slows when I hold you under the quiet sky. You and I, no need to hide. Love moves like a tide, gentle, sure and wide. Take this heart, don't ask why. Just meet me under the quiet sky. No candles, no plans, only us and all this stillness. You laugh with your hands, and I drown in that realness. We could go where no one knows, where rhythm flows and reason slows. No need for more, no need for less, just a soul-to-soul caress. Final the quiet sky, no need for tomorrow's cries. Hold me now and let it lie. This love, this truth, you and I, forever under the quiet sky. Come away, don't wonder why. Just stay with me and let the world pass by. Morning light through the window pane. Coffee warm and your name in my brain. An old song plays soft and slow, like your whisper in my soul. Quiet streets in the evening glow. You and I just taking it slow. Hand in hand, the world fades away. Only hearts left to sway. Take me where you are, where the silence feels like art, whether rain or clear blue skies. I just need your heart nearby. Hold me close, don't go too far, 'cause home is where you are. breezes dance on your soft hair, carrying scents of memories we share. Every glance, every smile you send feels like a song that never ends. Take me where you are, where the silence feels like art, whether rain or clear blue skies. I just need your heart nearby. Hold me close, don't go too far, 'cause home is where you are. I'll come to you like waves to the shore. Just say the word and I'll need nothing more. The night is quiet, but my heart still sings of love we lost and the joy it brings. A careless whisper, a gentle touch. In memories, I still love you so much. I never meant to hurt your soul, but now I see I've lost control. The dance we shared now fades away, but in my heart you'll always stay. Whispers of love in the silence we feel, a love so strong it seems so real. Though we part, our hearts still entwine. In every breath you'll always be mine. Whispers of love we can't let go, a melody that time can't slow. I feel the sorrow, I feel the pain, but in your eyes I see love again. Though we've changed, though we've grown, in the whispers I'm not alone. No more regrets, no more tears. In your arms I'll face my fears. The music plays, the rhythm calls, but love still echoes through these walls. Finally whisper love in the silence we feel. A love so strong it seems so real. Though we part, our hearts still entwine. In every breath, you'll always be mine. Whispers of love we can't let go, a melody that time can't slow. Whispers of love. A melody that time can't slow. The moonlight dances on the a silver waltz so wild and free. The stars above, they hum along to whispers wrapped in samba song. A gentle breeze plays tambourine through palm trees swaying soft serene. Our shadows blend in candles glow, a rhythm only hearts can know. Let's sway beneath the starlit skies, where time dissolves and love replies. The night unfolds a sweet ballet, a bossa nova serenade. Your laughter lifts like gentle rain, a melody I can't contain. With every sip of sweet desire, you spark the night, you light the fire. The sands whisper secrets beneath our feet, and the samba's pulse where two souls meet. The ocean hums a soft refrain, calling us to dance again.
Okay, yes. Just small information. If you want, you have tea, coffee, etc. outside. Yes. And we start in 10 minutes. Okay?
Bossa nova serenade. Your laughter lifts like gentle rain, a melody I can't contain. With every sip of sweet desire, you spark the night, you light the fire. The sands whisper secrets beneath our feet, in the samba's pulse where two souls meet. The ocean hums a soft refrain, calling us to dance again. Let's sway beneath the starlit skies, where time dissolves and love replies, and love replies. The night unfolds a sweet ballet, a bossa nova serenade.
Under the stars where shadows sway, the moonlight dances, begins to play. A sweet guitar strums, soft and true, its chords a whisper meant for you. The ocean hums its quiet tune, while palms keep time beneath the moon. The world dissolves, just you and me, a tender tune by the endless sea. Oh, sway with me, let time fall slow, a rhythm only the heart can know. We'll waltz through night till the dawn's embrace, in this moonlit serenade, a timeless space. A playful breeze, it steals your side, responsive waves, soft lullaby. I trace the line of your silhouette, will never forget. Oh, the bossa beat is a lover's call, a tempo that blooms where curtains fall in this dance of ours. I'm holding tight to the melody born from the silver light. Oh, sway with me, let time fall slow. A rhythm only the heart can know. We'll waltz through night till the dawn's embrace in this moonlit serenade, a timeless space.
The world can wait, it's just you and I underneath the soft starry sky. No need for words, just hold me tight and let's make this moment feel right. I've waited for this day to come, for hearts to meet, for love to run. When I see you, I see my fate. A love so true, a love so great. Only you and I in this moment will be two souls entwined, forever free. No need for a question, no need for a vow. I love you today and I love you now. Only you and I forever will be. The answer I need is you with me. No need for gold or diamond rings, just your love, that's everything. In your eyes I see my home. With you I'll never be alone. So let the world spin around us, my love. We'll dance beneath the stars above. And when the days turn into years, I'll hold your hand and calm your fears. Final, you and I, no need for more. Together we'll walk through every door. No question needed, no words to say. With you, I'll love you every day. Only you and I, forever we will. The answer I need is you with me. Only you and I, forever, just you and I. Open the window, let the moonlight pour. Leave your doubts behind the door. No need to rush, no need to run. We've got time, and time's just begun. Your laugh like red wine, smooth and warm, slowly divine. I'll say less, you'll feel more in every glance you're asking for. So let love in like an evening breeze, let it dance across your skin with ease. Save some space in your melody for a chord like you and me. This night has more to be said. Barefoot on old wooden floors. The world can wait outside our doors. You hum along, I find the key in this soft, sweet harmony. Some say love is loud and wild, but I've seen heaven in your smile. If love is quiet, smooth and true, then it sounds a lot like you. So let love in like a quiet tune that slowly rises with the moon. Save some space in your melody for a chord like you and me. Leave the window open wide, let love come in and stay the night. Just stay the night where the rhythm feels right. Just stay the night where the rhythm feels right. You walked in with a smile so wide, sunlight dancing in your eyes. I asked no questions, just pressed rewind to every moment we could find.
We sat down by the window light, talking dreams through half the night. You said love's just like a tune, soft and sweet and over soon.
So play that song again, the one where hearts begin. Let the breeze catch your hair as we float without a care. Play that song again, the one where I fall in love again. No rush, no race, just this easy pace of your laughing time with the rhythm of mine.
Now the record's spinning slow, but my love still wants to grow. We've got no place else to be, but wrapped in this melody.
So play that song again, let's fall like summer rain. With you I find the sound that makes the world slow down. Play that song again, and I'll never need another refrain.
Hay que esperar que venga François, que va a ser el que te va a ayudar. No, ya la tenemos allá. Sí, mira, aquí tienes para que la pasen. Oíste, aquí ya tienes tú tu autonomía.
When you feel lost, when you feel small, don't hide away. I see it all.
It's mine.
No, we thought that it was his.
Okay, so I hope you enjoyed the break, and now we are going to start the seventh session, which is entitled Mutations in Work and Tourism Professions. So this afternoon we are going to explore how tourism professions are transforming in the face of technological, social and territorial changes. And the communications we will hear address evolving skills, entrepreneurship, gender roles, collaboration, and socio-economic recompositions in tourism. So we have 5 people who will make a presentation. And Edi Soria Leva from the University of Rovira i Virgili will open the session with a presentation on forecasting the tourism skillscape, a computational analysis of evolving competencies, offering a computational analysis of how competencies in tourism are evolving and what that means for future professionals. So you have 20 minutes? Yes? Okay. When you want.
Thanks for this opportunity. Most of us we belong to the tourism sector. Most of you perhaps have worked before in hotels, travel agencies, or we are perhaps just researchers by heart. But then sometimes we should consider not our current status in the sector. Sometimes we want to bring into our mind the future, because we sometimes ask questions about what the future of the tourism will be. So our research is a little bit related with this topic. Specifically, we are analyzing the future of tourism skillscape by analyzing all the research index in Web of Science and Scopus to date. At the end of the last year, we saw for the first time, practically full recovery after the pandemics, reaching 99% of 2019 levels of international arrivals. However, there is something still affecting the sector, is that pandemics affected 60 million jobs that are not coming back to tourism. So we have the same levels of tourists, international arrivals, but we have less workers. So there is a shortage, a workforce shortage, which is also involved in skills gap that are being analyzed by recent literature. Apart from that, there are some rapid transformations that we know. The World Economic Forum says that by this year, we have 5 megatrends that will impact tourism, including digital transformation, the green transition, and others. So, when we analyze the research today, we see that the existing research is fragmented. Most of them are only considering specific regions, for instance, Italy, Spain. Some other analyze skills from a static perspective. I mean, in most cases, we find literature review that analyze the previous published articles. But today, we did not find any study modeling that structure into the future to know what are the categorization of skills that we will find in the next few years. Apart from that, most studies do not use a standardized skill taxonomy. And this is a problem, because when we want to compare different research, we found that somebody is calling a skill in a way that it is a different name than other people used. Why? Because they are not using standardization as the ESCO European framework, for instance. And there we find that there is a clear need for more objective, data-driven, and predictive methodology to map the tourism skills case. So our aim is threefold. First, to structure the current landscape of tourism skills research. Second, to forecast its dynamic through the next 3-5 years, and then identify standardized skills in emerging area by using a taxonomy, ESCO taxonomy. So to do that, we design a multi-method, multi-stage computational approach. Why? Because we are analyzing this topic from the beginning, from 1960, that we found research available on this topic. We are analyzing more than 7,000 documents, and this is 500,000 tokens. So we could not do that manually or with experts. We had to use machine learning. In our case, we compared different models. We performed a lot of experiments, 138 experiments to select the best method. And we found that hierarchical neural topic modeling was the best method, the best performing method. And then we used dynamic topic modeling and name entity recognition to map to the future the skills. So the first technique we are using in the first stage
the column in the middle, for analyzing just the structure. And then we analyze dynamic topic modeling and name entity recognition for projecting this into the future. These are the results. Our key findings show that the best performing model is the BERT topic 1. Then we analyze the execution time of all of the experiments, and we also calculate 2 metrics, the normalized normalized point 1 mutual information and the topic diversity, because we wanted to consider not only coherence, but also topic diversity. And then, when we had the best performing method, we just apply it. So our findings showed that there are 4 key clusters. The first one shows all the skills that are important for the operation in tourism. But then we found 3 more specialized clusters, C2, C3, and C4. For instance, C2 cluster is related to the recent concerns related to the safety, privacy, and also about the climate change, which emerged after the pandemics. We have a C4 cluster in which we find all the technologies like virtual augmented reality, big data, and many others. But then when combining this with the topic modeling, by using dynamic topic modeling, we found that there are key skills that will impact the future of tourism. The first one will be the topic 14, which is about AI and robotics. The second most important one, it will be sustainability, which is about circularity, sustainable tourism, regenerative tourism, and also women's entrepreneurship. These are the 3 key emerging topics for the future of tourism skills. Also, we found that digital transformation, soft skills, and emotional intelligence skills will be stable because they are the bedrock of tourism, so no change at all. We will still need those skills in the future. When extracted by using name entity recognition, we found that the most important skill in the emerging, the most rapid increasing emerging topic is human-robot collaboration. It's the first skills in the T14 topic. This is important because this is showing us that the future is not just about AI replacing people. Our finding shows that in the future we may have a service augmented by robots and AI, where both humans and robots will need to collaborate instead of just being replaced, as many people are saying or finding. We summarize all of this under an inductive procedure that shows us a clear structure for the future. First, instead of classifying in just soft and hard skills, we found that there is a more natural way to classify the future skills. First, the core skill that will impact the core operation of tourism, and the periphery, which are the most specialized and niche skills. We will have in the core stable and pervasive topics such as soft skills, intercultural communication, obviously. But we are also having there digital transformation, which will be not emerging, it's just stable. And we found that women's entrepreneurship, AI, robotics, and sustainability will be the 3 key areas in which skills will impact and change, reshape tourism. So, when comparing this with different sources, because we also perform triangulation with industry report, we may conclude that there is a data-driven core periphery framework emerging from the data that allows us to reconceptualize tourism skills research as a dynamic, integrated landscape beyond static, traditional typologies that are currently used, like soft, hard, or transferable skills. This study, drawing on previous research, is the first to comprehensive model both the structural and temporal evolution of the skills research. And then we introduce a novel unsupervised computational approach based on machine learning just to extract the skills in a standardized way to allow comparison for future studies. So this has practical implications for the future of tourism. Curricula should proactively embed emerging skill domains such as AI and robotics, specifically human-robot collaboration. Why? Because most of hotels or places are not prepared to do that. Why? Because when the robots will be in the hotel, they will need training, and the sector is not training the staff for what is coming. So why do we know that? Because when comparing the industry report, we see that AI and robotics is increasing very fast, but the industry is not adopting AI or robotics, not yet. So it's just we are talking about but not implementing. So this is a problem because we are just stepping behind the rest of the areas in science or in the service. That's all. Thank you.
A question? I don't know who has the micro. Yes, Maria Angelica.
No question.
No? Everything is okay? Yes. Okay, so we are moving on the next presentation. So we are welcoming now Tadej Rogelja from the University of Primorska in Poland, maybe? No. In Poland, maybe? No. No, Primorska. In Poland, no? No. Ah, Slovakia. Slovenia, okay. And Tadej will discuss so tourism students and entrepreneurship in the AI era, proposing a contextual extension of Chapero's entrepreneurial event model and reflecting on how artificial intelligence reshapes entrepreneurial opportunities in tourism. So, session set.
So, yeah, can you hear me? Yes.
Okay.
So, Eddie, thank you, because I think you laid perfect ground for my presentation, because you said that AI will shape the future, right? So, welcome everyone. My name is Tadej Rogelja, coming from University of Primorska Faculty of Tourism Studies, so the same faculty as Miha. And in the next few minutes, I'm going to present to you my PhD proposal, which is called Tourism Students and Entrepreneurship in the Artificial Intelligence Era. This is a contextual extension of Shapiro's entrepreneurial event model. Maybe a little disclaimer here, note. My proposal is still under development, work in progress, so I am very open for your feedback at the end. So let me first shed some light on the background of my studies. So I've been very interested and excited over the development of AI in the last couple of years, as probably most of you, many of you. And in that regard, I'm constantly keeping an eye on new releases of large language models. I'm playing with vibe coding solutions, you probably have heard about them, and agentic workflows and etc. And over time, actually, I realized that AI's capability subconsciously stimulated or enhanced my entrepreneurial interest. And in a way, entrepreneurship started to seem more feasible, more approachable, more doable. And at this point, actually, it made me think that AI must play an important role in shaping entrepreneurial process. Because look, in my view, artificial intelligence is fundamentally different technology compared to all other technological waves in the past. Because it can mimic human-like behavior and can turbocharge actually one's entrepreneurial capabilities. So it can boost one's perception of being sufficient for entering entrepreneurship. So, upon reading the literature, I came across many models, theoretically grounded models on entrepreneurial intentions, but two that are appearing most frequently and are more widely used are Eisen theory of planned behavior, you're probably familiar with, and Shapiro's model of entrepreneurial event. But I decided to conduct my study through the lens of Shapiro's model of entrepreneurial event for two reasons, for at least two reasons, but later on I can explain more reasons. One is because it demonstrated in the past to be a very valid and useful model for studying entrepreneurship. And second reason is because it accounts, compared to Eisen theory of planned behavior, for exogenous influences, as you can see here on the picture. The laser is okay. So yeah, a few words about this model. So it was developed specifically for entrepreneurship research by Shapiro and Sokol in 1982, and it is grounded on the premise that entrepreneurial intention is preceded by three core antecedents. One is perceived desirability, then perceived feasibility for entrepreneurship, and then propensity to act. Once these three determinants are aligned or high enough, they form the potential, which is then in someone, which is then released, discharged upon opportunity identification. And as the authors actually refer to them, these are displacing events. These are kind of unexpected events that happen throughout your life, such as lottery win, opportunity identification, job loss, and etc. So these are then released if you have the potential high enough. While propensity to act doesn't have any antecedents because, according to the authors, it is more like a personal trait disposition and not affected by external variables. Okay, so let's move one step back now, research problem. So obviously, entrepreneurship is a very important economic driver. It fuels growth through innovation, job creation, and new technologies. And the same applies for entrepreneurship in tourism and hospitality. Because tourism is among the fastest growing global sectors, which contributes roughly 10% on average to the global GDP. WTTC forecasts sustained growth and strong career prospects ahead. So entrepreneurship in tourism and hospitality is vital for adapting to shifting market conditions. So encouraging student entrepreneurship helps to tackle unemployment, which, by the way, became a pressing issue in the post-COVID world. Because let us just try to recall how people started to feel unsafe, they started leaving the industry. So in my view, I believe that entrepreneurship is one way to bring this attractiveness back of tourism. But we need to understand that psychological and other external mechanisms that drives it. So the challenges identified are entrepreneurship research often lags behind contextual shifts evolving around socio-economic, cultural, and technological changes. And second, I learned in the literature that there are many calls for the reassessment of traditional frameworks to fit digital era. Other identified gaps in the literature is that prior research has tended to emphasize individual level determinants of entrepreneurship rather than external influences, which are, according to the literature, at least equal or even more important. Those studies that investigated external influences, such as social and institutional support system, let me give you a few examples of those, like structural support, education, role models, peer support, and etc., are showing inconsistent results. But this can be attributed to the fact that these studies are conducted in different contexts, in different environments, geographies, etc. And the research gap too is that there, as said before, that there is limited understanding of AI as a contextual support mechanism for aspiring entrepreneurs. When it comes to AI technology, to the extant entrepreneurial literature on AI technology, previous research has investigated it through the lens of technology acceptance model, for example. But I didn't find this construct very interesting because I think that merely adopting AI technology does not necessarily lead to higher entrepreneurial intentions. So there must be some other, more proximal proximal or mediating variables. This is actually my aim, what I would like to test. Then there were also some studies that investigated different facets of AI literacy. But these studies were focusing more on refining the scale rather than quantifying its relationship on other variables. And then there is more and more emerging studies on the AI supportive role within educational context. But I was also holding back from undertaking this study because I believe that in the environment, at least in one that I'm exposed to and where I would like to conduct my study, higher educational institutions haven't really adapted the strategy in the educational context. So I didn't find this approach very valuable unless I would do an experiment, which is potentially my future venue. So based on all these insights, I decided to examine my study through the lens of Turker and Selçuk entrepreneurial support model, which I used as a reference study. So their model actually examined the direct effects of contextual support factors such as education, relational support, and structural support on entrepreneurial intention. While education and structural support in their case significantly impacted entrepreneurial intention, perceived relational support showed no association. So thus, my study builds on their study by responding to the author's call for the integration of additional relational influences, such as mentors and role models. And the second, as said, we extend their model by conceptualizing artificial intelligence AI as a distinct external support construct that complements traditional forms of supports. You can briefly skim through these objectives, but I will skip this slide and let's move straight to the research question because it perfectly captures these objectives. My main research question is to what extent do perceived entrepreneurial support, educational support, role model support, structural support, and AI support influence perceived desirability, feasibility, and entrepreneurial intention among tourism and hospitality students? Here you can see my hypothesized model. And as you can see, I'm hypothesizing all the relationship to be positive and significant. I didn't list down all the hypotheses separately because I don't have time in this presentation, but as I said, I hypothesized all the relationship to be positive. And in a nutshell, to outline my research, with the 4 support variables that you see on the left-hand side, I'm trying to capture the external influences that I believe have the most potential to influence students' current learning environment, current stage of life. And so that we can learn something from it and inform educational institution and make some actionable thing. Methodology, I will be targeting bachelor and master students, including absolvent status at 2 largest Eastern regional faculties. One in Croatia, one in Slovenia. One is Faculty of Tourism Studies, which is my faculty. The second is Faculty of Tourism Hospitality Management in Opatija. With these 2 regional faculties, I'm actually, because they are also biggest tourism faculties in the respective countries, I'm actually trying to capture very diverse tourism students with different backgrounds. So I think it's very representative of the whole population. I will use non-probability purposive sampling method, and sample size will roughly be around 800 participants. Later on, I can also explain how I came up with this number. I will use close-ended questionnaire, which will be distributed in class during the next academic year in first semester, and they will be, for the sake of validity, pre-tested on 20 students. In total, I have 7 constructs, variables, measured on 29 reflective items, and pretty much all the constructs are adopted from validated scale, except one, which is AI support. This is actually the construct that was causing me the most issues, but I have temporarily adapted it from study that you see here. But at the end, I will raise this question, this concern. I also plan to include several control variables that can provide alternative explanation of entrepreneurial intention. Approach, when it comes to the analysis, will be sequential. I will first do data screening to check for data normality, outer loadings, etc. It will be followed by descriptive statistics, exploratory factor analysis to see if the item cluster well together, and at the end, PLS structural equation modeling. To mitigate the potential for the common method variance, I will use two techniques for procedural and statistical. I don't want to delve deeper into it. And then I will do a measurement model to test my model for the reliability and validity, and at the end I will test all my relationships. And yeah. Limitations, let me highlight those as well. So we need to be aware, although this is not the main concern in my study, that intentions do not always lead to actions. This is this well-known intention-behavior gap. So according to the literature, only 30% of variance is usually explained by intention. Discipline scope of research. I have positioned my study in the tourism context because I think that encouraging student entrepreneurship, it's strategic imperative to mitigate the unemployment challenges in the tourism industry. And thus foster sustained engagement of the students in the industry. Then my constructs are all broadly measured in the sense that, for example, I have educational constructs. Construct is measured with 4 global scales, for example, but this is for the sake of comparability among different researchers. All scales were adapted from established research, as I mentioned earlier, but I need to be aware that better alternatives exist. And my research is cross-sectional, which means that it can limit causal inference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So does anyone have a question to ask to
Maybe I can
Tadej.
raise one concern that I had. Actually, I operationalized my AI support constructs as a perceived usefulness of AI for entrepreneurship. Okay? But after zooming out and further literature review, I realized that items of these constructs are not measuring exactly the same as other support constructs. So they are in a way conceptually misaligned. So let me give you an example. Like my other support constructs, such as the patient structural support role models, they're in a way reflecting human-to-human transition of knowledge, like external support mechanism, while perceived usefulness of AI for entrepreneurship is more cognitive evaluation of AI technology. But on the other side, there is no any scale that exists that would measure AI supportiveness of AI for entrepreneurship. So together with my mentor, we then decided it would be fine to keep AI usefulness alongside other support construct and still taking my model through the lens of entrepreneurial support model. So my question for you, how do you perceive this? Is it appropriate to keep perceived usefulness alongside other support constructs, or do you think it's like I'm violating certain methodological rules or something like that? Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry. Again, in English. I was wondering if you consider test of independence, just that, because I know this is a strongly enough methodology. Why? Because the sample size is huge. You can even try with 100 and you have more than 700, so 800 exactly. That's big enough for PLS structural equation modeling. But then normality assumption is not that important in here because it's more flexible than
it doesn't assume data normality.
Exactly, but perhaps independence because you are analyzing constructs within the AI. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps there are many items that could be interrelated or not independent, just that. Perhaps you could consider to do some additional test of independence, that's all. Because it could create biased results, that's all.
Okay, yeah. By the way, I have a final slide here. I didn't show it before when you can see the scale that I then at the end decided to use. And it goes like this, using, because you see, first I have one construct is AI usefulness and the second one is performance expectancy of AI. These are very interchangeable, how to say, are meaning pretty much the same. One is from youth-out theory, one is for acceptance model, but they're measuring this, like using AI tools, using AI increases my chances of achieving my venture goals. Using AI helps me reach objectives more quickly when developing product services. I mean, this is in my opinion, but I have really skimmed, I have really did a big literature review, and I found those the best approximation to what I would like to achieve. But of course, I'm aware that I could develop scale from scratch, but it requires different effort. And yeah.
Sorry, thank you. Have you considered to focus on one type of artificial intelligence, or are you considering
AI as a
globally?
technology.
Okay, okay. Yeah,
because when one interacts with this technology, I think it can trigger certain processes in him. So, as I said before, it does not necessarily influence intentions, but it might influence at least perception of it, which can then help them to move to the intention phase. But yeah, with AI technology, I am focusing on AI as AI tools that exist out there.
And your premise is that these people who will be part of your sample have knowledge or skills on using artificial intelligence, I guess?
Who knows? I'm testing this.
Okay.
Actually, there is one secret I would like to do. I would like to ingest one more construct in my study, but it will not be focused on this PhD. It will not be part of my PhD proposal, but I intend to use it for the second paper, and this will be AI literacy. So with this, in the second paper, I would like to test how AI literacy influences the perception of AI to be useful for entrepreneurship.
Yes, Luida.
I'm really sorry, but I didn't understand your question, the question that you made before.
Before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
yes,
sorry.
please.
Yeah,
Yes.
so yeah, let me try to briefly summarize it. So the thing was that I have four support variables. Three are very traditional ones, like role model support, structural support, educational support. So these variables, I said before that they reflect a human-to-human knowledge transition. It's external support mechanism. While the fourth support construct I'm using, which is perceived usefulness of AI for entrepreneurship, is measuring more cognitive evaluation of AI technology. So I'm not sure if they're conceptually aligned to be put together under the umbrella entrepreneurial support model. This was the concern. But maybe it's irrelevant and they go well together without any problem, but you know, I'm a young researcher, not very don't have many experiences. This is why I'm asking these questions, to get some. Yeah, yeah. At the end, maybe, yeah. Yeah, based on the insights I get.
What I think is that maybe you can prove this. Like if the AI is part, it goes in the same way or it's another thing. And you can prove this with the questions you ask in the questionnaire you're gonna do with the, because finally AI is kind of new and it can be a very supportive tool for an entrepreneur and to actually come from intention to development of a venture. So maybe you can prove that. Your question is perfectly valid, but is a way for you to prove that it works. And just another thing that you mentioned, because I'm actually researching on female entrepreneurship, and women are not. I mean, men are not the. I mean, women and men somehow equally have intention of building a venture. Even in some countries,
women in hospitality have more intentions of building mentors than men. So I think that take that into consideration, especially because women shamefully are stereotyped to build businesses on hospitality and give service ventures.
Very good one, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you. First, I think when I see this question, AI usefulness, directly it comes to my mind that for sure, or to some extent, that AI is usefulness for the future, okay? For all. So what if the results is opposite?
It's obvious.
Opposite. Suppose the opposite. The opposite. So what we can do? We know it should be, the result should be that AI is usefulness, okay? Suppose the result that after asking these questions, and you found that no, it is not useful. It is true, or how can we validate this? It is true or false? I think this is the future, but I don't know if we can validate that. No, we have to prove that AI is useful, which is, I think, true. Got it? Suppose if the finding is not, the finding saying that it is the opposite. So what we can?
I have to reject my hypothesis.
This is the thing. And that's it. This is the only thing that we can do to reject the hypothesis. That's it.
I mean, there might be various reasons for my independent variable not showing positive relationship. Maybe the scale was not meant correctly. It's that before I understood what they wanted to ask.
No, just to tell you the answer. If you find just the opposite as we said, then you will get a highly cited paper. Because there is, 2 years ago, Carlisle, it's a very known researcher on this topic, and he found just that. He was expecting to find that AI will be implemented very fast, in a very fast way in tourism, and it was, and that it will be very useful for tourists. But then, when he applied and found the same result, in fact, by using a similar approach to your approach with structural equation modeling, he found just the contrary. But by now, it is one of the most cited articles because it is contradicting everybody, and everybody had to cite him.
Yeah, maybe this is proof that I'm constantly a little bit biased, because I'm constantly assuming that it will positively affect it. But yeah, it might yield very valuable results otherwise too. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Tadej, for this very interesting presentation. And now we are moving on the next presentation. So we are welcoming Parastu Mogadam from the University of Girona. Parastu will present now transformative insights and evolving roles of women managers in the tourism industry, exploring gender dynamics and leadership transformations within the sector. Everything is okay? Yeah. So you have 15 minutes of presentation.
Perfect, thank you. Why me 15 and the rest 20? What happened?
No, 15.
Hi everyone. Yes, my name is Parastu Mogadam. I just very recently became a doctor here in the University of Girona. And what I'm going to present to you is just one part, I would say like the final part of my thesis that actually brings everything together, and I think it's a good example of what my whole thesis was about, just summarized in a research note, actually, which was the final piece of my PhD thesis. So as you can see in the title, the focus of the study is on women in management roles. So not entrepreneurs, not workers from other positions, just women in directing, managing, supervising, advising positions in tourism, all kinds of tourism businesses. So our focus was that these women are not business owners, and they are not just blue-collar workers of these entities. So I have to back up a little bit. This study took place, it started to take place actually about 3 years ago. And around that time, one thing that was going on was a social movement in Iran that it started by the death of a young woman by the morality police, and then there were lots of series of protests and manifestations with the main slogan of women, life, freedom, and they had a very big focus on women and discrimination and gender equality. And it was not actually the main focus of my thesis at that moment. I was gathering data for another study, which was the self-perception of women in tourism management. We just wanted to know how women working in management positions in Iran's tourism industry perceive themselves, like what adjectives do they use to describe themselves, and what do they think that they are good at or they're not good at. And then we saw some sort of change, let's say, when this movement started. And then we thought together with my supervisors at the time that it would be interesting and actually valuable to add this layer into to the research and to see if, okay, how do they perceive themselves, and if these series of movements, if these social movements has had an impact on their self-perception. So that's where all this began. And while we were studying their self-perception, in which these women, some of them, they were interviewed before the movement began, and they were interviewed again after the movement to see if they had felt a difference in how they perceived themselves as managers. We saw something else that we were not looking for, actually. We saw also a change in the language they were using when they were talking. So yes, of course, their self-perception was changed and was affected. I'm not going to explain that, it's just going to be very long. But because these movements had a very feminist spirit in the inside, they started using a more inclusive language as well. So we saw differences. And then this made us think about the concept of transformation. Because transformation as a concept in philosophy, of course, is not new. It goes thousands of years before. But in tourism, it's actually quite new. It's rather new. I think it was the end of the 20th century, the beginning of 21st century when the concept of transformation found its way into tourism literature. And for now, even now, still, transformation in tourism is based on the tourists, focused on tourists, how traveling and tourism transforms people. And what is the difference between transformation and change? Because yes, I can travel and I can be changed, or I can work in tourism and I can change. What is transformation and then what is just simple change? Then the difference between transformation and simple change is the most common used definition of it actually is the definition by Christian Masson, which is a rather old definition, but still we don't have, let's say, a new definition that is so commonly used and accepted, which is positive change in attitudes and beliefs and behavior. It's long-lasting, and it's caused by long-term access or contact with tourism. And I have personal doubts and controversies inside my head about the word positive. The word positive is in this definition, so of course I cannot get rid of it, it's there. What change do we consider, what transformational change do we consider to be positive or negative? In our study, in my study, we found the solution in post-structural feminism. So any transformation that is caused, any change that is caused in the benefit of women within the descriptions and definitions of feminism are considered positive. So this change of language, it was very subtle. We noticed it almost towards the end of that previous research. But it was very important, and we realized that it's a very vast topic. So we thought it's gonna be better developed in a research note, which will start like set a terrain for future research on it. This research note actually is under review right now. Hopefully will be published soon. We have passed the first round of revisions, so yay, fingers crossed. So what did we see? When I say change of language, what do I mean? Long story short, this is more or less what we saw in those interviews. So before these social movements and social changes started to appear, we could see these sentences on the left side of this table. These are sentences that in the Persian language, in the language spoken in Iran, are very typical and very commonly used. For example, she's a very good worker, she's a very good staff, she works like a man. Like putting a man as an example means that you're really good at whatever you're doing. Or they're really good, just as good as men, like as if you give by default that women have to be worse, and when they are just as good, it's just a surprise. Or there is this perception that female workers are more sensitive, they're more spoiled, you cannot be too strict on them, you cannot be too hard on them. And I remember very vividly one of these women referred to as herself and her female workers as very pink, that we are very pink people, which for us means spoiled and means very sensitive, like more, not sensitive in a good way, but more sensitive in the meaning of being weak. And that yes, some tasks are just masculine jobs, and this is what we hear and what we see a lot, especially in tourism industry, that we really divide. Like we walk into a travel agency and we see the presentation that the people at the desks there are women, and then behind, anyone who's working with ID and accountants and everyone are men. And then we saw these sentences being changed, being adapted. I don't know if consciously, I would say consciously or maybe not, but they voluntarily changed their sentences. Some of them even said the same sentences and then repeated, and they said, now we cannot say this, no, now we shouldn't say this, now we shouldn't talk like this. So they replaced them by other sentences just saying, oh, let's not compare them to men, yes, they're just good, or yeah, maybe these tasks are not masculine, we are used to giving them to. So these were the changes that we saw. So we thought, okay, we're going to go back to the same set of data that we had. We're going to go back to the interviews and to really see if this is a thing. And yes, it was a thing. And this secondary data analysis was what our first proposal in this research note was based on. That a gender-related social movement like the one happening in Iran 3 years ago, or any other feminist movement like Me Too, we have examples. We have even movements that they are not solely feminist, but they can help even in that direction, like the Arab Springs. They can initiate change in the society, on women, on their personal beliefs. They can make them doubt about their language and about their perceptions on gender. And then these can shift the language that they use to talk about themselves, to talk about women around them. And then from here on, we have two other proposals that they are just based on conceptually analyzing and theory-driven conceptual analysis of the existing literature. So when we have women in important positions and management positions in tourism industry who are shifting actively their language and they are using a more inclusive, non-discriminatory language, can this make any changes? And the answer was yes, based on the literature, because we believe that language is something that shapes how we think, how we see the world, and it can structurally change the structure of the society. So in the workplace, where we use a more inclusive language, we reduce discrimination, and then this can end into transformation in the workplace dynamics. And then tourism being such a worldwide, with a very worldwide reach industry, can it have a bigger reach, not only to its workers inside the organizations, but to the world through the access they have to tourists, to local communities, and then again, according to to the literature, the answer to this proposal was also a yes. Because the communication with among tourism organizations and the communications that they have directly and indirectly with tourists and with the local communities and host communities, it can initiate broader social transformation. Therefore, a language that, I will start from the inside, the language that we use is gendered, is discriminative, and it's biased based on what we have been taught, and it's what shapes it basically is our individual beliefs, and if we work in an organization, the culture in that organization, and the norms of our society. So if we manage to have personal linguistic change, and then change the workplace we have, then maybe later on we can, through tourism, make broader social impacts. Thank you very much.
So, are there any questions?
Thanks. It's a very good thematic, and I enjoyed your presentation. I have one question that I didn't understood. If we look at the title of your presentation, it's regarding Iran.
Yes.
And your presentation is global. It seems global.
Yes.
So what is the link?
The link is that the first proposal comes from a secondary set of data, and that data comes from Iran. So that's why we have it in the title. And the title is the title that connects the previous study that was based in Iran, and that's the last one. Yet the research knows it is more global, although we declare very clearly that we have this data according to this country. But of course, if you look at the literature, yes, it can be more of a global study.
Yes, Louisa?
Thank you for your presentation. You told us that there was a shift or a change in the language, but I don't know if the managers also showed some change in their actions and the treatment with the supervised and the workers, their employees, the female employees, or if there's any change specifically, not only in the language.
Yeah, well, because the study was, the initial study was about their self-perception. I think it didn't allow us to evaluate or analyze their attitude or other kind of changes. But what we saw, apart from the language thing, we saw that one of the things that had changed in their self-perception was that at the beginning of the study, they considered themselves being more strict. And then after the social movement, they describe themselves as becoming more flexible with the staff, especially women and especially the younger ones, not only women, but also men who were younger, because it was a movement that a lot of young people were participating in. Yeah. Yes. Yes, one of the things that changed was that because the base of that movement was based on the hijab, so a lot of their women workers, they started showing up without it. And for them as a manager, maybe it was at the beginning a little bit difficult, but one of the things that it showed flexibility from their side was that they said, okay, we are trying to be more comprehensive and allow them to do so, for example, just to give an example.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, we are moving on to the next presentation. And now we are welcoming Agathe Robert-Kerivel from the University of Savoie-Mont-Blanc. And Agathe will take us into the mountains with her communication entitled Les accompagnateurs en montagne et les gestionnaires d'espaces protégés, des rapports entre collaboration et tension. So Agathe will analyze collaboration and tensions between guides and protected area managers in the French mountains, I think.
Yes, thank you. So my communication is going to be in English. I'm sorry for those who don't speak French. My communication is going to be in French, sorry. Donc moi je vais communiquer sur les rapports entre accompagnateurs en montagne et les gestionnaires d'espaces protégés, en posant la question de savoir si nous avons plutôt à faire une collaboration gagnant-gagnant ou si ces partenariats relèvent plutôt de tensions. Alors, pour présenter un peu le cadre de cette recherche, elle est menée dans le cadre d'un postdoctorat en géographie à l'Université Savoie-Mont-Blanc, en France. Cette recherche, elle se penche sur les articulations entre l'acceptation sociale des espaces protégés et leur fréquentation. Et donc aujourd'hui, je vais me concentrer sur l'un des massifs qui m'intéresse, qui est le massif des Vosges, qui se situe dans le nord-est de la France. C'est un massif de moyenne montagne qui est concerné par un parc naturel régional depuis 1989. Et les parcs naturels régionaux en France, ils visent à concilier le développement local et la protection du patrimoine naturel et culturel. La question de savoir si on a affaire à un espace protégé quand on parle d'un parc naturel régional est débattue. Donc je ne vais pas parler de cette question aujourd'hui, mais voilà, c'est à savoir que certains chercheurs vont considérer qu'on est dans un espace protégé, d'autres vont considérer qu'on est plutôt sur un espace, enfin sur un statut qui vise à renforcer, en tout cas à améliorer le développement local. La méthodologie de mon travail se base principalement sur des entretiens semi-directifs avec les acteurs du massif. Pour cette recherche, je me positionne surtout sur des entretiens semi-directifs qui sont menés avec des accompagnateurs en montagne et avec des gestionnaires d'espaces protégés, et également sur la base de nombreuses observations participantes que j'ai pu faire dans le cadre de sorties avec des accompagnateurs en montagne et avec des groupes. Les axes de réflexion qui vont structurer cette présentation sont les suivants. Pour le dire très rapidement, dans le massif des Vosges, on est sur un massif qui fait face à des problématiques importantes depuis quelques années maintenant et qui ont été renforcées depuis le Covid-19 quant à l'objectif de concilier la fréquentation qu'elle soit locale ou touristique, j'entends les deux, et aussi la protection de la nature et les missions de conservation dans certains espaces avec une protection forte. Depuis plusieurs années, on observe aussi donc une augmentation du tourisme dit de nature ou tourisme vert. La définition est là aussi ouverte au débat. Donc ce tourisme vert qui a augmenté, qui a eu notamment également l'augmentation de diverses activités sur le massif. Ça va être par exemple, pour ne citer qu'elle, le VTT de descente, mais aussi le trail qui se sont énormément développés ces dernières années. Et donc de pair avec ce développement d'activités, on observe une hausse du nombre de professionnels du tourisme. Pour donner un exemple, dans le massif des Vosges au sens large, on a 10% des emplois qui sont liés au tourisme. Et dans les Hauts-de-Vosges, qui m'ont particulièrement intéressée, c'est plus du tiers des emplois qui sont concernés, enfin qui s'inscrivent dans le cadre du tourisme. Les professionnels dont je vais parler, donc les accompagnateurs en montagne, sont donc contraints de se diversifier et de se démarquer de leurs pairs, étant donné qu'il y a une grande concurrence au sein de la profession. Ils proposent des activités qui sont donc toujours plus originales pour réussir à toucher un public qui est plus large. Et ces activités, cette diversité d'activités tendent parfois à mettre en péril, on va dire, le patrimoine naturel, en tout cas à empiéter sur les missions de conservation que portent les gestionnaires d'espaces protégés. Et donc dans le même temps, on a une gestion d'espaces protégés qui nécessite une régulation, en tout cas une gestion de la fréquentation si elle veut pouvoir poursuivre, mener à bien ses missions de conservation. Donc pour tenter de garder la maîtrise d'une petite partie de la fréquentation au sein du massif, le parc naturel régional des Ballons des Vosges a mis en place des partenariats avec des accompagnateurs en montagne et c'est ce à quoi nous allons nous intéresser. Pour vous donner l'axe directeur de cette présentation, la problématique, pourrait-on dire, c'est la suivante. Les partenariats entre le parc et les accompagnateurs relèvent-ils d'une coopération équilibrée ou révèlent-ils à travers des logiques d'instrumentalisation réciproque les rapports de pouvoir et les tensions propres à la gestion des espaces protégés et de leur fréquentation ? En premier, je vais commencer par vous montrer comment et pourquoi les Vosges sont, pourquoi le massif des Vosges est un territoire de montagne qui est sous pression et qui cherche donc à concilier, comme je l'ai dit rapidement au début, la protection et la fréquentation, quel défi s'offre aux gestionnaires. Ensuite, nous verrons les partenariats parcs et guides et nous verrons en quoi c'est un outil de régulation et de médiation des pratiques qui est mis en place. Et nous finirons par voir les effets de cet outil, à savoir est-ce que nous avons affaire à de la reconnaissance ou du contrôle ou un petit peu les deux. Et c'est la collaboration, donc nous verrons que ces collaborations mettent en réalité en exergue des rapports de pouvoir persistants, même si elles tendent à les gommer. Donc voilà, pour vous donner un exemple très concret de ce à quoi peut donner lieu la fréquentation, enfin la forte fréquentation dans le massif, vous voyez ici un sentier qui est dans une réserve naturelle, donc c'est un statut de protection fort. Et alors ça se voit quand même assez bien, je pense, sur le diapo, mais on a une démultiplication des sentes et un sentier qui est beaucoup plus large qu'il ne l'était, mettons, il y a 10 ans en arrière. Cette démultiplication des sentes et cet élargissement du sentier est lié surtout au passage très très fort de nombreux randonneurs, mais aussi de VTT, c'est souvent eux qui multiplient les sentes. Et la photo en bas, vous voyez un panneau qui indique que cet espace est fermé au public sur toute l'année. On a des secteurs dans les Vosges qui sont vraiment interdits de fréquentation sur l'ensemble de l'année. Parfois, c'est aussi temporairement. En l'occurrence, ce que vous voyez ici, c'est pour toute l'année. Ça, c'est pour les effets très concrets de la fréquentation. Et sur le volet plutôt symbolique, ce que le parc peut mettre en place, ça va être un programme de communication, on pourrait dire, qui s'appelle le programme Quietude d'attitude, qui vise à faire passer des messages de bonnes pratiques, les codes de la montagne en quelque sorte, qui vont être entre autres garder son chien en laisse, respecter le silence de la nature, ou bien rester sur les sentiers balisés. Pour essayer de gérer, de réguler une partie de cette fréquentation, le parc a mis en place en 2021 des partenariats avec les accompagnateurs en montagne. Ces partenariats, ils prennent plusieurs formes. Ça peut prendre la forme de sorties dites de médiation, où les accompagnateurs vont à la rencontre du public, sillonnent les sentiers et s'arrêtent pour discuter avec les gens quand ils croisent des personnes. Ces sorties, elles sont rémunérées par le parc. Il y a d'autres types de sorties qui sont des sorties en montagne gratuites sous réservation pour des groupes qui seraient intéressés. Pareil, c'est des sorties qui sont rémunérées par le parc également. Le parc met donc en place aussi une forme de promotion de certains accompagnateurs qu'ils mettent en avant via le site du parc ou vers lequel ils dirigent les touristes ou les clients potentiels lorsque des personnes viennent s'adresser au parc pour leur demander conseil pour un accompagnateur en montagne. Ces partenariats entre les guides de montagne, les accompagnateurs en montagne et les espaces protégés, les gestionnaires d'espaces protégés sont présentés comme des partenariats qui sont gagnant-gagnant. Si je dois donner un peu les grandes lignes des bénéfices pour le parc, on peut trouver par exemple le fait que le parc profite ainsi du savoir-faire des guides et de leur contact avec le public, que le parc a aussi comme ça une influence sur les pratiques et sur les discours des guides par les partenariats qu'il met en place, et qu'il a aussi l'opportunité de bénéficier de retours de terrain de la part des accompagnateurs en montagne. Et donc il y a une citation d'un gestionnaire qui me disait donc « Parfois on a des guides qui nous appellent pour nous dire « J'ai vu des jeunes qui partaient bivouaquer, je leur ai dit que c'était interdit » ou alors « Un panneau a été vandalisé à tel endroit. Pour nous, avoir ces infos, c'est très intéressant. » Finalement, les accompagnateurs, ce sont des relais opérationnels du parc. Pour le parc, ils représentent une forme de capacité d'extension, car le parc n'a pas les moyens ni financiers ni humains d'être présent partout sur l'ensemble du territoire qui est très large. Et du côté des accompagnateurs, parmi les avantages qu'on peut citer, on a le fait que le parc donne une forme de légitimité institutionnelle aux accompagnateurs, ainsi qu'une reconnaissance, et parfois aussi une compensation financière via les sorties dont j'ai pu parler. Finalement, c'est aussi une forme de visibilité à peu de frais, puisque le parc met en avant certains accompagnateurs. Les accompagnateurs bénéficient également de formations naturalistes qui sont gratuites pour les accompagnateurs labellisés et certifiés par le parc. Il y a aussi un photoshoot avec un professionnel, ce qui me paraissait être plutôt anecdotique quand on m'en a parlé, mais j'ai remarqué que c'était quand même quelque chose qui revenait assez souvent pour les accompagnateurs quand on leur demandait les avantages qu'ils percevaient. Et il y a aussi parfois, souvent, le sentiment d'être aligné avec leurs convictions personnelles en s'affichant comme des partenariats du parc. Ici, on a la citation d'une accompagnatrice en montagne qui me disait « Je pense que c'est super que le parc fasse un pas vers nous. Et puis bon, on a aussi une séance photo. » Donc comme je vous disais, le photoshoot est quand même quelque chose qui est prisé. Les raisons, ce dont on se rend compte, c'est donc que les raisons pour lesquelles les guides demandent le label varient beaucoup selon les interlocuteurs. Certains sont sincèrement raccord avec le parc et ses missions. D'autres instrumentalisent davantage cette affiliation pour servir leurs propres intérêts. Et parfois, souvent, c'est même un peu des deux finalement qui rentrent en compte. Donc voilà, ce qu'on pourrait voir à première vue comme quelque chose de gagnant-gagnant relève en réalité, enfin illustre en réalité plutôt des dynamiques de pouvoir qui sont sous-jacentes et qui sont persistantes. Finalement, quand on regarde du côté du parc, avec un fonctionnement pareil, il y a quelque chose qui est quand même assez vertical. Le parc, avec ce fonctionnement, promeut certains accompagnateurs et crée donc une sélection et donc une hiérarchie au sein de la profession, ce qui peut parfois alimenter des conflits au sein du groupe accompagnateur en montagne. Et finalement, ce sont aussi évidemment les gestionnaires qui définissent le cadre. Ça va être eux qui vont décider quel message on fait passer, sur quoi on insiste cette année par rapport aux contraventions qui ont pu être posées. C'est donc eux qui cadrent finalement les discours, qui fixent aussi la rémunération pour les sorties terrain et qui fixent aussi évidemment les exigences pour obtenir le label. Les accompagnateurs, de leur côté, doivent répondre aux exigences s'ils veulent avoir la reconnaissance du parc, alors que les autres accompagnateurs qui décideraient de ne pas rentrer dans ce jeu-là restent invisibles en dehors du cadre, même si eux-mêmes revendiquent presque toujours un rôle éducatif. Durant les sorties, les guides ne sont également pas libres, ils doivent respecter les réglementations, ce qui contraint d'une certaine façon leur activité, puisqu'ils décident de jouer le jeu des réglementations, ce qui n'est pas toujours le cas des accompagnateurs en montagne. Et ils se retrouvent ainsi pris dans des logiques de surveillance mutuelle, avec parfois des cas de délation entre accompagnateurs en montagne qui se dénoncent les uns les autres au parc pour essayer de gagner les faveurs du parc. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'on observe aussi des résistances et des effets inattendus dans ce rapport hiérarchique et assez vertical que j'ai pu démontrer, puisque certains guides labellisés sont plus réticents que d'autres à se plier au jeu, mais tout en restant dans le cadre du jeu tout de même. Par exemple, on observe que les attentes sont en réalité réciproques. Ce n'est pas que le parc qui exige des choses des accompagnateurs, mais on a aussi des attentes de la part des accompagnateurs envers le parc. Et ces attentes, elles modèlent le niveau d'engagement des guides. Ici, une accompagnatrice me disait « Je suis d'accord avec les missions du parc, mais comment je pourrais continuer de porter leur logo alors qu'ils laissent les forestiers faire ce qu'ils veulent? Pour ça, je vais me retirer du label. » Les attentes, c'est une forme de reprise de contrôle sur son travail dans le cadre du label parc. Ici, on a donc de la part de cette accompagnatrice une rupture symbolique, car le partenariat n'est plus perçu comme crédible, et donc l'instrumentalisation se joue à l'envers. C'est l'accompagnatrice qui retire symboliquement sa légitimité au parc en remettant en question les choix de gestion qui sont faits. En conclusion, je peux donc souligner que la surveillance entre les guides et la délation, pour revenir sur cet exemple-là, parfois constatée, génère des tensions en interne de la profession. Cela illustre aussi que le pouvoir se diffuse horizontalement et pas seulement verticalement du parc jusqu'aux accompagnateurs. La labellisation crée aussi, voire renforce une distance parmi les guides qui sont restés neutres. Cela peut aussi mener à des oppositions et limiter des potentielles futures collaborations entre le parc et des guides. Et finalement, le pouvoir n'est pas seulement vertical, donc je le disais et j'insiste là-dessus, même si c'est le parc qui est à l'origine de ces tensions, puisqu'en créant ce label pour les accompagnateurs en montagne, le parc les oblige aussi à se positionner, à rentrer dans ce jeu ou à décider de ne pas en faire partie. Et ça met en lumière, en conclusion générale, on va dire, ça met surtout en lumière la concurrence et la précarité économique inhérente à la profession des accompagnateurs en montagne. Ça révèle, pour finir, la complexité des rapports de pouvoir, à la fois multiscalaires et multidimensionnels, s'il fallait le prouver une nouvelle fois. Merci.
Thank you. So, other questions for Agathe? Yes.
Merci. Je voudrais, ma question c'est quelques précisions. Quel est le statut des accompagnateurs?
Le statut, c'est un brevet, donc ils doivent passer une forme de diplôme avec des exigences surtout physiques, mais aussi d'éducation à la nature. Donc il faut qu'ils soient capables de transmettre des informations sur la nature du massif, donc sur la faune, la flore, la géomorphologie également.
Et ce sont des auto-entrepreneurs?
Oui, absolument.
Et si un accompagnateur n'est pas agréé par le PAC, il peut quand même faire son travail?
Oui, il peut quand même faire son travail. Il n'aura pas la visibilité dont bénéficient les accompagnateurs labellisés, mais rien ne l'empêche de faire son travail.
Et il y en a ou non?
Il y en a beaucoup, c'est la majorité en réalité.
Vous avez fait une statistique là-dessus?
Non, je n'ai pas de statistique.
D'accompagnateurs qui ont le label du parc et de non...
Alors, j'ai pas de statistiques précises, mais sur l'ensemble du massif, il y a environ une centaine d'accompagnateurs et le parc en a labellisé 30.
Et juste pour rebondir sur la question, est-ce que les guides accompagnateurs doivent avoir une certification autre que celle du parc? Enfin, comment ça se passe en fait? Est-ce qu'il y a une double labellisation ou alors pour être guide accompagnateur en France, est-ce qu'il y a besoin d'avoir une certification, une labellisation?
Ouais, c'est une forme de diplôme avec des exigences physiques.
D'accord.
De sécurité aussi, je ne l'ai pas dit tout à l'heure, pour savoir comment réagir en montagne s'il y a un problème. C'est un diplôme qui est moins exigeant que les guides de haute montagne qu'on va trouver dans les Alpes françaises ou dans les Pyrénées pour vraiment l'alpinisme, mais ça reste quand même un diplôme un peu exigeant.
Donc en fait c'est une double labellisation dans ce cas-là, c'est-à-dire à la fois la labellisation guide accompagnateur et guide du parc. C'est ça?
Oui, guide du parc, c'est vraiment un label au sens un peu comme en fait.
Oui, d'accord.
Il y a ce truc de... en fait, la fréquentation a énormément augmenté ces dernières années et avec beaucoup de pratiquants, j'aurais pu souligner ça aussi, qui sont des gens qui n'ont pas les codes de la montagne, qui sont un nouveau public qui est assez difficile à gérer et même à attraper quand on est un parc, puisque c'est des gens qui ne vont pas avoir les réflexes de se demander dans quel dénivelé je m'engage, dans quel milieu je vais évoluer, est-ce que j'ai le bon équipement. Et donc finalement, travailler avec les accompagnateurs, c'est aussi donc à la fois avoir des retours de terrain et comprendre mieux ce nouveau public qui a cette tendance quand même à se diriger vers des accompagnateurs, puisqu'ils estiment, ils sont quand même souvent conscients qu'ils ne maîtrisent pas les codes de la montagne, donc ils vont se diriger vers un pro qui va être l'accompagnateur. Donc c'est aussi une façon pour le parc de réussir à récupérer ce public-là de novices et qui n'a pas l'habitude d'avoir affaire à des réglementations en espace naturel.
D'accord. Are there other questions? Maybe in English?
I have one.
Yes.
Yes.
I have a question. How do you perceive the relationship between the guides and the local community? Because as I saw in your presentation, it was focused on guides and area managers. But there was a moment when you explained that the park has established partnership with mountain guides. But I was wondering about the local community, your thoughts about it.
Actually, it depends, because often they are quite well perceived, but the problem is when the mountain leaders don't respect the regulation in protected areas. And in those cases, there are often local people who said, we don't have the right to do that, but I saw a mountain leader doing that with a group, and I don't understand why they permit themselves to do that when I'm not permitting myself.
And do you think the tension it's like bigger between them, like the local community and the guides, that the managers, that with the managers?
I think it's maybe more difficult with the managers and the mountain leaders that are not certified. Of course, but when they are certified, it's more friendly. I mean, there's this win-win partnership that is a facility to have a relationship between them.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? No? So thank you very much, Agathe. And now we are finishing with the last intervention with Sylvie Christine Varelas from the University of Toliara in Madagascar. It's okay.
Yes, Madagascar.
And so, Sylvie, you are closing the session with a presentation entitled Manjili, station balnéaire en mutation entre développement touristique et recomposition socio-économique dans le sud-ouest malgache. It's in English, no?
Yes,
okay.
The slides are in English, but I'm going to present into French.
Okay, so
I'm a French speaker, I apologize.
Manjili, a seaside resort in transition between tourist development and socio-economic restructuring in southwest Madagascar. And you are presenting a study of tourism development and socio-economic recompositions in the southwest of Madagascar. So you have
Thank
15
you.
minutes.
Hello, all of you. I'm Sylvie, and I'm going to focus my thematic in a case in a touristic hub in the southwest of Madagascar, who is facing mutation with its transformations. At the end, I'll try to answer your questions, but I'm not an English speaker, so sorry. Pour commencer, donc, Madagascar. Pour commencer, donc, voici le plan de ma présentation. Je vais présenter d'abord Madagascar parce que je suis à peu près sûre que la plupart d'entre vous n'est pas encore parti à Madagascar. Et le cas que je vais exposer, la contextualisation du phénomène touristique, notamment dans le cas de Manguil, un villégiature, et l'objectif, la problématique, la méthodologie ainsi que les résultats. Madagascar donc, est une île qui est située dans le bassin du sud-ouest de l'océan Indien. Elle se positionne en 4e grande île du monde, après l'Australie, le Groenland et le Bornéo. Désolée, il y a une faute sur Greenland. La superficie est de 592 000 km², ce qui fait France et Benelux confondus, c'est-à-dire entre Belgique, Pays-Bas et Luxembourg. Selon donc l'histoire de la théorie des tectoniques, Madagascar se serait séparé du continent africain entre 75 et 120 millions d'années, ce qui fait que Madagascar est un réservoir de biodiversité unique, allant à 90% d'un taux d'endémisme, une véritable richesse écologique et un laboratoire à ciel ouvert pour les scientifiques. La population est de 30 millions d'habitants. 80% donc dépendent directement et indirectement du secteur primaire, c'est-à-dire l'agriculture, l'élevage et la pêche. Et les secteurs comme le mine, le tourisme, l'industrie n'en font pas tellement la notoriété, mais le secteur du développement rural participe donc et est le garant de l'économie de Madagascar. Quoique le secteur tourisme se positionne en 2e position pour le développement incontournable et économique. Selon la carte donc, que je montre ici, les îles du sud-ouest de l'océan Indien, nous pouvons voir à travers mer autour qu'il y a des îles voisines qui sont bien positionnées au niveau des destinations touristiques, qui sont déjà bien très connues et renommées. Par contre, Madagascar arrive à peine à avoir 200 à 500 000 touristes étrangers qui viennent, notamment parce que les problèmes sont au niveau des infrastructures qui ne sont pas aux normes, l'insécurité, l'instabilité politique, et puis il y a également aussi ces problèmes de manque de créativité, de professionnalisme et de formation pour les professionnels. Bien que cette insularité donc, lui offre des opportunités d'ouverture aux 4 coins via mer et espace aérien, nous faisons face donc parmi les atouts à un site qui sont quand même bien positionnés au niveau de fréquentation touristique. Et j'ai choisi donc parmi un de mes études le cas de Manguil. Le cas de Manguil, donc elle est en pleine mutation. Elle se trouve, c'est un villégiature qui se positionne dans le nord-ouest de Madagascar. Comme vous pouvez voir, donc c'est une des régions. Pardon. Sorry. Sur la carte ici que nous avons, donc c'est une parmi des régions et elle est à 27 km du nord de Tuléar, qui est une région qui se trouve dans le sud-ouest malgache et qui a sa particularité en faune et en flore très particuliers et prisés par des touristes internationaux. McGill, donc, je disais, fait face donc à une stagnation, après constat, la stagnation de son secteur touristique, parce que il y a entre la bordure, le lagon, des potentialités, et en même temps, en haute terre, il y a aussi des potentialités, ce qui fait donc une panoplie de développement d'activités touristiques, mais qui reste toutefois en stagnation. Il y a des potentialités telles que l'écosystème marin, des ressources halieutiques, le lagon qui est très peu profond, donc très prisé par les étrangers quand ils viennent, pour le slow tourisme, pour le tourisme qu'on appelle moura-moura, c'est-à-dire tout doucement, on ne voit pas passer l'heure quand on s'y trouve dans ces lieux. Il y a l'écosystème aussi forestier par-dessus, avec les parcs, les développements de parcs, les allées des baobabs qui sont très prisés par les touristes internationaux. Le but étant ici de comprendre les enjeux socio-économiques, culturels et les défis encore qui restent et qui freinent justement le développement de ces activités touristiques. En faisant l'état des lieux des problématiques, d'un côté, le développement positif marqué par les problèmes qu'on a soulevés, et puis il y a aussi les développements, les aspects négatifs. Mais ce qui nous intéresse toutefois ici, c'est de voir comment faire face justement à un tourisme qui contribue socialement, culturellement, matériellement, parce que nous sommes quand même assujettis à la pauvreté. 90% des Malgaches sont pauvres et qui dépendent du développement rural, puisque c'est le secteur tertiaire, c'est le secteur primaire qui prime, avec les immenses terres exploitées dans l'agriculture, et qui font face justement à un déclin en matière de ressources naturelles, et justement concilier à travers ce pilier de durable, Sustainable Development, comment favoriser donc le bien-être de la population locale dans ces lieux d'enquête, dans ces lieux choisis comme terrain. Pour la méthodologie, nous avons adopté une approche qualitative, c'est-à-dire avec un va-et-vient sur la revue de littérature, l'état de l'art, en même temps aussi des observations participantes, des interviews, des semi-structures d'interviews, c'est-à-dire des entretiens semi-directifs avec des observations, analyses et interprétations. Nous pouvons voir donc dans les aires protégées de villages de tortues qui sont conservés, des sites d'observation avec des tours, des guides locaux avec des touristes, et par la suite nous sommes intéressés au métier, parce que secteur d'activité qui attribue des revenus au secteur pour le développement incontournable et économique. Nous nous sommes penchés sur l'évolution. Les activités touristiques ont débuté en 1990 jusqu'à aujourd'hui avec des grandes structures pour les investisseurs étrangers qu'on appelle des investisseurs, des Vahini Vazar, que j'ai mis entre parenthèses parce que c'est un terme très malgache, c'est-à-dire les gens qui viennent de l'extérieur et qui investissent sur des grandes structures, et puis les Vahingas, entre guillemets, ceux qui viennent d'ailleurs, des migrants, des immigrés, mais qui, tant bien que mal, viennent chercher du travail et s'installent pour se lier au métier et mettre de l'informel aux structures. Et jusqu'à aujourd'hui, en fait, à travers les les métiers qui sont traditionnels, parce que ce sont plutôt les pêcheurs, les villages de pêcheurs qui bénéficient des activités de la pêche, et ce sont aussi ceux des hautes terres qui sont dans les aires protégées, qui bénéficient également, mais qui finalement, on s'est rendu compte que la principale activité alternative pour la communauté locale, c'est la pêche pour les hôteliers et les petits métiers liés et qui deviennent des informels et qui prolifèrent le milieu. Et donc, de l'opportunité donc, aux détériorations de la culture, nous en avons aperçu en fait qu'il y a tout un système ici qui se transforme. Il n'y a plus de cohésion sociale, même le respect des aînés n'est pas respecté. Il y a le tourisme sexuel, il y a aussi les fléaux apportés par l'extérieur, les enfants qui viennent dans ces espaces pour chercher de quoi se nourrir et ne vont plus à l'école. Donc c'est pour ça que j'ai mis au centre en fait l'aspect pécunier et les étrangers. Can you? Sorry.
This slide? No.
J'ai déjà avancé. Vous pouvez avancer, François?
Ah oui, c'est là. Yes.
Oui. Et puis, donc, est-ce que c'est un secteur en danger? Nous sommes intéressés si c'est vraiment un secteur en danger. Dans les 3 piliers de la sphère du durable, nous avons eu des catégories d'enquêtés qui nous ont affirmé qu'il y a de moins en moins de touristes qui fréquentaient les lieux et les ressources naturelles commençaient à être en danger puisqu'il y a toute une prolifération d'exploitation de ressources, que ce soit naturelles, et il y a la jonction sur les observations que j'ai mis sur le côté gauche, sur une concurrence déloyale entre 2 facteurs, les facteurs endogènes et les facteurs exogènes, c'est-à-dire ceux qui font les métiers et qui se transforment en petits métiers informels qui sont là, et puis ceux qui sont substitués par les emplois pour les hôteliers et qui deviennent en danger effectivement. Donc, pour aller sur une conclusion et une nouvelle perspective, parce que finalement, il y a un futur et une urgence qui est vraiment à considérer sur éventuellement une meilleure gouvernance de la politique touristique à Madagascar et des infrastructures qui doivent être mises aux normes et les avertissements sur les réglementations collectives à l'usage des lieux, la protection de l'environnement qui doivent être en adéquation avec les réalités locaux, l'éducation parce qu'il y a des enfants qui ne partent plus à l'école mais qui utilisent ces lieux pour quémander et embêter et vraiment susciter les conflits. Et le tourisme, évidemment, c'est quelque chose de très complexe encore à Madagascar. Il n'y a que les nantis qui peuvent y être dans cette filière, ceux qui ont de l'argent, on va dire. Et donc, ce serait intéressant donc, de faire une unité de recherche sur la filière tourisme parce que le professionnalisme n'est pas du tout au diapason. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Excusez-moi pour toutes les gaffes que j'ai faites. No
problem.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
So, are there any questions? Yes.
l'occasion de diriger un programme sur le tourisme durable dans la région de Tuléar.
Oh.
Donc, votre présentation m'a beaucoup intéressé et interpellé. D'abord, il y a la question de savoir où vont les touristes, parce qu'il y a Ifati et puis au sud, il y a Akanao avec les îles.
Oui.
Donc, est-ce que vous avez étudié ceci pour voir si l'évolution était la même entre le nord de Tuléar et le sud de Tuléar? D'autre part, il y a aussi la question de l'accès. Je ne sais pas ce qu'en est maintenant de l'accès aérien, parce que l'accès était principalement avec Air Madagascar. Est-ce qu'il existe toujours? Est-ce que la route, c'est la seule route? Enfin, c'était, lorsqu'on a fait cette étude, c'était je crois en 2010-2012. Est-ce que la route est toujours en état? De toute façon, elle est longue, c'est 1000 km, je crois. Et puis, le problème principal qu'on avait identifié, c'était celui des opérateurs, notamment hôteliers, avec notamment des opérateurs italiens qui se heurtaient à de nombreuses difficultés, notamment pour l'approvisionnement et la qualité, je veux dire d'un point de vue sanitaire aussi, de l'approvisionnement. Parce que comme ce sont des petites structures, oui. Elles s'efforcent d'acheter local, très proche. Mais il y avait un problème de niveau sanitaire des produits pour les hôtels. Donc voilà quelques questions.
D'accord, je vous remercie.
C'est une région qui est magnifique.
Je vous remercie.
Vraiment, si vous avez l'occasion d'aller, je vous conseille d'aller dans cette région de Tuléar. Vous avez la chance d'y habiter.
Merci pour la publicité. Oui, alors je vais... donc vous avez parlé d'Anakao, oui, c'est une petite île qui gagne de son notoriété maintenant par rapport à Ifat. Ifat est devenu, on va dire, en déprise économique, oui, et il n'y a plus de touristes qui viennent. Ifat, c'est proche du cas de terrain que j'ai choisi. Les produits de la pêche ont tari, il n'y a plus rien qui reste. La conservation est là, mais ça continue et il y a une lutte en permanence pour essayer de préserver tant bien que mal les ressources. Mais c'est vrai qu'il n'y a plus rien. Les terres sont défrichées. Par rapport à Anakao. Par rapport à Anakao, oui, Anakao c'est une belle, on va dire, c'est très prisé par les touristes étrangers. Il y en a plus, oui, parmi les statistiques. Vous avez posé aussi la question sur les routes, les infrastructures routières. Oui, les infrastructures routières sont... Il y a eu un investissement justement sur ce hub touristique. Maintenant, c'est goudronné, on va dire. C'est plus à l'ère où vous étiez en 2012, c'est ça? 2000, oui. Maintenant, il y a eu de l'investissement, oui. Mais les investissements ne partent pas dans les... Vous savez très bien, il y a la corruption aussi. Hein. Ce sont des fléaux qui touchent Madagascar. Les comptes ne sont pas alimentés correctement et pourtant, il y a des devises étrangères qui rentrent. Hein. La dernière, c'était stock d'approvisionnement. Oui, il y a des problèmes d'approvisionnement, oui. La sécurité, l'hygiène, il y a beaucoup à faire. Oui, ça reste de l'informel. On ne peut pas écarter de la structure économique. L'informel, c'est très dur. Mais il y a une lutte. Ce sont les informels qui alimentent beaucoup le secteur, surtout après les problèmes du Covid. Ils ont assaini pas mal de choses, mais ça reste toujours des gargotes, plein de structures comme ça, des proliférations de petits métiers de part et d'autre qui finalement, on sait, déstructurent peut-être, en déstructuration, en déconnexion par rapport la ville de Tuléar, il y a de l'amélioration, mais c'est touché aussi par cette histoire des électrifications, des constructions qui ne sont pas aux normes, qui se prolifèrent dans toute la ville. Et quand il y a des inondations, et ben, la ville évite. Je vous remercie.
To continue the discussion and considering the different case studies and perspectives we heard in this session, I wanted to ask you, how do you imagine tourism professions will evolve in the next years, especially with the challenges of digitalization, sustainability, and changing social roles? So it's a question for you, for the audience. Yes? Do you hear me? Okay, so how do you see the evolution of tourism professions in the next 10 years? Or yes, considering the challenges of sustainability, artificial intelligence, change of society, etc. Yes?
Thank you. Yeah, it works. Yeah. Actually, I don't know, but I think the two most important things that we need to have in mind and will shape the future of tourism profession, tourism in general and tourism professions, is of course artificial intelligence and technology, but also tourismophobia or massification. Because right now, for example, here we have lots of problems with that. Even a small, I mean, I'm not talking about Barcelona, which has always had like tons of tourists, but even here, so I don't know, I see this as a threat a little bit, like the local community is not being happy with tourism in general. So I think this is something that we need to have really in mind for the future of tourism. And I don't know how we're gonna face that, or I don't know how we're gonna, because we all think about AI a lot, and this is something that is just not, we don't think about it that much, which I think is really gonna impact people's motivations in wanting to work in tourism because of how we see how people react, or how I don't know, it's protested a little bit against. I don't know, just wanted to share it.
Yes.
Bueno, mi nombre es Itlali. It's okay if I answered your question in Spanish because I think I can explain much better. Well, this is, perdón, este es uno de los temas, o es un tema de mi investigación. Yo creo que el tema de sobresaturación turística es un problema que tiene que ser que tiene que ser visto desde diferentes perspectivas. Yo me focalizo a la perspectiva del turista porque yo considero que también esto es muy válido para saber cómo trabajar en esta movilización para que los centros no sean saturados. Tuve la experiencia de ser residente en Palma de Mallorca, que es una ciudad muy masificada. Entonces tuve la oportunidad de ver esta perspectiva como persona que vive allí, pero ahora tengo la oportunidad de vivir en Alemania. Entonces allí
he podido ver otra visión desde el turista y entender que para ellos también es un problema, porque perciben toda esta problemática que vive la población local en su experiencia de visita. Intentan también moverse, plantean estrategias de movilización. ¿En qué podría ayudar la inteligencia artificial? Yo lo veo de esta manera porque también lo he testeado en ciudades masificadas. Yo pregunto, dime un restaurante que no esté localizado en el núcleo turístico, donde no haya turistas, donde yo pueda comer comida típica local. Y yo creo que esto es una ventaja que tenemos hoy en día, la concienciación del turista hacia un problema que él mismo está provocando y que puede ayudar a descentralizar, no solo escogiendo otros destinos turísticos, sino el mismo destino que escoge tradicionalmente. Por ejemplo, en el caso específico del alemán, que le gusta ir a Palma de Mallorca, me dice, es que yo quiero seguir yendo a Palma de Mallorca, pero no voy a los lugares donde hay turistas. Y esto es muy interesante porque nos da otra visión bien distinta del residente, ¿no? Que el residente le afecta obviamente en su día a día, pero que complementa esta parte que no hemos llegado a estudiar del overtourism, ¿no? Entonces creo que esto plantea también una complementariedad tenemos la inteligencia artificial como una herramienta para descentralizar de los núcleos turísticos masificados. Lo veo así.
Understood the discussion in Spanish, but I had the feeling that you were speaking about the fact a lot of these issues here are due to the tourists themselves, and the fact that they are going to these areas which are over-touristified. And this is something that is problematic for me, because I think it's quite easy to consider that the tourists in general are responsible in a kind of system where the regulation is extremely poor. And to answer to your question and to the questions you asked, for me, in fact, the main answers will be in terms of the regulation that the different regions, the different countries, and internationally will be willing to, in fact, design and implement in order to make all this affair working better. And we do have examples. We do have examples where a better regulation, a better political awareness of how tourism works brings some good results. So it's not a kind of fatalistic, in fact, situation where tourism just comes and arrives from I don't know where. There are limits which historically were put in other types of economic activities and which are not really put in tourism. So maybe this is something that we should consider, and this is also important in terms of jobs and people working on tourism.
I just like to add something about the future. The good news is that tourism in general, the international tourism is an increase, an annual increase. We follow the diagrams, for example, since many years, and this means millions and millions will travel. So this creates new markets. The challenge here is that the stakeholders of each destination have to think not to complain about over-tourism, but try to make a diversity in the products and try to break out the seasonality. Actually, seasonality makes
all businesses happy because they win more money in the season than in normal time of the year. Governments as well are happy with this seasonality, with overcrowd, but there's no problem without a solution. All the time we study that climate, for example, can impact tourism activities, and we believe in this like theory. But in my experience at Disneyland Paris, the temperature was -10 and the hotels are full and the park 50,000 inside, the restaurants are full, while it's too cold and like that, just because they created the good product to solve this problem. So the idea is that governments and tourism professionals and all the stakeholders have to think about diversification of the products to handle this expected increase, and to try to not to eliminate the seasonality because it will exist anyway, but to extend it a little bit, to break the seasonality and to avoid over tourism. The only way to avoid over tourism is by diversifications. But from the other side, as I said, tourism is increase and will always to be increased. Some of the speakers say that we treat tourism like it's something like welfare or something like luxury, but tourism now, it's not like this actually. I look at tourism like it's a fundamental now. If people will not travel 1 year, 2 years, they will spend the same time of travel at hospitals in a way or another. This will impact also the quality of life, the moral of these people, because people work under stress and very rushed life. So tourism now is not, it's more became built in our life. So it's, again, it's only diversification of the product that can absorb this over tourism, the main problem of many cities like Barcelona and the others. Thank you.
Remarks? No? So we can close this session and this second day of conference. Thank you for your attendance and your attention. We meet again tomorrow morning at 9:10 for Louis' lecture, so please try to be on time. And for tonight, we suggest to meet up for a drink and for a dinner together. So keep an eye on the WhatsApp group. Okay, we will share the information on it. Thank you very much. Good evening.